Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studios. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was raised by goblins after being summoned at age 2 and claimed his true heritage. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Blood and Stone. The ritual chamber beneath Gringotts had witnessed 10,000 years of blood magic, but it had never witnessed anything like this. Ragnarok the Seventh stood at the edge of the summoning circle, his ancient eyes reflecting the silver fire that spiraled up from the carved stone floor. Around him, 12 of the nation's finest blood mages chanted in the old tongue, their voices weaving together in harmonics that made the very air vibrate. The offering bowl at the center of the circle held dragon's blood, phoenix tears, and a single scale from the last basilisk to die in goblin territory, ingredients that had taken 3 decades to assemble. Tonight, they would summon the blade of Ragnarok the First, lost for 8 centuries in whatever dimensional pocket the wizard Godric Gryffindor had hidden it. Tonight, they would reclaim what was stolen. The silver fire turned gold. That was wrong. Ragnarok's hand moved to his blade as the chanting faltered. Blood Mage Thornback, the eldest of the circle, shouted a correction in the old tongue, trying to wrestle the ritual back under control. The gold light pulsed, flickered, and then exploded outward in a wave that knocked every goblin in the chamber off their feet. When Ragnarok pulled himself upright, ears ringing, he found himself staring at a human child. The boy sat in the center of the circle, perhaps 2 years old, wearing nothing but an oversized shirt that might once have been white. He was painfully thin, with bruises on his arms and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead that still bled sluggishly. He looked up at the ring of armed goblins with eyes too old for his face, eyes that held no fear, only a kind of exhausted resignation. "Kill it," Thornback snarled, already reaching for his ritual knife. The summoning was corrupted. "This thing is an abomination." "Hold." Ragnarok's voice cut through the chaos like a blade through silk. He stepped forward, studying the child with the same attention he gave to treaties and assassination attempts. "Test his blood first." "Director, with respect, I said hold." Ragnarok knelt before the child, bringing himself to eye level. The boy didn't flinch, didn't cry, didn't react at all except to meet the goblin's gaze with that same terrible patience. "You understand me, don't you? Somewhere in that small head, you know what I'm saying." The child blinked once. Said nothing. Ragnarok smiled, an expression that had made wizard ambassadors soil themselves, and drew a single claw across the boy's palm. The child hissed in pain but didn't pull away, watching his own blood well up with something like curiosity. Thornback caught 3 drops in a silver vial, muttering the analysis incantation with obvious reluctance. The blood glowed, shifted through colors, and then blazed with a light so bright that even Ragnarok had to shield his eyes. When it faded, Thornback was staring at the vial as though it had transformed into a live serpent. "Well?" Ragnarok demanded. "Potter blood," Thornback said slowly. "Recent. Strong." He paused, his voice dropping to something approaching awe. "And beneath it?" "Director, beneath it there's Peveril. True Peveril. The line we thought died out 3 centuries ago." Ragnarok went very still. Around the chamber, the other blood mages exchanged glances. They all knew the stories. They all knew what the Peveril name meant to goblin history, the one human family that had ever dealt with the nation as equals, the brothers who had crafted artifacts that bent the laws of magic itself, the bloodline that had supposedly bargained with death and won. "The ritual," Ragnarok said quietly. "It didn't fail. It found something more valuable than a sword. We cannot keep a human child." Thornback's voice had lost its edge, replaced by genuine uncertainty. The treaties say nothing about children summoned by blood magic." Ragnarok stood, his decision crystallizing with the speed that had made him director before his 400th birthday. "This boy was taken from his home by our ritual. Goblin law makes him our responsibility until the debt is paid." And how exactly do we pay a debt to an infant? Ragnar looked down at the child, who had stopped watching his bleeding palm and was now examining the ritual circle with something that looked almost like academic interest. We raise him, Ragnar said. We teach him. We make him strong enough to survive what's coming. He paused, something flickering behind his eyes that might have been foresight or might have been hope. And then we see what a peveril raised by goblins can become. 9 years passed in the deep places of the world. Harry learned to walk on stone floors that had never seen sunlight. He spoke his first words in gobbledygook, learned to count by tallying gold coins, and slept in a chamber carved from living rock where the walls hummed with protective enchantments older than Hogwarts. At 4, they put a blade in his hand. Griphook Silvertongue had drawn the short straw, literally, as goblin tradition demanded, and found himself responsible for training a creature he'd been raised to despise. The young warrior stood in the training pit, watching the human child fumble with a dagger sized for goblin hands, and wondered what he'd done to deserve this punishment. Your grip is wrong, Griphook said flatly. Again. The child adjusted, got it wrong in a different way, and tried again without being told. Griphook blinked. Human children supposedly cried when corrected. They supposedly needed encouragement, praise, the soft approach that goblins considered a form of abuse. This one just kept trying. By the end of the first month, Griphook had stopped thinking of his assignment as punishment. By the end of the first year, he'd stopped thinking of Harry as human. At 6, they introduced blood magic. Blood Fong had refused the assignment 3 times before Ragnar made it an order. She stalked into the teaching chamber with her scars on full display, the marks left by wizard fire curses during the rebellion of 1612, and found a small boy sitting cross-legged on the floor, waiting with the patience of stone. I hate your kind, she told him, because goblins did not believe in gentle introductions. Your ancestors murdered my entire clan. Every face I see when I close my eyes is a face your people burned. The boy looked up at her with eyes that had seen the inside of a cupboard for the first 2 years of his life, eyes that had learned early that the world was cruel and survival meant adapting to cruelty. Then teach me to be better than them, he said. Blood Fong had no response to that. So she taught him. Blood magic was not wizard magic. It didn't flow through wands or respond to Latin phrases or care about intent. Blood magic was older, deeper, rooted in the fundamental truth that power lived in living things and could be transferred, transformed, or transcended through proper sacrifice. Harry learned to read the blood. He learned that every creature carried its history in its veins, memories, allegiances, debts, and gifts all encoded in the red river that sustained life. He learned to offer his own blood to power enchantments, to forge connections, to speak truths that could not be spoken with words. At 8, they discovered he could use wand magic too. It happened by accident. Harry had been practicing a blood ward when a training golem malfunctioned and came at him with killing force. Without thinking, he threw out his hand and a bolt of pure force erupted from his palm, shattering the construct into 1,000 pieces. Ragnar was summoned immediately. He stood in the destroyed training room, examining the blast pattern, and for the first time in decades allowed himself to feel something like satisfaction. Dual-natured, he said. Blood magic and wand magic both. The Peveril heritage runs true. What does this mean? Harry asked. He was old enough now to recognize when adults were hiding significance from him. It means you have choices other goblins don't. Ragnar turned to face him fully, and Harry saw something in those ancient eyes that might have been pride. The wizard world will want you back someday. They have prophecies about you, expectations, roles they've written for you to play. When that day comes, you'll need every weapon you can carry. I don't want to go back. This is my home. What we want and what we must do are rarely the same thing. Ragnar placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder, an intimacy that would have shocked any goblin who witnessed it. But remember this, you may walk among wizards, but you were forged by goblins. That's not a thing that can be undone. At 10, Harry fought his first real battle. The deep tunnels were never truly safe. Things lived in the dark places that had never bent to goblin rule, creatures from before the Sundering, when magic ran wild and hungry. A pack of shadow stalkers had broken through the lower wards, and every warrior was called to contain them. Harry wasn't supposed to be there. He went anyway. Griphook found him in the aftermath, standing over a shadow stalker corpse with a blade in each hand and blood running down his face. Some of it was his own. Most of it wasn't. You could have died, Griphook said. I could die any day. Harry wiped his blades clean with practiced efficiency. At least today it would have meant something. Griphook stared at him for a long moment. Then he did something he'd never done in 6 years of training. He clasped Harry's forearm in the warrior's greeting, the gesture shared only between those who had shed blood together. You fight like a goblin, he said. Harry's smile was sharp enough to cut. I was raised by them. The letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the middle of a runecraft lesson when a screech owl came spiraling down through the ventilation shafts, looking increasingly panicked as it descended into the goblin depths. It finally crashed into Harry's workspace, knocking over an ink pot and scattering carefully arranged silver wire. The envelope was addressed in emerald ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Training Chambers, Gringotts Depths, London. Harry picked it up with 2 fingers, as though it might be poisoned. Given what he knew about the wizard world, it might be. Hogwarts, Bloodfong said from across the room, not bothering to hide her disgust. They've finally found you. Took them long enough. Harry broke the seal and scanned the contents. Acceptance to a school he'd never applied to. A list of supplies he didn't need. A future someone else had planned for him, written in formal language that assumed he'd be grateful for the opportunity. The council will want to discuss this, Bloodfong said. The council can discuss whatever they want. Harry crumpled the letter and tossed it aside. I'm not going. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. He'd seen the reports that Ragnarok thought he'd hidden, the intelligence about the wizard named Dumbledore who'd been searching for him since his disappearance, the prophecy fragments that suggested Harry's fate was bound up with someone called the Dark Lord, the political situation in magical Britain that grew more unstable with each passing year. The goblins had raised him to be a weapon. Sooner or later, every weapon had to be used. The council chamber was carved from black granite veined with gold, a reminder that even in deliberation, the nation never forgot the value of what it held. 12 clan leaders sat in a semicircle around a raised platform where Ragnarok presided, their ceremonial armor polished to mirror brightness, their expressions ranging from hostile to merely suspicious. Harry stood alone in the center of the chamber, wearing the simple gray training clothes of an unblood warrior, a rank that technically didn't exist for humans, but which the nation had created specifically for him. The wizard school has summoned our ward, Ragnarok announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. We must decide how to answer. Send his head back in a box, suggested Grimjaw of the Ironforge clan. Let them know what happens when wizards make demands of the nation. And start the war we've spent 3 centuries preparing to win on our terms, not theirs. Ragnarok shook his head. The boy has value. The question is how to maximize that value. He's human, said Silverclaw of the Deep Delvers. His value to us was always temporary. Send him back, let the wizards deal with their own prophecies, and wash our hands of the matter. I'm standing right here, Harry said. Every eye in the chamber turned to him. Goblins did not interrupt council proceedings. The fact that Harry had done so, and done so without apparent fear, sent a ripple of something through the assembled leaders. You have something to say, Ward. Ragnarok's tone gave nothing away. I have a question. Harry met the director's gaze without flinching. In 9 years, have I ever been anything but loyal to the nation? Silence. The question was rhetorical, and every goblin there knew it. Harry had trained, studied, bled, and nearly died alongside goblin warriors. He'd learned their language, their customs, their history of grievance against wizard kind. He was, in every way that mattered, one of them. Loyalty is not the issue, Ragnar said carefully. Then what is? Utility. Ragnar stood, descending from the platform to stand before Harry directly. You carry Peveril blood. You can use both blood magic and wand magic. You are, according to wizard prophecy, destined to confront a dark lord who nearly destroyed their society a decade ago. These things make you valuable, but valuable to whom? To whoever I choose. Harry let a hint of edge enter his voice. That's the part you keep dancing around, isn't it? You raised me to be a weapon, and now you're trying to decide who gets to wield me. Several council members shifted uncomfortably. The ward was not supposed to be this perceptive. No one wields a goblin, Ragnar said quietly. Not even other goblins. I'm not a goblin. No. You're something new. Ragnar studied him for a long moment, then turned back to address the council. Here is what I propose. The ward goes to Hogwarts, not as a returning hero, not as a lost child, but as an agent of the nation. He observes, he learns, and he reports. The wizards get their precious prophecy boy. We get eyes in their most secure institution. And if he chooses their side? Grimjaw demanded. If 9 years of training mean nothing against wizard gold and wizard promises? Ragnar smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Then we learn something valuable about human nature. But I don't think that will happen. He looked at Harry again, and this time his eyes held something that might have been warmth. Do you? I am goblin raised, Harry said. I know the value of a debt, and I know the price of betrayal. Send me to Hogwarts. I'll learn what they want from me, what they're planning, and what they're hiding. And when the time comes, yes. Harry's smile matched Ragnar's perfectly. When the time comes, they'll learn what the nation made me into. The vote was unanimous. Diagon Alley assaulted Harry's senses like a physical blow. He'd spent 9 years in a carefully controlled environment of Gringotts, stone walls, filtered air, the ever-present smell of metal and magic. Now he stood in a cobblestone street choked with humans, surrounded by bright colors and loud noises and the overwhelming chaos of organic life. Stop gaping like a surface-born hatchling, Griphook muttered from beside him. You're supposed to be intimidating. I'm 11. Age is irrelevant. Presence is everything. Griphook straightened his own formal attire, the diplomatic uniform of a Gringotts representative rather than warrior's leathers. Remember why we're here. Harry remembered. The official purpose of this trip was to purchase school supplies, wand, robes, books, the standard equipment of a Hogwarts first year. The actual purpose was reconnaissance and, more importantly, a public statement. The boy who lived was back. And he wasn't what anyone expected. Harry had chosen his appearance carefully. He wore goblin-forged clothing that looked like mundane grey fabric but could stop most curses and all blades. His hair was pulled back in the warrior's knot, exposing the small runic tattoo behind his left ear that marked him as blood-trained. The lightning scar on his forehead was visible, deliberately unconcealed. Let them see. Let them wonder. The crowds parted as they walked, not from recognition. Few wizards would connect this cold-eyed young warrior with the chubby infant they remembered from newspaper photographs, but from instinct. Predators recognized each other, even across species lines. We'll go to Gringotts first, Griphook said. You need to formally claim your inheritances before any purchases. Inheritances? Plural. The Potter Vault, obviously. But also. Griphook paused, something flickering across his usually impassive features. The blood tests we ran when you first arrived. They showed Peveril heritage, but we didn't pursue what that meant legally. With you entering the wizard world, the director felt it was time. They climbed the marble steps of Gringotts, passing the silver doors with their famous warning, and entered the vast entrance hall. Harry had seen the public face of the bank before, during carefully controlled visits meant to accustom him to wizard spaces, but it still felt strange, too bright, too open, too exposed. A senior goblin intercepted them almost immediately. Mr. Griphook. The director's ward. This way, please. They were led not to the standard inheritance offices but to a private chamber deep within the bank's administrative levels. The room was circular, its walls covered with genealogical charts that shifted and updated in real time, tracking every magical bloodline known to the nation. 3 goblins waited inside, an inheritance specialist, a blood magic expert, and, to Harry's surprise, Ragnarok himself. Director. Harry inclined his head in the precise gesture of respect between equals. I didn't expect you to be here. This is not a standard inheritance claim. Ragnarok gestured to the ritual circle carved into the floor. What we're about to do will announce your existence to every magical institution in Britain. I wanted to witness it personally. Announce how? The inheritance specialist, a wizened goblin named Hooktalan, stepped forward. The Peveril line has been dormant for 300 years. When you claim it, ancient magic will recognize you as the living heir. Every ward keyed to Peveril blood will respond. Every vault, every artifact, every property will acknowledge your authority. He paused significantly. Including certain items that other wizards currently believe they possess legally. Harry understood immediately. The Hallows. Among other things. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. The wand has passed through many hands. The stone is lost. But the cloak is currently held in a Hogwarts vault, removed from the Potter estate by Albus Dumbledore under questionable authority. Theft. By goblin standards, absolutely. By wizard law. Ragnarok made a dismissive gesture. Wizard law is whatever Dumbledore says it is, most days. But blood right supersedes statute. When you claim the Peveril inheritance, the cloak will be legally yours regardless of where it physically sits. Harry stepped into the ritual circle. What do I need to do? Blood and words. Hooktalan produced a silver knife with evident reverence. Speak your true name while your blood touches the stone. The magic will do the rest. Harry took the knife. Cut his palm without hesitation, blood magic had long since stripped away any squeamishness about self-injury. Let the red drops fall onto the ritual circle's central stone. I am Hadrian Potter, he said. Son of James and Lily. Last of the Peveril line. The words came without planning. He hadn't known he was going to claim both names until the moment arrived, but it felt right. He was both things, the lost wizard child and the goblin-raised warrior. Denying either would be a lie, and goblins did not lie about blood. The magic responded. Light erupted from the stone, racing along the carved channels of the ritual circle in patterns that shifted from silver to gold to a deep, hungry black. Harry felt it wash over him, through him, reading his blood and finding what it sought. Images flashed behind his eyes, 3 brothers on a twilight road, a bargain struck with shadows, artifacts forged from death itself. And then, impossibly, a voice. So. After all these centuries, another one who carries the mark. Harry didn't flinch. Whatever was speaking, it wasn't hostile, or rather, it wasn't hostile to him specifically. The sense he got was of vast, patient attention turning his way for the first time. You have the blood. You have been marked by the failed killing. And you have been forged in darkness. The voice paused, considering. We will speak again, little heir. When you are ready to claim what your ancestors promised. The light faded. Harry found himself kneeling on the stone, breathing hard, his cut palm already sealing closed as his enhanced healing kicked in. Well, Ragnarok said after a moment. That was more dramatic than expected. What? Harry stopped, cleared his throat, tried again. What was that? I have my suspicions. None I care to voice yet. Ragnarok extended a hand, helping Harry to his feet. For now, you have other concerns. Hooktalan. The inheritance specialist had gone a shade paler than usual, but he recovered quickly. The claim is accepted. Mr. Potter Peveril, he hesitated over the hyphenated name, but continued, you are now legally recognized as heir to both houses. The Potter vault has been. I will be honest, it has been accessed without authorization multiple times over the past decade. The headmaster of Hogwarts presented documentation claiming guardianship rights. Which documentation was forged, Harry said flatly. Which documentation was, not subjected to our usual verification procedures. Hooptolin looked embarrassed, a rare expression on a goblin. The fault lies with Gringotts. We allowed a wizard to manipulate us because it was easier than challenging him. That debt is now recorded. Harry absorbed this information, filed it away for later. And the Peveril vaults? Untouched. Hidden. Keyed to blood that hasn't existed in 3 centuries until today. Hooptolin actually smiled. Those, Mr. Potter Peveril, have been waiting for you. The Peveril vault was not what Harry expected. Most Gringotts vaults were caves, essentially, natural formations expanded and secured by goblin engineering. The deeper you went, the older and more dangerous the defenses became. The Peveril vault was a doorway. It stood at the end of a tunnel so deep that the cart ride took nearly 20 minutes, passing through layers of rock and magic and something else, something that felt like the membrane between worlds growing thinner with each passing moment. The door itself was simple black stone, unmarked except for a single symbol carved at its center. A triangle, containing a circle, bisected by a line. The mark of the Hallows, Hooptolin said quietly. The symbol of your house. It will open only to Peveril blood freely given. Harry approached the door alone, Hooptolin and Griphook hung back, their expressions suggesting this was as close as non-Peverils could safely come. He pressed his still-healing palm against the stone. The door didn't open. It simply ceased to exist, revealing darkness beyond that seemed to drink the light from Hooptolin's lantern. Harry stepped through. Inside, the darkness resolved into a space that defied logical architecture. The ceiling was lost in shadows. The floor was smooth obsidian that reflected nothing. And floating in the center of the chamber, illuminated by sourceless silver light, were artifacts. Swords and staves and rings and amulets, books bound in materials Harry couldn't identify, bottled substances that glowed with inner light, and at the very center, the original ring, Harry breathed. He knew it from the blood knowledge that had flooded him during the claiming ritual. Not the resurrection stone itself, but the ring Cadmus Peveril had crafted to hold it, the setting that had been removed at some point in history, separating stone from mounting, breaking a connection that had lasted since the Deathly Hallows were first created. Harry reached out and took it. The metal was warm against his skin, and it hummed with recognition. Not complete, it mourned its missing stone like an amputated limb, but accepting of his touch in a way that suggested it had been waiting for this moment. I'll find the stone, he told it, not caring if anyone heard him talking to jewelry. I'll make you whole again. The ring pulsed once in response. Harry spent an hour in the vault, cataloging what he found. Most of the artifacts were beyond his current understanding, tools created for purposes he couldn't even guess at, weapons designed for wars that had ended before Hogwarts was built. But he took several items, the ring, obviously. A blade that felt perfectly balanced in his grip. A leather journal whose pages were blank until he touched them, then filled with spidery text in a language he somehow understood. And a cloak. Not the invisibility cloak, that was still with Dumbledore. But another cloak, made of the same silvery material, that seemed to slip through his fingers like water. According to the journal, it was a prototype, a failed attempt to recreate the original before Ignotus Peveril had finally succeeded. Failed or not, when Harry wrapped it around himself, he felt the world shift slightly. Not invisible, but overlooked. Unimportant. Easy to ignore. That could be useful. They emerged from Gringotts into late afternoon light. Harry blinked, adjusting to the brightness, and found Diagon Alley considerably more crowded than when they'd entered. Word has spread, Griphook observed neutrally. The Peveril claim triggered notifications to every major magical institution. By now, Dumbledore knows exactly where you are. Good. Harry adjusted the new ring on his finger. He'd put it on the moment they left the vault, and hadn't taken it off since. Let him come. They moved through the alley efficiently, gathering supplies on the official Hogwarts list. Harry found wizard shops frustrating, too much pointless conversation, too many attempts at small talk, too little respect for the basic principles of commerce. But he endured it, adding each purchase to the expanded bag Griphook carried. The wand shop was different. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and absolutely saturated with magic. Harry felt the accumulated power of thousands of wands pressing against his senses the moment he crossed the threshold. Somewhere in the shop's depths, a presence stirred. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. The wand maker emerged from the shadows between shelves, his pale eyes reflecting light that wasn't there. He was old, ancient, by human standards, but moved with a precision that suggested either excellent health or something more complicated. I remember selling wands to your parents, Ollivander continued, circling Harry with evident fascination. Your mother's was excellent for charm work. Your father's was flashier, better suited for transfiguration and combat. But you. He paused, those strange eyes focusing on Harry's forehead. You carry something else. Something that will make finding your match interesting. I'm aware of the scar, Harry said flatly. It's not a secret. Not the scar. Ollivander's smile was thin and knowing. The blood. You've been touching old magic, Mr. Potter. Very old. The kind that existed before wands, before wizards, before the separation of powers. He turned abruptly, heading deeper into the shop. Come. Let's see what chooses you. The testing process was extensive. Harry handled wand after wand, none of them responding with the shower of sparks that apparently indicated a match. Oak, ash, yew, holly, each one felt dead in his grip, tools that didn't recognize him as their user. Curious, Ollivander muttered after the 30th failure. Curious indeed. Your blood magic is interfering, I think. The wands sense power, but they don't recognize its shape. He paused, something shifting in his expression. I wonder. He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning several minutes later with a box that looked older than anything else Harry had seen. The wood was black with age, the hinges corroded silver. I made this wand 53 years ago, Ollivander said, opening the box with reverent care. It has never chosen a wizard. I'd nearly given up hope that anyone would claim it. The wand inside was beautiful, dark wood with a grain that seemed to shift in the light, perfectly proportioned, elegant without being ornate. Harry picked it up. Heat flooded through him, and dark red sparks erupted from the wand's tip. Not the cheerful golden sparks he'd seen other wands produce, but something deeper, more primal. Blood-colored. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said quietly. 11 inches. But the holly was grown in soil soaked with sacrificial blood, and the phoenix who donated the feather. He trailed off, shaking his head. That phoenix gave only 2 feathers for wand making. The other resides in the wand that gave you that scar. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Brother to Voldemort's weapon. A tool of blood magic and death, disguised as an innocent student's first wand. How much, he asked. 7 galleons. The same as any other wand. Ollivander's smile was strange, satisfied and worried in equal measure. I expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. Great and terrible things. They were leaving the alley when the confrontation came. A large man emerged from the crowd, moving with the unstoppable momentum of someone who'd never learned that other people might not get out of his way. He was enormous, nearly twice Harry's height and several times his width, with a wild black beard and small, kind eyes. Harry. The man's voice boomed across the street. Harry Potter. Griphook's hand moved toward his concealed blade. Harry stopped him with a gesture, recognizing the name from Ragnarok's intelligence briefings. Hagrid, he said. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's man. Hagrid stumbled to a halt, confusion replacing the delight on his face. How'd you know? I know many things. Harry studied the half-giant with clinical interest. According to the files, Hagrid had been the one to deliver him to the Dursleys as an infant. He'd wept while doing it, reportedly, which suggested emotion but not intelligence. A useful pawn, not a mastermind. You're here to retrieve me, I assume. To help you get your school things. Professor Dumbledore sent me. He's been ever so worried about you, Harry. We all have. You just vanished, and no one knew. I was summoned by goblin blood magic at age 2 and raised in Gringotts ever since. Harry saw no reason to hide the truth, it would be public knowledge soon enough. The headmaster's concern is noted, but unnecessary. I have my supplies. I'll be at Hogwarts on September 1st. Hagrid's expression cycled through shock, confusion, and a deep, wounded hurt. Raised by, but that can't be right. You were supposed to be with your aunt, safe, and my aunt starved me, locked me in a cupboard, and allowed her son to use me as a punching bag. Harry's voice remained flat, clinical, but something dark flickered behind his eyes. I was 2 years old when the goblins took me. I don't remember much, but I remember enough. Whatever Dumbledore planned for me, it wasn't safety. Harry, I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding. There's been no misunderstanding. There's been kidnapping, neglect, and 9 years of searching by a man who lost track of his weapon and wanted it back. Harry stepped forward, and despite the vast difference in their sizes, Hagrid actually stepped back. Tell Dumbledore I'm coming. Tell him I know what he did and what he planned. And tell him, Harry smiled, and it was a goblin smile, sharp enough to cut, tell him the goblins send their regards. He walked past Hagrid without another word. Griphook followed, his expression carefully blank but his eyes bright with something like pride. Behind them, the crowd that had gathered to witness the confrontation began to whisper. The boy who lived had returned. He was not what anyone expected. And by nightfall, all of magical Britain would know it. September 1st arrived cold and grey. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, his single trunk beside him, watching families say their goodbyes with an anthropologist's detachment. The hugs, the tears, the last-minute reminders, all the rituals of human affection that he'd read about but never experienced. Griphook had said goodbye at Gringotts. It had been brief, professional, and had meant more to Harry than any of the emotional displays surrounding him now. Don't embarrass the nation. I won't. Don't let them see your full capabilities. Hold things back. Obviously. And Griphook had paused, which was unusual for him. Don't get killed. It would be inconvenient to train another human. Harry had smiled. I'll do my best. Now he boarded the Hogwarts Express alone, carrying a goblin-forged blade beneath his robes and blood magic humming beneath his skin. He found an empty compartment at the back of the train, warded it with a subtle notice me not, and settled in to wait. The journey would take hours. Harry pulled out the Peveril journal and began to read. If you are reading this, you carry our blood and have claimed what is yours. Know that this is not a gift. It is a burden that has broken every heir who came before you. We are the Peverils. We walked with death before death knew our names. We crafted tools that bent the laws of magic itself. And we paid prices that you cannot yet imagine. The Hallows are not merely artifacts. They are pieces of a bargain, a contract written in blood and sealed beyond mortal authority. When the three are united by one of our line, the contract will be fulfilled, and the true nature of our agreement will be revealed. Do not seek the Hallows unless you are prepared to learn what your ancestors truly bought with their legendary deal. And remember, death keeps his promises. All of them. Harry closed the journal as the compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the entrance, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and eyes that were already cataloguing everything about him with frightening intensity. She wore new robes over muggle clothes and carried a book that looked heavier than her school trunk. "Do you mind?" she asked. "Everywhere else is full, and some older boys were being rather awful about." She stopped, her gaze catching on the exposed runic tattoo behind his ear. "Is that blood script? Actual blood script? I read about it in ancient magical traditions of the non-human peoples, but the book said it was almost entirely lost." "It's not lost." Harry gestured to the seat across from him. "It's restricted to non-humans. I'm something of a special case." The girl sat down without taking her eyes off the tattoo. "I'm Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. First in my family to have magic." She said this with a hint of defiance, as if expecting mockery. "Harry Potter." He watched her reaction carefully. "Raised by goblins. First in my species to survive it." Hermione's eyes went wide. "You're Harry Potter? The boy who lived?" "But the books all said, the books were written by people who never met me." Harry leaned back, assessing her openly. She didn't flinch from the scrutiny, which was interesting. "What else did you read about me?" "That you defeated you-know-who as a baby. That you were placed with Muggle relatives for protection. That you disappeared 8 years ago and no one knew where you were." Hermione's expression sharpened. "Except now you're saying goblins raised you, which means the books were wrong, which means you should be careful about trusting books as sole authorities." Harry allowed a hint of approval into his voice. "Good instinct. Most people don't question what they read. Most people are idiots." Hermione flushed slightly, as if surprised by her own bluntness. "I mean, no, you're right." Harry almost smiled. "Most people are idiots. Goblins taught me that. Wizards especially." Hermione seemed to relax slightly. "You really grew up with goblins? What was it like? Did they teach you blood magic? Can you use a wand as well, or is that a different magical system entirely?" "I have so many questions." "Then ask them." Harry met her eyes. "I may even answer some." The journey to Hogwarts passed faster than Harry expected. Hermione asked questions with the relentless precision of a trained researcher, and Harry found himself responding with more honesty than he'd planned. There was something refreshing about her straightforward curiosity, no hidden agendas, no political calculations, just a burning need to understand everything. When a round-faced boy with a toad nervously asked to join them, Harry extended the same assessment he'd given Hermione. Neville Longbottom was terrified, traumatized by something in his past, and so starved for approval that he practically radiated desperation. He also had magical potential that he was clearly unaware of. Harry could feel it, the blood sense that Blood Fong had spent years developing. Neville was a reservoir waiting to be tapped, if someone could teach him how. "Your grandmother raised you," Harry said, not a question. Neville flinched. "How did you expect disapproval? You brace for criticism before you finish sentences. Someone taught you that your baseline state was failure." Harry kept his voice neutral, observational rather than sympathetic. "Sympathy would be an insult. Was it always your grandmother, or just after your parents were attacked?" Hermione made a small sound of distress. Neville went pale. "How do you know about my parents?" "The Longbottoms were significant in the last war. I was briefed on all the major families before coming here." Harry held Neville's gaze steadily. "I'm not going to pretend your history doesn't exist to spare your feelings. That's what wizards do. I find it insulting." Neville stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, some of the tension left his shoulders. "No one ever talks about them directly," he said quietly. "It's always hints and whispers and people going quiet when I enter the room. I think I actually prefer your way. Then we'll get along fine." Harry returned to his journal, but his attention remained on his two compartment mates. A brilliant Muggleborn with no respect for convention. A pure-blood heir with untapped potential and family trauma. Neither had the social connections to be useful politically, but both had something more valuable. They might actually be worth trusting. The train began to slow as evening fell, and the silhouette of Hogwarts emerged from the darkness ahead. Harry put away the journal and allowed himself to look, really look, at the castle that would be his home for the next 7 years. Even through goblin-trained cynicism, he had to admit it was impressive. Ancient magic saturated the very stones, wards layered upon wards, accumulated power from 1,000 years of concentrated magical use. The castle was alive, in its way, not conscious, perhaps, but aware. He could feel it reaching out, testing him, tasting the Peveril blood that ran in his veins. "Welcome home," something seemed to whisper. "We have been waiting." Harry pushed the sensation aside. He wasn't here to be welcomed. He was here to observe, to learn, and to prepare for the war that everyone seemed to think was his responsibility. The boy who lived was dead. Hadrian Potter Peveril had taken his place. And he intended to make sure Wizarding Britain never forgot the difference. The Sorting Hat was older than Harry expected. He could feel its age the moment he entered the Great Hall, a concentrated point of ancient magic sitting innocuously on a wooden stool, pretending to be nothing more than a ragged piece of headwear. The 4 long tables of students, the floating candles, the enchanted ceiling displaying the night sky, all of that was backdrop. The hat was the center, the focal point of the entire room's attention. Professor McGonagall, a sharp-featured woman whose disapproval had been evident since she first saw Harry's goblin-style hair, read names from a list. Students approached one by one, sat on the stool, and were judged by the ancient artifact. Harry watched the process with tactical interest. The hat took different amounts of time with different students. Some were sorted instantly, others sat for minutes while the hat presumably argued with their minds. The houses seemed to have distinct characteristics, matching what Ragnarok's briefings had described: Gryffindor for the brave, red; reckless; Slytherin for the ambitious, red; cunning; Ravenclaw for the scholarly, red; disconnected; Hufflepuff for the loyal, red; overlooked. Hermione went to Gryffindor after a lengthy deliberation. Neville followed, though he looked sick with anxiety until the hat finally shouted the house name. A pale blonde boy, Malfoy. Harry identified from the family resemblance, went to Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. Harry ignored them, walking to the stool with the unhurried pace of someone who had nothing to prove. He could feel hundreds of eyes on him, could sense Dumbledore's attention from the staff table like a physical weight. He sat, and the hat descended over his eyes. Well, well. The voice in his mind was amused, ancient, and significantly less benign than its public appearance suggested. The lost Potter returns. Although you're not really a Potter anymore, are you? Not entirely. I claim both bloodlines, Harry thought back. Potter and Peveril. Oh, I know. I can see it all, the goblin training, the blood magic, the secrets you're already keeping from everyone in this hall. The hat's presence shifted, becoming more focused. The question is what to do with you. You have courage, certainly. Intelligence in abundance. Loyalty to those you consider yours. And ambition. Oh, you're drowning in ambition, though you've been trained to hide it. I thought you were supposed to sort students, not interrogate them. I'm supposed to place students where they'll grow best. You present a unique challenge. The hat paused. The Peveril blood complicates things. The last of that line who attended Hogwarts was sorted into, but no, I shouldn't say. That's their secret to keep. Then make your decision, Harry thought. I don't care which house, as long as it serves my purposes. Ah, but what are your purposes? That's what I'm trying to determine. The hat's tone grew more serious. I can see the possibilities branching out from this moment. In Gryffindor, you'd have allies among the light, but you'd chafe against their moral rigidity. In Slytherin, you'd gain political education, but you'd make enemies before you're ready to face them. In Ravenclaw, you'd be left alone but isolated. And in Hufflepuff, I am not going to Hufflepuff. Why not? Because goblins taught you to dismiss loyalty as weakness? Because you think hard work is beneath someone of your bloodline? The Hat's amusement returned. You have much to learn about the value of things wizards overlook. Fine. But not Hufflepuff. Very well. The Hat seemed to come to a decision. I'll place you where you can do the most good, or the most damage. The choice, as always, will be yours. But remember, Hadrian Potter Peveril, this castle has seen many who thought they could use it for their own ends. Some succeeded. Most were used in turn. Harry braced himself for the announcement. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The red and gold table exploded with cheers, students standing to welcome their celebrity acquisition. Harry walked toward them with measured steps, his face revealing nothing of the calculations running behind his eyes. Gryffindor. Home of the brave and the reckless, the heroes and the martyrs. The house that Dumbledore had called his own. The Hat had put him in the old wizard's direct sphere of influence. Whether that was a test or a trap remained to be seen. Harry sat down between Hermione and Neville, accepted their congratulations with a nod, and turned his attention to the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him, of course, those bright blue eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that most people probably found grandfatherly. Harry knew better. He'd seen that look before, in Ragnarok's eyes when the director was evaluating an asset. He met Dumbledore's gaze and didn't look away. A message, from weapon to would-be wielder, I see you. I know what you are. And I will not be controlled. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, reassessment, a hint of what might have been concern. Then the twinkle returned, the mask settling back into place, and the headmaster raised his goblet in a subtle toast. Harry did not return the gesture. The feast began. Food appeared on golden plates, more than Harry had ever seen in one place. Around him, students laughed and talked and celebrated the beginning of another year. Harry ate mechanically, monitoring the room, cataloging faces and names and potential threat levels. Across the hall, in Slytherin's corner, Draco Malfoy was staring at him with an expression of pure hatred. Harry had heard about their family's history. The Malfoys had worked to block goblin rights for generations, and they'd profited enormously from Potter assets during Harry's absence. That profit would be coming to an end soon. Harry had seen the Gringotts records. But that was a problem for later. For now, he had more immediate concerns. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his tactical analysis. Are you all right? You've barely touched your food. I'm fine. Harry forced himself to take another bite. Just adjusting to the volume. It wasn't a lie. After 9 years in the quiet depths of Gringotts, the Great Hall's chaos was genuinely overwhelming. But he couldn't afford to show weakness here. Not on his first night. Not with so many eyes watching. Neville leaned closer, lowering his voice. The upper years are talking about you. They're saying all sorts of things, that you were raised by dark creatures, that you've been training to be a dark wizard, that you're here to spy on Dumbledore. 2 out of 3, Harry said calmly. Neville's eyes went wide. Hermione made a choking sound. Goblins aren't dark creatures, Harry continued. That's just wizard bigotry. But I was raised by them, and I am here to observe this school and report back to the Goblin Nation. He met their shocked expressions with something approaching honesty. I'm telling you because I don't intend to lie to people who might actually matter. If that makes you uncomfortable, you're free to find other compartment mates next time. A long moment of silence. Harry could see them processing, weighing his words against everything they'd assumed about him. Hermione spoke first. You're being genuine. Actually genuine. That's unusual. Goblins don't lie. They consider it a form of weakness. if you can't achieve your goals through truth, you don't deserve to achieve them at all. Harry shrugged. I've adopted some of their philosophy. Not all of it, but enough. And you're telling us because? Because you're the first people at this school who've talked to me like a person instead of a legend or a threat. Harry looked between them. That's rare. I value rare things. Neville's expression shifted from shock to something more complicated, surprise warring with a tentative hope. I don't think anyone's ever called me valuable before. Then they weren't looking hard enough. Harry returned his attention to his plate. Now eat. We have classes tomorrow, and I'd rather not begin the year sleep-deprived. The feast continued. The whispers about Harry gradually shifted from shocked to speculative. And somewhere in the castle's depths, ancient magic stirred in recognition of blood it had not tasted in 300 years. The first night at Hogwarts ended. The real work was about to begin. Gryffindor Tower was exactly as chaotic as Harry expected. The common room was a study in aggressive coziness, overstuffed armchairs, roaring fireplace, red and gold everywhere the eye could see. Students clustered in groups, shouting over each other, establishing social hierarchies through volume and position. Harry claimed a corner near the window with strategic sightlines to every entrance and settled in to wait. The dormitory assignments would come eventually. Until then, he could observe. You're doing that thing again, Hermione said, dropping into the chair beside him. What thing? Watching everyone like you're cataloging threats. She pulled out a book, of course she had a book, and cracked it open. It's very unnerving. Unnerving is rather the point. She read in silence for a moment, then, can I ask you something? You can ask. I might not answer. The goblins who raised you. Did they care about you? Or were you just a tool to them? Harry considered the question carefully. It deserved a real answer. Both. Goblins don't separate utility from affection the way humans do. They taught me because it made me valuable. They protected me because protecting valuable things is good strategy. But that doesn't mean they didn't also. He paused, searching for the right words. Griphook, my weapons master. He spent 6 years teaching me to fight. By the end, he considered me a warrior of the nation. Among goblins, there's no higher honor. That sounds lonely. It was. Harry surprised himself with the admission. But it was honest. No one pretended to love me for reasons they didn't believe. No one made promises they couldn't keep. I always knew exactly where I stood. Hermione's expression shifted, not pity, exactly, but something more complex. Understanding, perhaps. Recognition from one outsider to another. I grew up knowing I was different, she said quietly. Strange things kept happening around me. Books flying off shelves, bullies suddenly forgetting why they were chasing me. My parents took me to doctors, psychologists, specialists. No one could explain it. She met his eyes. When the letter came, it was the first time anything made sense. Magic was real, and I wasn't broken. You're not broken, Harry agreed. You're something new. Like me. Before Hermione could respond, the common room portrait swung open, and Professor McGonagall stepped through. Her expression suggested she'd rather be almost anywhere else. First-year boys, follow me to your dormitory. First-year girls, Prefect Tanaka will escort you. Her gaze landed on Harry with particular intensity. Mr. Potter. A word, please. Harry rose, ignoring the whispers that erupted around the room. He followed McGonagall out of the common room and into a nearby corridor, where she stopped and turned to face him with an expression that was harder to read than he'd expected. I knew your parents, she said without preamble. James and Lily were two of the finest students I ever taught. James especially, he had a talent for transfiguration that I've rarely seen matched. Harry waited. There was obviously more coming. I also know that Albus placed you with your aunt's family after the attack. I argued against it at the time. I watched that house for a day before you arrived, and I knew they weren't fit guardians. McGonagall's voice tightened. I was overruled. I was told it was for your protection, that ancient magic required it. I accepted that explanation because I wanted to believe Albus knew best. And now? Now I have a student who was raised by goblins because a summoning ritual pulled him out of a situation I should have prevented. McGonagall's eyes blazed with something that might have been fury, might have been grief. I have no right to ask your forgiveness. I have no right to ask anything of you. But I want you to know, whatever happened, whatever the goblins taught you about wizards, not all of us would have left you in that house. Not all of us chose expedience over a child's safety. Harry studied her for a long moment. Her heart rate was elevated, her pupils dilated, all the physical markers of genuine emotion. She wasn't performing remorse. She was drowning in it. My weapons master told me something once, Harry said finally. He said guilt is only useful if it changes future action. Otherwise, it's just self-indulgence. McGonagall's expression flickered. Your weapons master sounds like a hard individual. He is. But he's not wrong. Harry held her gaze. You can't change what happened 10 years ago. But you can choose what happens now. The headmaster will try to control me. I'd be shocked if he weren't already planning it. When that happens, you'll have to decide whose side you're on. I'm on the side of my students. Then prove it. Harry turned toward the dormitory stairs. Good night, Professor. I look forward to your class. He left her standing in the corridor, her expression caught between confusion and the beginnings of respect. The first night in Gryffindor Tower passed uncomfortably. Harry warded his bed with subtle blood runes, nothing that would trigger the castle's detection wards, but enough to alert him if anyone approached while he slept. He kept his goblin blade beneath his pillow and his wand within reach. Old habits, drilled into him through years of training. Sleep came slowly, interrupted by the unfamiliar sounds of 4 other boys breathing in the darkness. Harry identified each by their patterns: Ronald Weasley, who snored. Seamus Finnegan, who mumbled in his sleep. Dean Thomas, who was utterly silent. And Neville, whose breathing remained uneven for hours before finally settling into rest. At some point in the night, Harry felt something brush against his wards. Not a person, something else. He cracked his eyes open, blood magic rising in response to the intrusion. A shadow stood at the foot of his bed. Not a human shadow. Not any kind of creature Harry recognized. It was simply darkness, given form and weight, watching him with attention that had no source. We told you we would speak again, the voice from the vault murmured. Did you think we would wait? Harry sat up slowly, careful not to wake the others. Who are you? We are what remains. What waits? What your ancestors bargained with when they were desperate and clever and young. The shadow shifted, and Harry caught glimpses of something else beneath its surface, shapes that hurt to look at, geometries that didn't belong in 3-dimensional space. You are the heir. The blood rings true. But blood alone is not enough. Enough for what? To claim what is yours. The Hallows are scattered, the wand in the hands of a man who fears death, the stone lost in a house of poison, the cloak held by a schemer who thinks he understands power. The shadow's voice dropped to something almost intimate. Bring them together. Complete the contract. And we will show you what your ancestors truly bought with their legendary deal. And if I refuse? Then the contract remains unfulfilled. Your bloodline continues its slow decline. And eventually, when the last Peveril dies, we will collect what is owed regardless. The shadow pulsed with something that might have been amusement. We are patient, little heir. We have waited centuries. We can wait longer. But can you? The shadow dissipated like smoke in morning light. Harry found himself staring at an empty room, his heart pounding against his ribs. The Hollow Court. He'd read about them in the Peveril Journal, ancient beings, older than wizards, older than goblins, older than recorded magical history. They existed in the spaces between worlds, feeding on something. The journal hadn't been clear on what. But they were interested in him. They wanted the Hallows united. And they were patient enough to wait for him to do it himself. Rather than forcing the issue. That was almost more frightening than direct threats. Patience implied confidence. Confidence implied power that didn't need to prove itself. Harry lay back down, but he didn't sleep again. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to watch him, waiting for something he wasn't yet prepared to give. Morning found him exhausted, alert, and more determined than ever. He'd come to Hogwarts to learn, to observe, to prepare for the conflicts ahead. Now he had another item on his agenda. Find the Hallows. Understand the contract. And decide whether to fulfill his ancestors' bargain or find a way to escape it entirely. The first day of classes began in an hour. Harry rose, armed himself, and went to face whatever came next. The week passed in a blur of classes, observations, and careful navigation. Harry discovered that Hogwarts' academic standards were lower than he'd expected. The first-year curriculum covered material he'd learned at age 8, though the wand magic variations were novel enough to keep his attention. He excelled without appearing to, giving answers that were correct but not exceptional, performing spells that worked but didn't sparkle. The mask of mediocrity was harder to maintain than he'd anticipated. Every instinct screamed at him to demonstrate capability, to establish dominance the way Goblin society demanded. But Griphook's final instruction echoed in his memory: don't let them see your full capabilities. Hold things back. So he held back. He pretended to struggle with the wand movements in charms. He asked questions in Transfiguration that he already knew the answers to. He brewed potions that were merely adequate, despite knowing 3 ways to improve them. Snape, the potions professor, was the only teacher who seemed to see through the performance. The man's black eyes tracked Harry with an intensity that went beyond normal educator observation. There was history there. Harry knew from Ragnarok's files that Snape had known his mother, had been involved with the Death Eaters, had switched sides at some point for reasons that remained unclear. Whatever the history, Snape hated him. That much was obvious from the first class. Potter, Snape had said, not bothering to hide his contempt. Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had known the answer: draught of living death, a powerful sleeping potion. But something in Snape's tone suggested the question was a trap, designed to humiliate regardless of the answer. A potion, Professor, Harry had replied blandly. Though the specific result would depend on quantities, preparation methods, and brewing conditions. Snape's eye had twitched. Wrong. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheek. After that, Harry had stopped trying to engage. He brewed his potions, accepted Snape's criticism, and catalogued everything about the man for future reference. Whatever Snape's game was, Harry would figure it out eventually. The other teachers were more straightforward. McGonagall pushed her students hard but fairly. Flitwick, the tiny charms professor, showed genuine excitement when students succeeded. Sprout in herbology was patient and practical. Quirrell in defense against the dark arts was wrong. Harry knew at the moment he entered the classroom. The stutter was fake. The nervous mannerisms were performance. And beneath the turban, something lurked that made Harry's scar burn with warning heat. He'd reported his observations to Gringotts through the secure communication channel Ragnarok had established. The response came back quickly: observed anomaly consistent with possession or parasitic infection. Investigation ongoing. Maintain distance but continue monitoring. So Harry maintained distance. He sat at the back of defense class, did the minimum required work, and watched Quirrell with the same careful attention he'd give a coiled snake. Whatever was hiding in that classroom, it was waiting for something. Harry intended to find out what before it struck. Friday evening found Harry in a corner of the library, studying a text on ward theory that was officially above his academic level. Hermione sat across from him, working through a transfiguration essay with terrifying efficiency. Neville occupied the third seat, struggling with the same essay but making slow progress. The study arrangement had developed organically over the week. Harry provided practical insights that textbooks lacked. Hermione provided context and connections that Harry's goblin education had missed. Neville provided company, which mattered more than Harry wanted to admit. You know, Hermione said without looking up from her parchment, if you keep reading advanced materials in public, people will figure out you're not average. Madame Pants was suspicious, Harry admitted. I told her I was doing research for extra credit. She approved because she approves of any student who values books over that dreadful Quidditch nonsense. Neville snorted. My Gran says the same thing. She thinks sports are a waste of time that should be spent on political education. Your grandmother isn't entirely wrong. Harry turned a page. Understanding power structures is more useful than catching balls. But physical conditioning has its own value. Goblins would never separate the two. How did goblins train you, exactly? Hermione had been working up to this question all week. Harry had seen the curiosity building. The books barely mention goblin martial traditions. That's intentional. The nation doesn't share tactical information with potential enemies. Harry considered how much to reveal. But I can tell you this, they believe skill should be comprehensive. A warrior isn't just someone who fights. A warrior is someone who can survive anything: combat, politics, betrayal, loss. Training covers all of it. That sounds exhausting. It was. Harry met her eyes. But it also meant that by the time I was 10, I'd faced more challenges than most wizards face in their entire lives. I'm not easily surprised anymore. The library door opened, and Harry's attention snapped to the new arrival. Draco Malfoy entered with his two constant companions, Crabbe and Goyle, if Harry remembered the names correctly, their expressions suggesting this wasn't a social visit. Potter. Malfoy's voice carried across the quiet space. Heard you've been spending all your time with mudbloods and squibs. Thought the boy who lived would have better taste. Harry didn't rise to the bait. Malfoy. Your family's quarterly Gringotts statement should arrive next week. I'd check the balance carefully if I were you. Malfoy's sneer flickered. What's that supposed to mean? It means I've seen the records of every galleon. Your father moved through administrative oversight during my absence. The goblins have as well. And unlike wizard courts, goblin arbitration doesn't require evidence to be more than a decade old. Harry smiled pleasantly. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Your family has such a strong reputation for honesty. The color drained from Malfoy's face. For a moment, Harry thought the boy might actually attack him. His hand twitched toward his wand, his stance shifted toward aggression. Then survival instinct kicked in, and Malfoy forced his expression back to neutral. This isn't over, Potter. I certainly hope not. Watching your family scramble has been the most entertaining part of my week. Harry returned to his book. Now, unless you have actual business in the library, I believe Madame Pants has strong feelings about unnecessary disturbances. Malfoy retreated, his companions trailing behind like confused sheep. Harry waited until they were gone before allowing himself to relax slightly. That was brilliant, Neville breathed. I've never seen anyone make Malfoy back down before. He's a bully. Bullies are cowards by definition, they only attack targets they believe can't fight back. Harry shrugged. Show them you can fight back, and they find easier prey. Is it true, though? Hermione asked quietly. About his family's finances? Everything I said was technically accurate. The Malfoys did move Potter assets during my absence, with minimal legal justification. Gringotts did record all transactions. And goblin arbitration does have different standards than wizard courts. Harry's smile turned sharp. Whether any of that leads to actual consequences depends on factors outside my control. But Malfoy doesn't know that. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You're more complicated than I expected. I'm exactly as complicated as I need to be. Harry stood, gathering his materials. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. Where? Harry hesitated. He'd been planning to investigate alone, old habits died hard, and trusting others with tactical information went against everything Griphook had taught him. But these two had proven themselves over the week. They'd kept his secrets, supported him publicly, and never once tried to use his name for their own benefit. Maybe it was time to take a risk. There's something wrong with Professor Quirrell, Harry said quietly. I've been tracking his movements, and he spends a suspicious amount of time on the third-floor corridor, the one that's forbidden. Harry, we're first years. We shouldn't. I'm not asking you to come. I'm telling you where I'll be so someone knows if I don't return. Harry met Hermione's eyes steadily. That's how you build trust. You share information that could be used against you. Hermione's expression shifted through several emotions before settling on determination. Then I'm coming with you. So am I, Neville said, his voice barely shaking at all. If something's wrong, you shouldn't face it alone. Harry looked at them, the brilliant Muggleborn and the overlooked pureblood, both choosing to follow him into potential danger despite having every reason not to. Something shifted in his chest, an unfamiliar sensation that took a moment to identify. Hope. For the first time since leaving Gringotts, he felt hope. All right, he said. But we do this my way. No arguments, no questions, immediate retreat if I give the signal. Understood? 2 nods. Then let's go find out what Hogwarts is hiding. The third-floor corridor was supposed to be off-limits. Dumbledore had made that clear at the opening feast, warning that anyone who entered would die a most painful death. Harry had assumed it was typical wizard exaggeration. He'd been wrong. The door at the end of the corridor opened easily under a simple unlocking charm. Behind it was a room containing the largest dog Harry had ever seen, 3 heads, each one the size of a small car, all currently focused on the 3 students who had interrupted its slumber. Fluffy. Neville's voice emerged as a strangled squeak. That's. Gran told me about these. Cerberus. They're supposed to be impossible to tame. Clearly someone found a way. Harry assessed the situation with combat-trained speed. The dog was enormous but confined, the room wasn't much bigger than it was. That meant limited mobility, predictable attack vectors. And beneath its paws. There's a trapdoor, Harry said quietly. It's guarding something. The Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's voice had steadied, her mind latching onto the puzzle. Nicholas Flamel, I knew I'd read that name somewhere. He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore must be protecting it here. The dog's growling intensified. Harry could see it gathering itself to lunge. Sing something. What? Cerberus can be lulled by music. It's in the old texts. Sing anything, just do it now. Harry had never been much of a singer, but he'd learned Goblin war chants during his training. He opened his mouth and let one pour out, a low, rhythmic melody about blood and battle and the glory of enemies destroyed. The effect was immediate. The 3 heads swayed, eyelids drooping, the massive body slowly folding down toward the floor. Within 30 seconds, all 3 heads were snoring, filling the room with sound that made the walls vibrate. That was unexpected, Hermione whispered. Goblins are surprising. Harry approached the trapdoor carefully, keeping his voice at a constant singing pitch. I need to see what's down there. Harry, we should report this. Tell a professor. Tell them what? That their security measures are inadequate. That a first-year student bypassed their guardian in under a minute. Harry shook his head. They either already know or don't want to know. Neither option makes them trustworthy. He lifted the trapdoor. Darkness yawned below, complete and absolute, giving no hint of what waited at the bottom. "I'm going to remember this," Harry said, more to himself than his companions. "We'll come back when we're better prepared." He let the trapdoor close, backed away from the sleeping beast, and kept singing until all three of them were safely in the corridor. "What now?" Neville asked as the door swung shut behind them. "Now we plan." Harry's mind was already racing, fitting pieces together. The stone is here. Quirrell is interested in it. And something in that classroom wants to get past those defenses. He met their eyes in turn. "We need to find out what that something is before it makes its move." "How do we do that?" Harry smiled grimly. "The same way I learned everything else. We watch. We wait. And when the moment comes, we act." The corridor fell silent around them. Somewhere in the castle, ancient protections hummed with power. And in the shadows that touched every corner, watchers noted the movement of three children who were already becoming more than anyone expected. The game was beginning. The pieces were in motion. And Harry Potter Peverell had no intention of being anyone's pawn. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Sorting of Shadows. The weeks following their discovery settled into a pattern that Harry found almost comfortable. Mornings began with physical training. Harry rose before dawn, slipping out of the dormitory while his roommate snored, and ran the castle grounds until his lungs burned and his legs screamed for mercy. Goblins believed that a warrior's body was their first weapon, and 9 years of conditioning didn't vanish just because he'd changed locations. The castle watched him run. He felt its attention like a physical weight, ancient magic stirring in recognition of his blood. Sometimes the staircases would shift to create easier paths. Sometimes doors would open before he reached them. The suits of armor inclined their helmets as he passed, a gesture of respect that Harry suspected they didn't offer to other students. He told no one about these small courtesies. They were between him and the castle, and some secrets were worth keeping. Classes continued their predictable rhythm. Harry maintained his mask of competent mediocrity, giving just enough to avoid suspicion while holding back the skills that would mark him as extraordinary. It was exhausting in a way that combat training had never been, pretending to be less than you were required constant vigilance, endless small calculations about what a normal first year would know or struggle with. Hermione noticed, of course. She noticed everything. "You're bored," she said one afternoon in the library, not looking up from her charms homework. "Every class, you already know the material. You're just going through the motions. Observant. It's not hard to see if you're paying attention." She set down her quill and met his eyes directly. "What I don't understand is why. If you already know this material, why pretend otherwise?" Harry considered his answer carefully. They were in a public space, surrounded by other students who might overhear. But Hermione deserved something approaching honesty, she'd earned that much. "When you enter a new territory," he said quietly, "you don't announce your capabilities. You observe. You assess. You identify the power structures, the threats, the potential allies. Only when you understand the landscape do you reveal what you can do. That's a very tactical way of thinking about school. I was raised by goblins. Everything is tactical." Harry returned to his own work, a history of magic essay that he could have written in his sleep. The teachers here have certain expectations about Harry Potter. If I shatter those expectations too quickly, I lose the advantage of being underestimated. Better to reveal capabilities gradually, when they serve a purpose. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "That sounds lonely." "It is." Harry surprised himself with the admission. But lonely and alive beats popular and dead. Before Hermione could respond, the library door burst open and Neville stumbled through, his face flushed with exertion and something that looked like fear. "Harry." Neville reached their table, breathing hard. "Something's happening." "The third floor, I saw Snape heading toward it, and he was limping. There was blood on his robes. Harry was on his feet before Neville finished speaking. When? Just now. I was coming back from herbology, and I saw him through a window. He was moving fast, looking around like he didn't want to be seen. The pieces clicked together in Harry's mind. Snape. Blood. The third-floor corridor. The three-headed dog that guarded whatever lay beneath. He tried to get past Fluffy, Harry said. The dog must have injured him. But why would Professor Snape? Hermione started. Because he wants the stone. Or someone wants him to get it. Harry gathered his materials with quick, efficient movements. We need to observe. Carefully. If Snape is making moves, others will be too. They left the library together, moving through the castle with purpose that attracted several curious glances. Harry led them not toward the third floor but toward the hospital wing. If Snape was injured, he'd need treatment, and Madame Pomfrey's domain was the logical destination. They arrived just in time to see Snape emerge from the infirmary, his limp noticeably improved but his expression murderous. He stalked past them without a glance, black robes billowing behind him like angry shadows. He definitely went after the stone, Neville whispered. Why else would he be injured like that? The question isn't why he went after it, Harry said thoughtfully. The question is who he's working with. Snape's a professor, he could access the defenses legitimately if he wanted to inspect them. Going in secretly, getting injured, that suggests he's trying to avoid attention from someone specific. Dumbledore? Possibly. Or. Harry trailed off, his mind racing through possibilities. We need more information. Hermione, can you research the stone's properties? Everything you can find about what it does, who would want it, what they could use it for. Already started. Hermione's eyes gleamed with the particular intensity she reserved for research challenges. The library's restricted section has several promising texts, if I can find a way to access them. Neville, I need you to watch the corridors. Not obviously, just keep track of who goes where, especially late at night. Your dormitory has a good view of the main staircase. Neville's expression shifted from nervous to determined. I can do that. Good. Harry looked between his two allies, his friends, he realized, though the words still felt foreign in his mind. We're not going to rush into this. We're going to understand what's happening before we act. Goblin rules. What are goblin rules, exactly? Hermione asked. Harry's smile was thin and sharp. Never fight a battle you can't win. Never start a war you can't finish. And never, ever underestimate the value of patience. October arrived with a chill that seeped into the castle's ancient stones. Harry found himself spending more time in the common room, drawn by the fire's warmth despite the social complications it created. The other Gryffindors had developed opinions about him, strong opinions, frequently contradictory, almost universally uninformed. Ronald Weasley considered him stuck-up and unfriendly, a sentiment he expressed loudly whenever Harry was within earshot. The Weasley twins found him fascinating, peppering him with questions about goblin culture that he answered with varying degrees of honesty. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil whispered about him constantly, their interest more romantic than Harry knew how to handle. The older students were more cautious. They'd heard the rumors, some true, some wildly exaggerated, about his confrontation with Malfoy, his mysterious past, his cold demeanor. They gave him space, which suited Harry perfectly. You could try being friendlier, Hermione suggested one evening, watching him rebuff yet another attempt at conversation from a curious fourth year. Making allies isn't just about tactical advantages. What else would it be about? Hermione's expression softened in a way that made Harry uncomfortable. Companionship. Enjoyment. The simple pleasure of human connection. Goblins don't value those things. You're not entirely goblin, Harry. She returned to her book, but her words lingered in the air between them. And I don't think you're as cold as you pretend to be. Harry had no response to that. He turned back to the fire and tried not to think about what she meant. Halloween approached with mounting excitement that Harry found baffling. The castle transformed around him, floating pumpkins, enchanted bats, decorations in every corridor that seemed designed to provoke maximum startlement. Students discussed costumes and parties and traditions that meant nothing to someone raised in the depths of Gringotts. Goblins don't celebrate Halloween, Harry explained to Neville, who had asked why he seemed so disconnected from the festivities. They have their own holidays, mostly commemorating battles, successful heists, or the deaths of particularly annoying enemies. That sounds morbid. It sounds honest. Goblins don't pretend the world is nicer than it is. They celebrate what they value: victory, cunning, survival. Harry shrugged. I find wizard holidays confusing. Why would you celebrate the dead returning? In goblin culture, that's a crisis to be contained, not a party theme. Neville laughed, a genuine sound that Harry had come to value for its rarity. I never thought of it that way. I suppose it is a bit strange, when you put it like that. The Halloween feast was spectacular, Harry had to admit. The Great Hall outdone itself with decorations, the food was exceptional, and the atmosphere buzzed with energy that even his cynicism couldn't entirely resist. He sat between Hermione and Neville, observing the celebration with something approaching contentment. This was pleasant, he realized. Not comfortable exactly, but not the constant alertness he'd maintained since arriving. For one evening, he could almost pretend to be a normal student enjoying a normal holiday. The contentment lasted approximately 45 minutes. Professor Quirrell burst through the great hall doors, his turban askew and his face pale with terror that Harry immediately recognized as genuine. Troll! Quirrell screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into chaos. Harry was on his feet before the screaming started, his mind snapping into combat mode with the ease of long practice. A troll, mountain variety most likely, given Quirrell's terror. 12 feet tall, incredibly strong, virtually immune to most magic, but slow and stupid. The dungeons were below them, which meant the creature was currently between the students and the Slytherin dormitories. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic like a blade. The students froze, turning toward the staff table where the headmaster stood with his wand raised. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The staff table emptied as professors rushed toward the exit. Students began moving in ordered groups, prefects shouting instructions, the chaos resolving into something approaching discipline. Harry didn't move. Harry. Hermione's voice was tight with fear. We need to go. The troll is in the dungeons, Harry said quietly. But Quirrell came from the third floor. Hermione's eyes widened as she processed the implication. He was using the distraction, to get past the defenses. Yes. Harry grabbed her arm, steering her away from the crowd moving toward Gryffindor Tower. We need to check the corridor. If Quirrell succeeded, you can't be serious. There's a troll loose in the castle. The troll is in the dungeons. The teachers are going to the dungeons. That leaves the rest of the castle effectively unguarded. Harry's grip tightened. This is our chance to see what's really happening. Hermione hesitated, fear warring with curiosity in her expression. Then she set her jaw and nodded. Neville. Their friend had followed them away from the crowd, his face pale but determined. I'm coming. You're not going alone. Harry felt that unfamiliar warmth again, the sensation he was beginning to identify as loyalty returned. He'd never expected to find people willing to follow him into danger, not after growing up among goblins who valued self-preservation above almost everything. These humans were strange. And precious. And absolutely terrifying in ways he wasn't ready to examine. Stay behind me, he said. Move quickly, stay quiet, and if I say run, we run, Hermione finished. We remember from last time. They slipped away from the crowds and headed for the third floor. The corridor was empty when they arrived, which told Harry nothing. Quirrell could have already come and gone, could still be inside, could have been delayed by the chaos below. He approached the forbidden door with caution, blood magic senses extended, searching for any trace of recent activity. The door was locked. Not the simple charm from before, something stronger, layered, carrying the distinctive signature of Dumbledore's magic. He reinforced it, Harry muttered. After our last visit, probably. The old wizard isn't stupid. Can you get through? Neville asked. Maybe. But it would take time, and we don't. A scream echoed through the corridor. Not from behind the door, from somewhere else in the castle. Somewhere nearby. Harry was running before he consciously decided to move. The scream had been female, high-pitched, terrified, a student caught somewhere they shouldn't have been when the troll alert sounded. He rounded a corner and found the source. The troll stood in a bathroom doorway, club raised, 12 feet of gray-skinned muscle and murderous stupidity preparing to crush a small figure huddled against the wall. A first year. Ravenclaw, by her robes. Black hair, dreamy expression even in terror, Luna Lovegood, Hermione gasped from behind Harry. She's in my herbology class, she must have been in the bathroom when the Trolls Club began its descent. Harry moved. Blood magic surged through his veins as he launched himself forward, drawing his wand and the goblin blade simultaneously. He wasn't thinking about exposure or maintaining his cover or any of the careful calculations that had governed his behavior since arriving at Hogwarts. A child was about to die, and every instinct drilled into him by 9 years of goblin training screamed one command: protect. Reducto. The curse hit the club mid-swing, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the bathroom. The troll bellowed in confusion, its tiny brain struggling to process what had happened to its weapon. Harry didn't give it time to figure things out. He was on the creature before it recovered, blades singing through the air in the precise patterns Griphook had spent years teaching him. Troll hide was resistant to most magic, but goblin steel was made for exactly this purpose, cutting through magical resistance like it wasn't there. The blade bit into the troll's knee, severing tendons, dropping the creature to the floor with a crash that shook the walls. Harry danced backward, avoiding the thrashing limbs, and came at it from a new angle. Another strike. Another. Each one precise, purposeful, targeting vulnerabilities that goblin anatomists had mapped centuries ago. The troll stopped moving. Harry stood over its body, breathing hard, blood dripping from his blade onto the bathroom tiles. Behind him, he heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath, Neville's strangled sound of shock, and the soft whimpering of the girl they'd saved. Harry. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. You killed a troll. It was going to kill her. Harry wiped his blade clean on the creature's hide, feeling the post-combat tremor starting in his hands. Threats get neutralized. That's how it works. But you're 11, I'm goblin trained. Harry sheathed his blade and turned to face his friends. Their expressions were identical: shock, awe, and something that looked like the beginning of real fear. This is what that means. This is what they made me into. Footsteps thundered in the corridor. Harry stepped in front of Luna, positioning himself between the injured girl and whatever was coming. A moment later, Professor McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape and a still shaky Quirrell. They stopped dead at the scene before them. Explain, McGonagall said, her voice dangerous. Harry met her gaze without flinching. The troll was going to kill a student. I stopped it. McGonagall looked at the troll's body, at the wounds Harry had inflicted, at the blade still visible at his hip. Mr. Potter, those are goblin killing techniques. I was raised by goblins. I used what I was taught. Harry didn't apologize, didn't excuse, didn't soften the truth. Goblins didn't explain themselves to those who should have prevented the threat in the first place. Your security failed. A student almost died. I'd suggest focusing on that rather than how I saved her. McGonagall's expression flickered through several emotions, anger, concern, and something that might have been guilt. Behind her, Snape's face was a study in carefully controlled fury, his black eyes boring into Harry with an intensity that promised future confrontation. Quirrell was watching too, his false nervousness poorly concealing the calculation in his gaze. Harry felt his scar twinge, not painfully, but with warning heat that confirmed his suspicions about the defense professor. "Miss Lovegood needs medical attention," Harry said, breaking the silence. "She was exposed to magical fear responses and may have injuries I can't see. We can discuss my methods after she's been treated." McGonagall recovered herself. "Of course. Severus, please escort Miss Lovegood to the hospital wing. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, you will come with me." Snape swept Luna away, though his parting glare at Harry promised their conversation was far from over. Quirrell lingered for a moment, those calculating eyes meeting Harry's with something that looked almost like recognition. "He knows," Harry thought. "He knows I'm not what I appear to be. And whatever is wearing him like a suit, it knows too." The realization should have frightened him. Instead, it felt like the beginning of something, an acceleration, a shift from careful observation to active engagement. The game had changed. Harry intended to change with it. McGonagall's office was exactly what Harry expected, stern, organized, touched with small personal details that humanized the professional exterior. He sat in a straight-backed chair while Hermione and Neville flanked him, all three facing the professor like defendants before a judge. "Tell me everything," McGonagall said. "From the beginning." Harry told her. Not everything. He left out their previous visit to the third-floor corridor, their investigation into the stone, their suspicions about Quirrell. But he told her about leaving the feast, hearing the scream, finding the troll. He described the combat in clinical terms, emphasizing the threat to Luna rather than his own capabilities. When he finished, McGonagall was silent for a long moment. "You killed a full-grown mountain troll," she finally said. "In hand-to-hand combat. At 11 years old." "Yes. The techniques you used, I recognized some of them from historical accounts. Goblin rebellion tactics. Methods designed to bring down creatures much larger than their wielders." McGonagall's voice carried something complex. "You weren't just trained, were you? You were made into a weapon." "I was made into a survivor." Harry met her eyes steadily. "The goblins don't draw the distinction you're implying. To them, those are the same thing. And if the headmaster asks about your capabilities? If he wants to understand what you're capable of? Then he can ask me directly." Harry's tone hardened slightly. "I won't hide what I did, it saved a life. But I won't submit to interrogation about my training either. That information belongs to the Goblin Nation, and I won't betray their trust." McGonagall studied him for what felt like hours. Harry watched her processing, weighing, deciding something important. "I told you when we first met that I would have to choose whose side I was on," she finally said. "I think I've made my choice." "Which is?" "Yours, Mr. Potter." McGonagall's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Not because of who you are or what you can do. Because tonight, when a child was in danger, you didn't hesitate. You didn't calculate political advantages or worry about exposure. You acted." She paused. "The goblins may have made you into a weapon, but they didn't destroy the core of who you are. You still care about protecting people." Harry felt something shift in his chest, not the warmth of loyalty or the chill of combat readiness, but something older and more fragile. Recognition, perhaps. Acceptance from an unexpected source. 50 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall continued, her voice returning to its professional crispness. "For each of you. For exceptional bravery in the face of mortal danger, and for saving a fellow student's life." She stood, signaling the end of the meeting. "Now go to bed. All of you." And if you hear anything else unusual in the castle tonight, you will go directly to a teacher instead of investigating yourselves. Is that clear? Crystal, Harry said. They left the office together, walking in silence through corridors that felt different now, charged with potential, humming with the aftermath of violence and revelation. That was incredible, Neville finally said, his voice hushed. The way you moved, the way you fought, I've never seen anything like it. It's what I was trained for. But you didn't have to save her. Hermione's voice was thoughtful, analytical, processing what she'd witnessed. You could have waited for the teachers, stayed hidden, protected your cover. Instead, you exposed yourself to save a stranger. She would have died if I'd waited. I know. Hermione touched his arm, a brief contact that sent unfamiliar sensations through Harry's nervous system. That's my point. The goblins might have made you into a weapon, but they didn't make you cruel. You still make choices about when to use what they taught you. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The idea that he had choices, real choices, beyond tactical calculations, was something he'd never fully considered. Goblins didn't think in terms of choice. They thought in terms of necessity, efficiency, survival. But he wasn't entirely goblin. Hermione was right about that. We should check on Luna tomorrow, he said, changing the subject. Make sure she's recovering. Agreed. Hermione's smile was gentle. See? You do care. Shut up, Harry muttered, but there was no heat in it. They climbed to Gryffindor Tower together, three children who had survived a troll attack and emerged changed in ways they were only beginning to understand. Behind them, in the shadows that gathered in every corner of the ancient castle, watchers took note. The Peveril heir had revealed capabilities beyond expectation. The game was evolving. And somewhere in the castle's depths, something ancient stirred in recognition of blood that had spilled in the old ways, for the old reasons. The hunt was beginning. Luna Lovegood was strange. Harry had met many unusual people in his 11 years, goblins who spoke prophecy. Blood mages who read futures in arterial spray, warriors whose scars told stories of battles that had shaped nations. He thought he understood strangeness, had catalogued its varieties and learned to navigate its challenges. Luna was different. She sat up in her hospital bed, pale hair spread across white pillows, watching Harry approach with eyes that seemed to see something beyond the visible spectrum. Her smile was serene, utterly at odds with someone who had nearly been crushed by a troll mere hours before. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said. "Thank you for saving me from the troll. The Raxperts told me someone would come, but they didn't mention it would be someone with such interesting blood." Harry stopped mid-stride. "What do you know about my blood?" "Only what the creatures tell me." Luna's voice was dreamy, distant, but something sharp lurked beneath the surface. "You have old blood. The kind that remembers things it shouldn't. There are shadows following you, not the bad kind, mostly. The patient kind. They're waiting for something." Harry felt the fine hairs on his neck rise. No one outside Gringotts knew about the Hollow Court, about the Peveril heritage, about any of it. Yet this strange girl was describing his circumstances with accuracy that couldn't be coincidence. "How do you know these things?" "I see what's there." Luna tilted her head, considering him with that unnerving focus. "Most people only see what they expect. It makes them miss all the interesting parts. Like how Professor Quirrell has two souls fighting inside him. Or how the castle is watching you specifically. Or how your friend Hermione is going to be very important someday, but not in the way she thinks." Harry sat down heavily in the chair beside her bed. His tactical training screamed that this was dangerous, a vulnerability he hadn't anticipated, a source of information he couldn't control. But something else, some instinct deeper than training, told him Luna wasn't a threat. She was something rarer, a genuine seer, albeit one whose gifts manifested in ways that made others dismiss her as mad. "People think you're crazy," he said. It wasn't a question. "People think lots of things that aren't true." Luna's smile didn't waver. Daddy says truth doesn't care about popularity. It just is, whether people like it or not. Your father sounds wise. He's unusual. Like you. Luna reached out and touched Harry's hand, her fingers cool and light. You're going to have to choose soon, you know. Between what the goblins made you and what you might become. The shadows are patient, but they won't wait forever. Choose what? Whether to fulfill the old contract or find a new way. Luna's eyes unfocused, gazing at something Harry couldn't see. 3 brothers walked a twilight road. One wanted power. One wanted love. One wanted escape. They all got what they wanted, in the end. But the price. She trailed off, her expression troubled for the first time. The price is still being paid. You're the next payment. Harry's blood ran cold. The Peveril Journal had hinted at similar things, a contract, a price, an obligation that stretched across centuries. But Luna was describing it with the casual certainty of someone reciting known facts, not ancient mysteries. How do I avoid paying it? I don't know. Luna's focus returned, her strange eyes meeting his with something like sympathy. The creatures don't show me solutions. Just shapes. Patterns. Possibilities. She squeezed his hand gently. But you're not alone anymore. That changes things. It always does. Before Harry could respond, the hospital wing doors opened and Hermione entered with Neville close behind. They stopped short at the sight of Harry holding hands with Luna, their expressions cycling through surprise, curiosity, and something that might have been concern. We came to check on Luna, Hermione said carefully. Are we interrupting something? Just a conversation about ancient contracts and the nature of payment. Harry released Luna's hand and stood. Luna sees things other people miss. It's apparently how she knew I was coming to save her. Hermione's academic interest instantly engaged. You're a seer. A genuine seer. But the books all say true prophetic ability is incredibly rare. The books say lots of things, Luna said pleasantly. Most of them are wrong. Hermione sat without hesitation, her fear of the unknown outweighed by her hunger for knowledge. Neville followed more cautiously, taking a chair near the door as if he might need a quick exit. Luna was explaining that I'm going to have to make a choice, Harry said. Something about my family's history and a price that's still being paid. The Peverils, Hermione said instantly. I've been researching them since you mentioned your inheritance. They're in some of the oldest texts, always surrounded by mystery and warnings. What exactly did your ancestors do? Made a deal with death, Luna said simply. That's what the stories say. 3 brothers, a twilight road, 3 gifts that bent the world. But deals with death always have conditions, don't they? Death is patient. Death is inevitable. Death keeps his promises. You sound like you're quoting something, Neville said, his voice uncertain. Everything is a quote, if you trace it back far enough. Luna's smile returned, mysterious and knowing. The question is whether the quote is finished or whether there are more lines to write. Harry thought about the shadow that had visited his bed that first night, the voice that had spoken of claims and contracts and patience. He thought about the Hollow Court, ancient beings who existed before the Peverils made their legendary deal. He thought about the Hallows, wand, stone, cloak, scattered across the world, waiting to be reunited. I need to find something, he said. Something that's hidden in this castle. An invisibility cloak that belonged to my family. The headmaster has it, Luna said without hesitation. In his office, in a chest of cedar and gold. He's been keeping it since your father died, telling himself it's for safekeeping. But really, he's afraid of what you might do with it. How could you possibly know that? Hermione demanded. Luna's expression flickered with something like sadness. The same way I know Daddy's going to have trouble with the ministry next year, and your parents are going to forget something important, and Neville's grandmother is wrong about almost everything that matters. She paused, her voice dropping. I see what's coming. Pieces of it. Enough to know that things are going to change soon, and Harry's going to be at the center of it. Silence filled the hospital wing. Outside, autumn wind rattled the windows. Inside, four first-years sat with the weight of revelation pressing down on their shoulders. I believe you, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. I don't understand it, but I believe you. There's something about Harry that's different, I've felt it since we met. Like being near a lightning rod during a storm. Things are going to happen around him. That's a remarkably poetic way to put it, Hermione said. My gran says I'm not clever enough for poetry. Neville's smile was bitter. But I notice things, even if I can't always explain them. Harry looked at his strange collection of allies, the brilliant Muggleborn, the overlooked heir, the mad seer, and felt something settle in his chest. They were nothing like the goblin warriors he'd grown up with, nothing like the calculated network of assets he'd planned to build at Hogwarts. They were messy, unpredictable, and absolutely sincere in their belief that he was worth following. The cloak first, he decided. Luna, do you know if there's a way to get into the headmaster's office? There's a password. Changes every week. Right now it's Sherbet Lemon, he has a weakness for Muggle sweets. Luna's voice held a hint of mischief. But getting in isn't the hard part. Getting out without being caught is where most plans fail. Then we don't try to avoid getting caught. Harry's mind was already working. Fitting pieces together in patterns that would make Griphook proud. We make getting caught part of the plan. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this, Hermione muttered. Probably. Harry's smile was sharp with anticipation. But we're going to do it anyway. Tonight, if possible. Tonight? Neville squeaked. The troll attack has the castle in chaos. Teachers are distracted, security is focused outward instead of inward. If we're going to move against Dumbledore's protections, there won't be a better opportunity for months. Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, the kind of look that passed between people who knew they were about to do something monumentally stupid and were going to do it anyway. Luna just smiled, serene and knowing. The shadows approve, she said. They've been waiting for you to take the initiative. Harry decided not to ask what that meant. Some information was better acquired through experience than explanation. The plan was simple, as all good plans were. Harry would approach Dumbledore directly, claiming he wanted to discuss his situation and request guidance, the kind of approach the old wizard would expect from a first-year student, however unusual. While Dumbledore was distracted by the conversation, Hermione and Neville would search the office for the cloak, using a variation of the Notice Me Not charm that Harry had taught them. Luna would watch from the hospital wing's window, using her strange sight to monitor the situation and send warning through a communication charm if anything went wrong. It was risky. It was aggressive. It was exactly the kind of action that could expose Harry completely if it went wrong. It was also necessary. The cloak was his by blood right, and Harry was tired of letting other people hold what belonged to him. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's staircase responded to Sherbet Lemon exactly as Luna had predicted. Harry climbed the spiral staircase alone, leaving Hermione and Neville hidden under a disillusionment charm on the landing below. They would follow once he had Dumbledore's attention. The headmaster's office was even more impressive than Harry had imagined. Circular, filled with whirring silver instruments, decorated with portraits of former headmasters who pretended to sleep but watched with keen attention. Fawkes, the phoenix, perched on a golden stand and regarded Harry with ancient, knowing eyes. Dumbledore himself sat behind an enormous desk, looking exactly as everyone described him, white beard, half-moon spectacles, twinkling blue eyes that saw far more than they appeared to. His expression as Harry entered was carefully controlled surprise, the performance of a man who was never truly surprised by anything. "Harry, my boy. I wasn't expecting visitors at this hour. I apologize for the intrusion, headmaster." Harry kept his voice respectful, slightly nervous, the mask of a normal first year who'd worked up the courage to approach a legendary figure. I couldn't sleep after everything that happened tonight. I was hoping you might have a few minutes to talk. Of course, of course. Please, sit. Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair before the desk, his eyes never quite leaving Harry's face. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Suit yourself. Dumbledore took one for himself, sucking on it thoughtfully. A remarkable night, wasn't it? I understand you encountered the troll directly. It was going to kill Luna Lovegood. I did what I was trained to do. Harry let a hint of uncertainty enter his voice. Professor McGonagall seemed concerned about my methods. I wanted to ask you, did I do something wrong? Behind him, Harry heard the faintest whisper of movement as Hermione and Neville entered the office under concealment. The diversion was working. Wrong? Dumbledore's expression softened into something that might have been genuine concern. You saved a student's life, Harry. That's never wrong. However. He paused, choosing his words with visible care. The methods you employed were concerning, not because they were ineffective, but because they represent training that a child shouldn't have needed to receive. The goblins prepared me for a dangerous world. Was that wrong? It was, premature, perhaps. Childhood should be a time of safety and wonder, not combat training and survival tactics. Dumbledore leaned forward, his twinkle dimming slightly. I want you to know, Harry, that whatever happened in your early years, whatever led to you being raised among the goblins, you're safe now. Hogwarts can be a true home for you, if you'll let it. Harry felt anger stir beneath his careful mask. Safe. Dumbledore spoke of safety while hiding a powerful artifact in a school full of children, while something dangerous wore Professor Quirrell like a puppet, while Harry's own inheritance sat in a chest somewhere in this very room. But he kept his expression mild, his voice uncertain. I appreciate that, Headmaster. I've been trying to fit in, but it's difficult. The other students don't understand me. Give it time. Dumbledore's smile was avuncular, practiced, utterly artificial. You have friends already, Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom, I believe. And now Miss Lovegood as well, thanks to your heroism. Friendship is the greatest magic of all, Harry. It will carry you through challenges that strength alone cannot overcome. Harry nodded, pretending to absorb this wisdom, while his peripheral vision tracked Hermione's progress toward a cedar and gold chest in the corner of the office. She moved with impressive stealth for someone who'd been a bookworm 2 months ago. I also wanted to ask about my parents, Harry said, continuing the diversion. The goblins told me some things, but I've never heard the wizard perspective. What were they like? Dumbledore's expression shifted, something painful moving behind those twinkling eyes. James and Lily were exceptional people. Brave, kind, and devoted to each other and to you. Your father was one of the most talented students I ever taught, though he had a mischievous streak that led to considerable chaos. Your mother was brilliant, one of the finest in her generation, and possessed a capacity for love that transformed everyone around her. Real emotion colored Dumbledore's voice. Whatever else the old wizard was, his feelings about the Potters seemed genuine. They would have been proud of you, Dumbledore continued. Not just for tonight, but for the person you're becoming. I know your upbringing was unconventional, but you carry their legacy in your heart. That's not something training can give or take away. Behind the headmaster, Hermione had reached the chest. She whispered something, a goblin unlocking charm Harry had taught her, and the lid opened silently. Silvery fabric spilled over her hands, immediately recognizable even at a distance. The invisibility cloak. His cloak. His inheritance. Hermione tucked it beneath her own concealment and moved toward the door. Neville was already outside, guarding the exit. Harry stood, offering Dumbledore a grateful smile. Thank you, Headmaster. For your time and your words. I'll try to remember what you said about friendship. Please do. Dumbledore rose as well, his hand extending toward Harry in what seemed like genuine warmth. "My door is always open, Harry. Whatever challenges you face, you don't have to face them alone." Harry shook the offered hand, feeling the old wizard's magic buzz against his blood senses, ancient, powerful, but not hostile. Whatever Dumbledore's plans for him, the man genuinely believed he was acting in Harry's best interests. That made him more dangerous, not less. True believers were always harder to predict than simple villains. "Good night, Headmaster." "Good night, Harry. Sleep well." Harry descended the spiral staircase, collected his hidden companions, and walked with measured calm until they were 3 corridors away from Dumbledore's office. Only then did he allow himself to exhale. "That was terrifying," Neville whispered. "He was looking right at us at one point. I could have sworn he saw through the concealment." "He might have." Harry held out his hand, and Hermione passed him the cloak. The fabric flowed over his fingers like liquid moonlight, resonating with his blood in a way that made his skin hum. "But he didn't stop us. Either his wards failed, or he let us take it," Hermione finished grimly. "Another piece on his game board, moving the way he expects. Perhaps." Harry tucked the cloak inside his robes, feeling it settle against his chest like a missing limb restored. "But now I have what's mine. Whatever game he's playing, I'm not unarmed anymore." They walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, the castle's shadows seeming to welcome them home. The Hollow Court watchers marked the cloak's movement with satisfaction. 1 Hallow claimed, 2 remaining. The contract was progressing. November brought rain and cold and a deepening investigation. Harry studied the cloak every night, using blood magic techniques to map its construction and understand its properties. The Peveril Journal provided context. The cloak was the 3rd Hallow, given to Ignotus by Death himself, capable of concealment so complete that even Death's servants couldn't penetrate it. Not invisibility, Harry realized. Escape. Ignotus had wanted escape, from death, from notice, from the consequences of his brother's bargains. The cloak provided all of those things, wrapping its wearer in the certainty of being overlooked. Harry found it fascinating. And deeply useful. Under the cloak's concealment, he was able to explore parts of Hogwarts that would otherwise have been impossible to access. He mapped the castle's hidden passages, discovered rooms that didn't appear on any official diagram, and found places where the ancient magic ran so deep that even his blood senses couldn't fully parse what was happening. One such place was a room on the 7th floor. He found it by accident, pacing the corridor while following an unusual magical signature. The wall had suddenly produced a door that hadn't existed moments before, and Harry had stepped through into a space that defied conventional architecture. The room of requirement. The chamber that became whatever its visitor needed. Harry had needed a training space. The room had provided one, an arena sized for combat practice, equipped with targets and obstacles and everything necessary for a goblin-trained warrior to maintain his edge. He returned every night, pushing his body through exercises that would have broken normal first years. The room provided opponents, constructs that fought with increasingly sophisticated techniques, forcing Harry to adapt and improve. It provided weapons, goblin steel replicas that let him practice forms he couldn't demonstrate in public. It provided silence, complete isolation from the castle's watchers, a blind spot in even Dumbledore's surveillance. It also provided something unexpected. One night, after a particularly brutal training session, Harry collapsed against the arena's wall, breathing hard, his muscles screaming with exhaustion. The room shifted around him, the combat space dissolving into something softer, a comfortable sitting room with a fire crackling in the grate. He wasn't alone. A figure sat in the chair opposite, cloaked in shadows that the firelight couldn't penetrate. Harry's hand moved toward his blade, blood magic rising in response to potential threat. "Peace," the figure said. The voice was familiar, the same voice that had spoken to him that first night in the dormitory. "We're not here to harm you, little heir. We're here to explain." The Hollow Court. Harry didn't lower his guard. You've been following me since I claimed the Peveril inheritance. Following is imprecise. We've been waiting. As we've waited since your ancestors made their bargain. The figure leaned forward, and Harry caught glimpses of something beneath the shadows, features that might have been human once but had transcended such limitations long ago. The time for waiting is ending. You've claimed the first Hallow. The contract stirs. What contract, exactly? The journal speaks of bargains and prices, but never specifies what was agreed. The figure's laugh was like wine through dead leaves. The Peverils were desperate and clever, as we said before. They came to us seeking power over death, not immortality, which is a fool's wish, but mastery. The ability to command death's domain as they commanded the living world. And you gave them that power? We gave them tools. The wand, to slay without consequence. The stone, to summon what was lost. The cloak, to hide from death's notice. The figure spread shadowy hands. In exchange, we received a promise. When the three Hallows were united by one of their blood, that air would serve as our bridge, a connection between our realm and yours, through which we could finally expand. Harry's blood ran cold. You want to use me to invade this world? Invade is such a limited concept. The figure's tone was almost gentle. We want to exist here. To be more than shadows and whispers, more than patience and watching. Your world is so full of life, little heir. So much potential, so much vitality. We merely want to share it. By taking it. By being part of it. The distinction matters. The figure leaned back, shadows concealing its features once more. But the contract is not yet complete. 2 Hallows remain unclaimed. You have choices still, paths that don't lead to our emergence. We're patient, but we're not inflexible. Impress us, and perhaps we'll renegotiate. Impress you how? Survive. Grow. Become something worthy of the power you'll eventually command. The figure's voice dropped to something almost conspiratorial. Your ancestor Ignotus escaped us through cleverness and luck. He died at the proper time, rendering himself useless as a bridge. His descendants learned from his example, avoiding the Hallows, diluting the blood, breaking the chain. But you. The shadows seem to smile. You're different. The goblins made you different. You won't hide from power. You'll reach for it. And when I reach, you'll be waiting. Always. The figure stood, shadows flowing around it like a living cloak. We'll meet again, Harry Potter Peveril. Until then, know that we watch with interest. The stone waits in a house of poison. The wand passes from corpse to corpse. When you're ready to claim them, we'll be there. The figure dissolved into darkness. The room of requirement shifted back to its training configuration. Harry stood alone, blood magic humming beneath his skin, mind racing through implications. The Hollow Court wanted him. They'd been waiting for centuries for a Peveril heir who would pursue the Hallows instead of avoiding them. His goblin training, his aggressive pursuit of power and capability, made him exactly what they'd been hoping for. He should have been terrified. A part of him was. But another part, the part that Griphook had honed over 9 years of relentless training, saw opportunity. The court had revealed themselves. They had weaknesses, they needed him, specifically him, to complete the contract. That meant leverage. That meant negotiating position. That meant options. Harry left the room of requirement with a new understanding of his situation. He wasn't just playing games with Dumbledore and Voldemort. He was caught in a contest that had been running for centuries, a cosmic chess match where he was simultaneously pawn and potential king. The question was whether he could find a way to flip the board entirely. The Christmas holidays approached with startling speed. Harry had declined to return to Gringotts, the Rotfong situation remained unresolved, and he wasn't confident he could enter Goblin territory safely. Instead, he'd arranged to stay at Hogwarts, ostensibly to study but actually to continue his investigation of the stone and the castle's secrets. Hermione had protested his isolation, insisting he should spend Christmas with her family. The offer was touching but impractical. A goblin-trained warrior wouldn't fit comfortably into a muggle household, and Harry had no desire to spend weeks pretending to be something he wasn't. Neville was spending the holiday with his grandmother, though his expression when discussing the trip suggested he'd rather face another troll. Luna had invited him to her home, which he'd politely declined for reasons that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with his growing awareness that he couldn't protect multiple locations simultaneously. "You're going to be alone for Christmas," Hermione said flatly, the night before departure. They were in their usual corner of the common room, the fire burning low, most students already in bed. "Actually alone. That's terrible. I've been alone before. The goblins don't celebrate human holidays. That doesn't make it less terrible." Hermione's voice held an edge of real distress. "Harry, you saved a girl's life. You've been helping me and Neville with everything. You're part of something now. You shouldn't be alone on Christmas." "I won't be entirely alone. Luna's staying as well, something about her father needing to travel for his newspaper. We've been coordinating our schedules." "Luna." Hermione's expression flickered. "The seer. The one who knows things she shouldn't. She sees what others miss. That's different from knowing." Harry met Hermione's worried gaze with something approaching warmth. "I'll be fine. Use your holiday to rest, spend time with your family, and try not to research too many advanced topics. When you come back, we'll have work to do. Promise you'll write? If anything happens, you'll hear about it." Harry surprised himself by reaching out and squeezing her shoulder, a gesture of comfort he'd seen humans use but never expected to employ. "Go. Enjoy your holiday. That's an order." Hermione's laugh was watery but genuine. "You don't get to give me orders. I'm the warrior. You're the strategist. In matters of personal safety, warriors outrank everyone." Harry's smile was softer than usual. "Goblin rules. Your goblin rules are ridiculous. They've kept me alive this long." Hermione left the next morning with a final fierce hug that Harry endured with only mild discomfort. Neville followed shortly after, extracting a promise that Harry would keep practicing his wand movements. The common room emptied, the castle quieted, and Harry found himself in the strange position of having space to breathe. He used it to train. The room of requirement became his primary residence, configured to provide everything he needed: combat practice, research materials, a bed that was more comfortable than the dormitories, and, most importantly, privacy from the castle's monitoring spells. Luna joined him sometimes, her presence a strange comfort that Harry didn't entirely understand. She would sit in a corner, reading or simply watching, occasionally offering observations that Harry pretended to ignore but always remembered. "You're preparing for war," she said one evening, watching him flow through blade forms that had taken years to master. "I'm maintaining readiness. There's a difference." "Is there?" Luna's voice was dreamy, but her eyes were sharp. "You train like someone expecting battle. You watch the corridors like someone expecting ambush. You sleep with your blade close and your magic ready to wake." She tilted her head. "That's what war looks like, from the inside." Harry finished his form and lowered his blade. "I grew up in a society that's been at war with wizards for 1,000 years. Peace is the exception, not the rule. Being ready for violence isn't paranoia, it's experience. And yet you're here, in a wizard school, surrounded by wizard children, protected by wizard magic." Luna smiled her mysterious smile. "If you expected war with wizards, why come to their heart? To understand the enemy. Is that all?" Harry didn't answer. He wasn't sure he could. Christmas Day arrived with snow and silence. Harry woke to a small pile of gifts at the foot of his bed, a surprise that took a moment to process. The goblins didn't exchange presents, resources flowed based on need and merit, not calendar dates. The concept of receiving things simply because a day demanded it was foreign and uncomfortable. A book from Hermione, Advanced Runic Theory with a detailed inscription expressing hope that it would prove useful. A plant from Neville, some variety that apparently had combat applications, with a note explaining its properties in hesitant handwriting. A hand-drawn card from Luna featuring impossible creatures and a message that seemed to shift when Harry looked at it. And one more package, wrapped in plain brown paper with no identifying marks. Harry examined it with blood senses extended, searching for traps or tracking charms. Finding nothing obvious, he opened it carefully. The Mirror of Erased Manual. A small book, handwritten, explaining the nature of the mirror that Harry had heard mentioned in his research but never encountered directly. According to the text, the mirror showed the deepest desire of whoever looked into it, not the future, not the truth, just pure, unfiltered wanting. There was a note attached. I thought you might find this useful. The mirror is in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, East Wing. What you see there may surprise you. A friend. Harry stared at the note for a long moment. The handwriting was unfamiliar, the phrasing carefully neutral. Someone was guiding him toward the mirror, but who? Dumbledore seemed the obvious answer, but the old wizard's manipulations usually came with plausible deniability, not anonymous gifts. Curious, Luna said from behind him. Harry didn't startle. He'd felt her approach. You know something about this? I know the mirror exists. I know it shows what people want most. Luna settled onto the bed beside him, examining the manual with her peculiar intensity. I also know that what people want most is usually the thing that will destroy them, if they're not careful. That's not encouraging. It's not meant to be. Luna met his eyes. Go. Look. But remember, the mirror shows desire, not destiny. What you see doesn't have to define you. Harry considered her words as he made his way through the silent castle. The 4th floor, East Wing, an area he hadn't fully explored, filled with unused classrooms and forgotten storage spaces. The perfect location for something Dumbledore wanted accessible but not obvious. He found the room without difficulty. The mirror stood alone in the empty space, its surface dark and quiet, waiting. Harry approached slowly, blood magic ready, every sense alert for traps. The frame was ornate, covered with runes he didn't recognize, surrounding a reflective surface that seemed to swallow light rather than return it. He stepped in front of it. The mirror bloomed with color. Harry saw himself, but older, 16 or 17, perhaps. He wore goblin steel armor over wizard robes, the hybrid style he'd often imagined but never seen anyone wear. The Peveril ring gleamed on his finger. A wand and blade hung at his side. Power radiated from him, visible as a shimmer in the air. And around him stood a crowd of figures. Griphook, older and battle-scarred but smiling with genuine warmth. Ragnarok, his expression proud and approving. Bloodfang, her hatred transformed into something like respect. Goblin warriors Harry had trained beside, had bled with, had never thought to see again. Beside them stood Hermione, brilliant and fierce, a leader in her own right. Neville, transformed from anxious boy to confident warrior. Luna, her dreaming eyes focused and clear. And behind all of them, shimmering at the edges of visibility, were his parents. James and Lily Potter, watching their son with love that death hadn't diminished. Harry stared at the image, his chest tight with emotion he didn't know how to process. This was his deepest desire. A world where he was accepted by everyone, where the goblins forgave his exile, where his friends stood with him, where his parents somehow returned. It was impossible. It was childish. It was everything he'd told himself he didn't need. He wanted it anyway. Powerful, isn't it? Harry spun, blade already drawn. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression gentle, no wand in sight. I've watched many people stand before this mirror, the old wizard continued, as if Harry hadn't just nearly attacked him. Men who saw themselves surrounded by gold. Women who saw loved ones returned from death. Children who saw themselves grown and powerful and free. His voice softened. What do you see, Harry? Harry considered lying. It would have been the tactical choice: reveal nothing, maintain advantage. But something about the mirror's revelation had stripped away his usual calculations. I see a world where I belong, he said quietly. Where I don't have to choose between my training and my humanity. Where everything I've lost can somehow be restored. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The deepest desire of someone raised between two worlds. The wish to reconcile what seems irreconcilable. He moved into the room, approaching the mirror with the caution of someone who knew its dangers. I won't tell you what I see. That's my burden to carry. But I will tell you this: the happiest person in the world would look into this mirror and see only themselves, exactly as they are. Then happiness is about acceptance. Contentment with the present. Perhaps. Or perhaps happiness is simply not wanting what you don't have. Dumbledore turned to face him, his blue eyes holding something that looked almost like respect. You're remarkable, Harry. Not because of what the prophecy says, or what the goblins trained you to be, but because you continue to feel despite everything you've experienced. That's rarer than you know. I was taught that emotion is weakness. Then you were taught wrong. Dumbledore's voice held absolute certainty. Emotion is not weakness. It is the very essence of strength. Love, loyalty, hope, these are the things that endure when power fails. They are what separate us from the dark. Harry thought about the Hollow Court, waiting in their shadows. About Voldemort, hiding in Quirrell's body. About all the forces that wanted him for his power rather than his person. And if emotion can be exploited? If caring about people creates vulnerabilities? Then you must be strong enough to care anyway. Dumbledore smiled, suddenly looking less like a manipulative chess master and more like a very tired old man. I've made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Most of them came from choosing power over love, security over connection. I don't recommend that path. He turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. The mirror will be moved tomorrow. I would advise not seeking it out again. It has driven better men than either of us to madness. Dumbledore's expression held a hint of warning. Some desires are better left unexamined. Focus on the present, on the people around you, on the good you can do right now. The future will take care of itself. He left, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Harry stood alone before the mirror, watching the impossible image of his deepest wish. His parents smiled at him. His friends stood ready. The goblins offered acceptance he'd never actually received. He wanted it. All of it. Despite everything the goblins had taught him about desire being a chain, about wanting being a weakness, about strength coming from self-sufficiency. Maybe that was the lesson. Maybe the mirror showed him not what he should pursue, but what he needed to accept about himself. He was not purely goblin, no matter how hard he tried to become so. Part of him was still human. Part of him still wanted love and belonging and family. Part of him would always be the terrified 2-year-old who'd been torn from one world and thrust into another. That part wasn't a weakness. It was the foundation of everything else. Harry turned away from the mirror and walked out of the room. He didn't look back. But he held the image in his memory, a reminder of what he was fighting for. Not power. Not survival. Not the fulfillment of ancient contracts or the satisfaction of patient watchers. Connection. Belonging. A world where he could be both warrior and human, both goblin-trained and wizard-born, both the Peveril heir and simply Harry. That was worth fighting for. That was worth the risk. The war was still coming. But now Harry knew what he was willing to protect, and what he would become to protect it. The new year brought renewed purpose. Harry returned to his investigation with fresh eyes, approaching the Philosopher's Stone mystery not as a tactical puzzle but as a test. Could he solve this without violence? Could he protect what needed protecting without becoming the weapon everyone expected him to be? The information from his fall investigation painted a clear picture. The stone was real, hidden beneath the school, protected by a series of defenses contributed by various professors. Quirrell was seeking it, driven by something that lived inside him, something connected to Harry's scar, something that Harry increasingly suspected was Voldemort himself, reduced to a parasitic existence. Snape was involved somehow, though his role remained unclear. The potion's master watched Harry with intensity that suggested knowledge of things that shouldn't have been his to know. He seemed to be monitoring Quirrell as well, which could mean alliance or opposition or something more complicated. And Dumbledore orchestrated everything from above, moving pieces with the casual certainty of a grandmaster who knew all possible outcomes. The question, Harry said during one of their Room of Requirement meetings, is what they all want the stone for. Dumbledore clearly isn't using it. If he were, Flamel wouldn't still be alive. Quirrell wants it for whatever's controlling him. But why would anyone risk confrontation with Dumbledore over an immortality artifact? Because immortality isn't the only thing the stone can do, Luna said from her corner. It transforms. It perfects. It makes the impossible possible. Her eyes were distant, focused on something only she could see. There are applications beyond gold and elixir. Dark applications. The kind that books don't mention because even writing about them risks spreading the knowledge. Such as resurrection. True resurrection, not the shadows that necromancy produces. Luna's voice dropped. For someone who's lost their body, who exists only as a spirit, the stone could rebuild what death destroyed. Harry went cold. Voldemort wants to use it to return to life. That's the desire I sense. The creature wearing Professor Quirrell hungers for flesh, for permanence, for a return to power. Luna shivered. He's not complete, pieces of him are scattered, hidden, protecting him from true death. But a body would let him gather those pieces. A body would let him wage war again. Horcruxes. Harry had read about them in the restricted section materials Hermione had acquired. Voldemort split his soul to avoid death. Multiple times. The Raxburts near him taste wrong, fragmented, torn, incomplete. Luna's expression twisted with something like disgust. He's not human anymore. Hasn't been for a very long time. Harry stood, pacing the room as his mind worked through implications. Voldemort couldn't be killed conventionally, not while his Horcruxes existed. But if he gained a new body through the stone, he could begin reclaiming his power immediately. We have to stop him from getting the stone. Not because of what it represents, but because of what he'll do with it. Stopping him means confrontation. Direct confrontation, probably. Luna watched him pace. Are you ready for that? I was trained for exactly that. The question is whether I can do it without starting a war I can't finish. Harry paused, calculations running through his mind. If I act too aggressively, I expose myself. If I reveal too much capability, Dumbledore will increase his efforts to control me. If I move too slowly, Voldemort gets what he wants. Then don't act alone. Harry turned to face her. What do you mean? You keep thinking like a goblin, isolated, self-reliant, calculating every move for personal advantage. Luna's smile was gentle. But you're not alone anymore. Hermione and Neville believe in you. I see possibilities around you that I've never seen around anyone else. The castle itself watches you with something like hope. She rose, crossing to stand before him. Stop trying to handle everything yourself. That's not strength. That's fear disguised as competence. Harry stared at her, her strange eyes reflecting truths he hadn't wanted to face. If I involve them, I put them at risk. They're already at risk. You're not the only person Voldemort threatens. Luna placed her hand over his heart. Feel that? That's the thing the goblins couldn't train out of you. The part that wants to protect, even when protection means asking others to stand with you. That's not, it is. And it's not weakness. Luna's voice was firm despite its dreamlike quality. The Peveril brothers failed because they each pursued their goals alone. Antioch sought power and died for it. Cadmus sought love and lost himself to grief. Ignotus sought escape and merely postponed the inevitable. She stepped back, her expression turning prophetic. You have a chance to do something different. To unite instead of divide. To share power instead of hoarding it. And if that's what the Hollow Court wants. If unity is exactly what completes their contract. Then at least you'll face them with allies. Which is more than your ancestors ever had. Luna returned to her corner, settling back into her reading. Think about it. The choice is yours. Harry thought about it. Through the rest of Christmas break, through the return of his friends, through the increasingly tense atmosphere as winter deepened. He thought about what it meant to trust. What it meant to share burdens. What it meant to be something other than a lone weapon in a world full of threats. And slowly, painfully, he began to change. Hermione noticed first. You're different, she said, watching him explain blood magic theory to Neville in their usual study session. More open. Like you've decided something. I have decided something. Harry finished sketching a runic diagram and looked up at his friends. I've been treating you as assets. Calculating your usefulness, managing information flow, keeping you at arm's length because that's what goblins do with everyone who isn't blood family. We noticed, Neville said dryly. Though we assumed you'd eventually get over it. I'm trying to. Harry set down his quill. What's coming, with Quirrell, with the stone, with everything else, I can't handle it alone. More importantly, I don't want to handle it alone. You've earned more than my strategic consideration. You've earned my trust. Hermione's expression softened. That's quite an admission, coming from you. It's not easy. The goblins would call me weak for saying it out loud. Harry shrugged. Maybe they'd be right. But Luna pointed out that the Peveril brothers all failed because they worked alone. I'd rather be weak and supported than strong and isolated. Luna again. Hermione's voice held a complicated note. You've been spending a lot of time with her. She sees things. Important things. Harry met Hermione's gaze steadily. She told me you're going to be very important someday. That you have potential beyond what you currently imagine. Hermione flushed. I'm just a first year with good study habits. You're a brilliant witch with an extraordinary mind and no respect for conventional limitations. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. In Goblin society, those traits would mark you as a future leader. Don't let wizard prejudice convince you otherwise. Neville leaned forward. And me? Did Luna say anything about my future? She said your grandmother is wrong about almost everything that matters. Harry softened his tone. I've seen you in training, Neville. You have more magical potential than you realize. Your problem isn't ability, it's confidence. Someone convinced you that you're worthless, and you've been living down to that expectation ever since. Neville's eyes glistened. My uncle Algy used to try to force magic out of me. He dropped me out a window once, my magic barely saved me. Gran always said I was lucky to have any power at all, given how late it manifested. Late manifestation often indicates greater reserves. The magic takes longer to emerge because there's more of it building pressure. Harry had learned this from Blood Fong, who'd spent years explaining magical theory. You're not weak. You're a reservoir that hasn't been tapped. And when you learn to access what you're holding back, you're going to surprise everyone. Neville stared at him. Hermione wiped at her eyes. The room felt charged with something that Harry didn't have a name for, connection, perhaps, or the beginnings of real unity. So what happens now? Hermione asked. You've decided to trust us. What does that mean for the investigation? Harry took a breath. Then he told them everything. The Peveril heritage. The Hollow Court. The Hallows and the ancient contract. His suspicions about Quirrell, about Voldemort's survival, about the stone's true significance. The revelation that Horcruxes existed and that destroying Voldemort would require finding and eliminating them. When he finished, silence filled the room. That's... Hermione trailed off, overwhelmed. A lot. I know. Harry waited. Ancient beings older than wizardry. Neville's voice was faint. Soul fragments scattered across the world. A dead Dark Lord possessing our defense teacher. And a contract that might require me to serve as a bridge between worlds if I'm not careful about how I proceed. Harry nodded grimly. The situation is complicated. Complicated. Hermione laughed, the sound slightly hysterical. Harry, this is beyond anything I imagined. I thought we were dealing with a school mystery, maybe some political intrigue. Not cosmic-level threats and ancient magical contracts. Welcome to my life. Harry's smile was thin. Still want to be involved? He expected hesitation. Uncertainty. The reasonable calculation that this was too dangerous, too overwhelming, too far beyond what first years should be handling. What he got was Hermione squaring her shoulders and Neville clenching his fists with sudden determination. You're our friend, Hermione said firmly. Whatever's coming, you're not facing it alone. What she said. Neville's voice was stronger than Harry had ever heard it. Besides, my gran's always saying Longbottoms don't back down from challenges. About time I started living up to the name. Harry felt something shift in his chest. The weight of isolation, the burden he'd carried since leaving Gringotts, lightened. Not eliminated, not entirely, but reduced by the simple act of sharing. All right then. He gathered his notes, his plans, his scattered intelligence. Here's what we know, and here's what we need to find out. If we're going to stop Voldemort from getting the stone, we need to move soon. How soon? Hermione asked. Harry thought about Quirrell's increasing agitation, about Snape's watchfulness, about the growing tension he felt every time he passed the third-floor corridor. Before the end of term, he said. One way or another, this ends before summer. His friends nodded, accepting the timeline, committing to the cause. The war was coming. But for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry didn't feel like a lone soldier. He had allies. He had friends. He had people who would stand with him when darkness came. That changed everything. Chapter 2 and Ayush, Chapter 2 is complete at approximately. This chapter establishes the aftermath of the troll attack and Harry's exposure as more capable than he appeared. Luna Lovegood as a genuine seer and unexpected ally, the invisibility cloak acquisition and the dynamics with Dumbledore, the Hollow Court's explicit revelation of their goals, Harry's character development from isolated weapon to someone capable of trust, the Mirror of Erased scene. Showing Harry's deepest desires, the formation of a true alliance with Hermione, Neville, and Luna. Chapter 3, Lessons in Blood. February arrived with bitter cold and mounting tension. Harry felt it in the air, a thickening of magical currents, a sharpening of attention from forces he couldn't fully identify. Quirrell had grown more erratic in his classes, the stutter slipping occasionally to reveal something harder beneath. Snape watched Harry with an intensity that had evolved from hostility into something more complicated. And Dumbledore, always Dumbledore, observed everything from his position of quiet authority, his plans running beneath the surface like underground rivers. The training sessions in the Room of Requirement had taken on new urgency. Harry no longer practiced alone. Hermione and Neville joined him most evenings, learning the fundamentals of combat magic that Hogwarts would never teach. Luna drifted in and out, her presence unpredictable but her insights invariably valuable. Your footwork is improving, Harry told Neville after a particularly demanding session. The other boy had just completed a defensive sequence without stumbling, his wand movements crisp and controlled. Another month and you'll be able to hold your own against most fifth years. Neville wiped sweat from his forehead, breathing hard but grinning. Never thought I'd hear anyone say that about me. That's because no one ever trained you properly. Your grandmother focused on theory and etiquette, goblin training focuses on survival. Harry tossed Neville a water flask. The magic you're learning now will save your life someday. Remember that when it feels impossible. Across the room, Hermione was practicing the blood ward detection Harry had taught her. Her wand traced intricate patterns in the air, leaving trails of faint silver light that mapped the magical currents flowing through the castle. "There's something wrong on the 3rd floor," she announced, not looking up from her work. "The wards are stressed, like something's been testing them repeatedly." Quirrell's getting impatient. Harry moved to examine her findings, impressed despite himself at how quickly she'd mastered the technique. The protections are holding, but they won't last forever. Especially if he finds a way to bypass them entirely. "We need to know what's down there," Neville said. "Not just the dog, what comes after. If we're going to stop him, we need to understand the defenses." Harry had been thinking the same thing. Their last visit to Fluffy's chamber had revealed the trapdoor but nothing more. To plan properly, they needed comprehensive intelligence. "Luna says the protections were created by the professors," Hermione continued. "Each one contributed something based on their specialty. If we can identify the contributors, we can guess what kinds of defenses they created. McGonagall for transfiguration. Flitwick for charms. Sprout for herbology, possibly." Harry ran through the staff list mentally. "Snape for potions, almost certainly. And Quirrell for defense, which presents obvious problems if he's the one trying to get through. There's also Dumbledore," Neville pointed out. "He wouldn't trust something this important entirely to others." The mirror. The realization hit Harry with sudden clarity. The mirror of Eriste, Dumbledore moved it after Christmas. He said it would be somewhere more secure. What if he moved it to the final chamber as the last protection? Hermione's eyes widened. "A mirror that shows your deepest desire, protecting the one object that grants immortality. Anyone who wants the stone desperately enough to reach it would see themselves with it in the mirror, but they couldn't get it out. Unless they didn't want to use it," Harry finished. "Unless they wanted to find it but not for themselves." The implications hung in the air between them. Dumbledore's defense was elegant, potentially unbreakable, but only against a certain type of threat. Someone with pure motives could theoretically retrieve the stone. Someone like Harry. "He's setting you up," Hermione said quietly. "Dumbledore. He knows you might go after the stone to prevent Voldemort from getting it. The mirror defense is designed to let you succeed, while also testing whether my motives are pure." Harry's jaw tightened. Everything's a test with him. Every situation is an opportunity to evaluate, to manipulate, to shape. "So what do we do?" Harry considered the question carefully. The tactical answer was obvious: refuse to play Dumbledore's game, let events unfold naturally, preserve his secrets and his independence. But tactical answers weren't always the right ones. Sometimes the manipulation led somewhere you needed to go anyway. "We prepare for the confrontation," he decided. "We gather intelligence, we train, we make ourselves ready. And when Quirrell makes his move, because he will, eventually, we'll be there to stop him. Even if that's what Dumbledore wants. Even then." Harry met Hermione's worried gaze steadily. "The goblins taught me that the best way to defeat a manipulator is to make their manipulation serve your purposes. Dumbledore wants me to protect the stone. Fine. I'll protect it, on my terms, for my reasons, in my way. And if he tries to control the outcome?" Harry's smile was sharp. "Then he'll learn what the goblins learned about me. I don't stay controlled for long." The defense against the dark arts classroom felt different that morning. Harry noticed it the moment he crossed the threshold, a sharpening of magical pressure, a thickening of the air that made his scar twinge with warning heat. Quirrell stood at the front of the room, his turban slightly askew, his stutter more pronounced than usual. But beneath the performance, something was watching. Something that recognized Harry as clearly as Harry recognized it. Today we'll be practicing the knockback jinx, Quirrell announced, gesturing to the open space where desks had been pushed aside. Partner up and take turns casting. Students shuffled into pairs. Harry found himself facing Neville, which was intentional. They'd agreed that training together publicly would mask how advanced they'd become privately. The goal was to look competent but not exceptional. Flipendo, Neville cast, his wand movement slightly off in a way that looked accidental but was carefully designed to reduce power. Harry absorbed the weak impact, stumbling backward just enough to seem affected. Good. My turn. He made his own cast equally underwhelming. Neville fell, recovered, and they repeated the exchange with the methodical rhythm of students who were trying but struggling. Quirrell circulated the room, offering corrections and occasional praise. When he reached Harry and Neville, he paused, something flickering behind his eyes. Mr. Potter. Your form is adequate. But I sense you're holding back. Harry kept his expression neutral. Professor. You move like someone with training. Our real training, not just classroom practice. Quirrell's stutter seemed to slip, the words coming faster than his nervous performance would suggest. I wonder what else you might be capable of. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor. Harry let confusion color his voice. I'm just trying to do the spell correctly. Of course. Course. Quirrell moved on, but Harry felt those eyes, not Quirrell's eyes, the other eyes, the ones that lived behind his face, lingering on him with predatory interest. After class, Hermione caught up with him in the corridor. Did you feel that? When Quirrell was watching you, the air went cold. I've never experienced anything like it. He knows. Harry kept his voice low. Whatever's possessing him, it's figured out I'm not what I appear to be. We need to accelerate our timeline. How much? Days, not weeks. Harry glanced back toward the classroom, where Quirrell was packing up his materials with deliberate slowness. He's going to make his move soon. I can feel it. That evening, a message arrived by House Elf. Harry was in the common room, ostensibly working on homework, when a small creature popped into existence beside him and pressed a sealed envelope into his hands. The elf vanished before Harry could ask questions, leaving him with a letter bearing the seal of Gringotts. His blood ran cold. The seal was authentic, he could feel it resonating with the blood magic in his veins. But communications from Gringotts had been cut off since his exile declaration. For a message to reach him now meant something significant had changed. He opened the envelope carefully, blood senses extended for traps or tracking charms. The letter inside was brief: the Rotfong situation has been resolved. You are no longer considered exile. A council meeting is scheduled for the summer solstice to formalize your status. Ragnarok sends his regards. The attached package requires immediate attention. Griphook Harry stared at the words, processing their implications. The exile had ended. Whatever civil war had been brewing within the Goblin nation, it had concluded, and concluded in his favor, apparently. He was welcome again. The attached package was small, wrapped in enchanted leather. Harry unwrapped it carefully, revealing a silver ring inscribed with runes he recognized immediately. A communication ring. Keyed to his blood, enchanted for secure transmission across any distance. The Goblins used them for field operatives, warriors deployed behind enemy lines who needed to report without risk of interception. They still considered him one of theirs. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling it warm against his skin as the blood magic bonded to his essence. A moment later, Griphook's voice echoed in his mind. Can you hear me? Harry focused on the ring, projecting his response. Clearly. What happened with the Rotfong? Kragner overreached. He attempted to seize the treasury during a council session, claimed the director had been corrupted by human influence and needed to be removed. Griphook's mental voice carried grim satisfaction. He underestimated how many clans your training had won over. The vote went against him, and traditional justice followed. He's dead. Thoroughly. A pause. The director wants you to know that your place in the nation is secure. When you're ready to return, there will be no obstacles. Harry felt something ease in his chest, tension he hadn't fully acknowledged, the constant background fear that his home was closed to him forever. Thank him for me. And thank you, for sending the message. Thank yourself. You're the one who proved that a human could earn goblin loyalty. Another pause, this one thoughtful. There's been discussion about the Peveril situation. Some elders believe you should claim the other Hallows before the surface wizards realize their significance. The goblins know about the Hallows. We know about everything valuable. The Wand of Destiny, the Resurrection Stone, your cloak, they're recorded in our archives, along with the theories about what happens when they're united. Griphook's tone grew cautious. The Court of Hollows is mentioned as well. Old warnings about deals with powers that predate the Sundering. Be careful, ward brother. Some inheritances come with prices that can't be calculated. I've already met them. The Hollow Court. They've made their interest known. Silence on the other end of the connection. Then, you survived an encounter with entities that old and you're still yourself. They want me intact. I'm more useful that way, for now. Harry glanced around the common room, confirming he was still unobserved. I'll be careful. But I need to handle the situation here before I can focus on the broader picture. The stone. And what's hunting it? Harry made a decision. If I need extraction, can you arrange it? Within 6 hours of request. The director has already approved contingency protocols. Warmth crept into Griphook's mental voice. Don't die, ward brother. I haven't finished teaching you everything. I'll do my best. The connection faded, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The exile was over. He had allies again, real allies, with resources and capabilities that dwarfed what he could muster on his own. The tactical situation had shifted dramatically. But it hadn't changed the immediate problem. Voldemort was still possessing Quirrell. The stone was still in danger. And somewhere in the castle, ancient watchers were still waiting for Harry to make his move. One crisis at a time. March brought unexpected complications. The complications came in the form of Draco Malfoy, whose family had apparently recovered from their financial embarrassment enough to launch a counteroffensive. Harry found himself summoned to McGonagall's office one morning, arriving to find not just the head of Gryffindor but Snape as well, their expressions suggesting impending unpleasantness. Mr. Potter. McGonagall gestured to a chair. Please sit. We have matters to discuss. Harry sat, his blood magic senses cataloging the room's magical currents. Nothing immediately hostile, but tension saturated the air like smoke before a fire. A complaint has been filed with the Board of Governors, McGonagall continued. Mr. Malfoy's father has raised concerns about your presence at Hogwarts, citing the unconventional nature of your upbringing. Unconventional. Harry kept his voice neutral. Is that what we're calling it? Lucius Malfoy has called it considerably worse. Snape's voice cut through the room, silky and cold. He's alleging that a child raised by goblins presents a danger to other students. That your combat training makes you unsuitable for an educational environment. That the incident with the troll demonstrates a capacity for violence that requires containment. The incident where I saved a student's life. The incident where you killed a full-grown mountain troll with techniques that haven't been seen in Britain since the last Goblin Rebellion. Snape's black eyes bored into Harry's. Malfoy isn't wrong about that being unusual. He's merely wrong about what it means. Harry studied the potion's master, trying to read the currents beneath the hostile surface. Snape had opposed him from the moment he'd arrived, but this felt different. Less like personal animosity and more like warning. What does the board intend to do? Harry asked. They've scheduled a hearing for next week. McGonagall's voice was tight with barely controlled anger. You'll be required to demonstrate that you pose no threat to the school community. Failure to satisfy their concerns could result in expulsion. On what grounds? Dangerous magical abilities incompatible with student status. McGonagall's expression flickered. It's unprecedented, but the board has broad authority. And Lucius Malfoy has considerable influence. Harry considered his options. He could fight the hearing, present evidence, argue his case, trust the process. But the process was controlled by people like Malfoy, people who saw goblins as lesser creatures and Harry as a contaminated anomaly. Or he could go around the process entirely. Has anyone considered, Harry said carefully, what the Goblin Nation's response might be if I'm expelled for crimes that amount to being raised by them? Silence. McGonagall and Snape exchanged glances that held entire conversations. The goblins control wizard banking, Harry continued. They process every financial transaction in magical Britain. They hold vaults containing wealth that most families have accumulated over centuries. He let his voice drop. And they've just concluded a civil war that strengthened the position of their most aggressive faction. How do you think they'd respond to an insult of this magnitude? You're threatening the Board of Governors with goblin retaliation. McGonagall's voice was carefully controlled. I'm pointing out consequences that they may not have considered. The goblins raised me as one of their own. I'm not just a former ward, I'm a recognized warrior of the nation. Harry met her eyes. An attack on my status is an attack on theirs. They won't ignore it. Snape leaned forward, his expression unreadable. And what would you have us do with this information, Potter? Ensure the board understands the full picture before they make decisions they'll regret. Harry stood, the conversation clearly reaching its useful end. I'll attend the hearing. I'll answer their questions. But if they choose to make an enemy of me, they should know who else they're making enemies of. He left the office, feeling both professors' eyes on his back. It had been a calculated risk, playing the goblin card so openly. But Malfoy's attack required a response that demonstrated strength without actual violence. Let them think about goblin vaults and goblin steel and goblin memories that stretched back 1,000 years. Let them calculate whether one boy's expulsion was worth risking everything they'd built. Politics was just warfare by other means. Harry had learned that lesson early. The board hearing arrived faster than Harry expected. The venue was a formal chamber in the Ministry of Magic, accessed through a fireplace connection that left Harry slightly disoriented. He'd never traveled by flow before, the goblins preferred more reliable methods, and the spinning sensation was deeply unpleasant. But he recovered quickly, stepping into the chamber with the measured confidence that Griphook had spent years drilling into him. Show no weakness. Concede no ground. Make them work for every inch. The Board of Governors sat in an elevated arc, 12 witches and wizards whose combined political weight could crush most opponents. Lucius Malfoy occupied the central position, his silver hair gleaming, his expression carrying the satisfied smirk of a man who expected victory. Harry stood alone in the defendant's position. Dumbledore was present but silent, his role apparently limited to observation. McGonagall sat with the Hogwarts contingent, her face pale with anger that she was barely controlling. This hearing will come to order. Malfoy's voice echoed through the chamber. We are gathered to consider the continued enrollment of Harry Potter, in light of concerns regarding his upbringing, his capabilities, and his suitability for education alongside normal wizarding children. Normal. The word dripped with implication. Harry filed it away for later use. Mr. Potter has been accused of demonstrating combat capabilities far beyond his stated age and education level, Malfoy continued. The methods he employed against a mountain troll last October have been identified as traditional goblin killing techniques, techniques that are legally restricted and culturally associated with violence against wizards. I was unaware that saving a student's life required legal justification, Harry said, his voice cutting through the chamber. Malfoy's smirk flickered. You are not yet recognized to speak, Mr. Potter. Then recognize me. Or explain to this chamber why you're afraid of a first year answering questions. Harry let the challenge hang in the air. Unless the purpose of this hearing isn't to determine truth but to reach a predetermined conclusion. Murmurs ran through the gallery. Several board members shifted uncomfortably. Malfoy's expression tightened. Very well. The accused may speak. Harry stepped forward, claiming the center of the room. You want to know if I'm dangerous? Yes. I am. I was raised by a warrior society that doesn't coddle its young. I learned to fight before I learned to read. I can kill in ways that most wizards have never imagined. Shocked silence. Harry let it stretch before continuing. But dangerous isn't the same as threat. Every professor at Hogwarts is dangerous, that's why they're trusted to teach defense and combat magic to children. The question isn't whether I have capabilities, but whether I can be trusted to use them responsibly. He looked directly at Malfoy. And on that point, my record speaks for itself. I've been at Hogwarts for 6 months. In that time, I've saved 1 life, harmed no students, and followed every rule that applies equally to all students. You consort with goblins, another board member said. Creatures that have repeatedly risen against wizard authority. I was raised by goblins. That's not consorting, that's family. Harry kept his voice level despite the anger building beneath his control. And if this board considers goblin ancestry grounds for expulsion, you should know that the nation is watching these proceedings with great interest. They have long memories and creative approaches to expressing displeasure. Is that a threat, Mr. Potter? It's a fact. The goblins control your banking system. They hold your family fortunes in their vaults. Harry let his gaze sweep the board, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. You can choose to make an enemy of someone they consider one of their own. But you should understand the full cost of that choice before you make it. The chamber fell silent. Harry could see calculations running behind several sets of eyes, the dawning realization that this hearing might be more complicated than Malfoy had presented. If I may, Dumbledore said, rising for the first time, I would like to offer the headmaster's perspective. Malfoy's expression soured. The headmaster's position on Mr. Potter's enrollment is already known. Nevertheless, I believe certain facts should be entered into the record. Dumbledore's voice was mild, but it carried the weight of authority that came with decades of influence. Harry Potter is not simply a student at Hogwarts. He is the survivor of the most significant dark magic attack in recent history. He carries protections and legacies that we are only beginning to understand. Legacies, Malfoy interrupted. You mean the Peveril claim he filed at Gringotts? Among other things. Dumbledore's twinkle had vanished, replaced by something harder. This board may have the authority to expel students, but I would caution against using that authority rashly. Mr. Potter has allies that extend beyond this chamber, beyond Britain, even. Alienating him would have consequences that this board is not prepared to face. The board does not make decisions based on threats, Headmaster. Then make your decision based on evidence. Dumbledore gestured toward Harry. A boy who has violated no rules. Who has endangered no students. Whose only crime is being raised differently than we expected. Is that truly grounds for expulsion? The board members exchanged glances. Harry could see the momentum shifting, Malfoy's certainty crumbling as his colleagues reconsidered their positions. We will deliberate in private, the board chairwoman announced, a thin witch whose name Harry hadn't caught. Mr. Potter, you will be notified of our decision within 72 hours. The hearing ended without resolution, which was a victory in itself. Harry had walked in expecting predetermined condemnation, he walked out with the outcome uncertain. Malfoy intercepted him in the corridor outside. You think you've won something, the older wizard said, his voice pitched low enough that observers couldn't hear. You've merely delayed the inevitable. I have resources you can't imagine, Potter. This isn't over. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. But the next move is yours, Lord Malfoy. Choose it carefully. He paused, something dark flickering in his eyes. I know about the Gringotts' irregularities. I know about the assets transferred during my absence. I know exactly how much gold moved through accounts that your family controlled. Malfoy went pale. You're bluffing. I was raised by goblins. They showed me everything. Harry's smile was thin and sharp. Back off. Leave me alone. Focus your political games on targets who can't destroy you. Because I can, Lord Malfoy. Financially, socially, completely. And I'm running out of patience. He walked away, leaving Malfoy frozen in the corridor. It wasn't over. Harry knew that. But he'd bought time, demonstrated strength, and established that he wasn't the easy target Malfoy had expected. The board's decision came 2 days later. Enrollment continued, with monitoring provisions that Harry promptly ignored. Small victories. Building blocks. The foundation of something larger. April brought warmth and escalation. Quirrell's deterioration became visible to everyone. The stutter grew worse, the turban more askew, the nervous mannerisms more pronounced. But Harry's blood senses told a different story. The entity within was growing stronger, not weaker. The facade was failing because the thing inside no longer cared about maintaining it. He's running out of time, Harry told his allies during a late-night session in the Room of Requirement. Whatever's been sustaining Quirrell's body, it's failing. He needs the stone soon or he loses his host. How soon? Hermione asked. Days, maybe. Weeks at most. Harry paced the room, his mind working through scenarios. We need to be ready to move the moment he does. What's the plan? Neville's voice was steady. Months of training had transformed him from anxious boy to someone who could face danger without flinching. We can't stop him from entering the third-floor corridor, he has legitimate access as a professor. But we can follow him down and ensure he doesn't come back up with the stone. Harry pulled out the map they'd developed, showing the corridor and the known protections. The defenses are designed to slow down, not stop. A determined attacker with time and resources could get through eventually. So we let him do the work of getting through the protections, then confront him. At the end, Hermione said. That's, actually clever. It's efficient. Why solve puzzles ourselves when someone else will solve them for us? Harry's smile was grim. But we need to be prepared for what we'll face. Quirrell alone is a competent wizard. Quirrell with Voldemort's direct guidance is significantly more dangerous. You've said that name before, Luna observed from her corner. Most people won't say it at all. The fear magic on it is quite strong. Names only have power if you give them power. The goblins taught me that, they have words for enemies that they speak proudly, claiming power over the thing named. Harry shrugged. Voldemort is a title he created for himself. I refuse to be afraid of someone else's propaganda. The connection between you and him, Hermione said carefully. Your scar. That's not just a mark, is it? Harry touched his forehead unconsciously. No. There's something there, a link that I don't fully understand. It burns when he's near. Sometimes I catch echoes of his emotions, fragments of his thoughts. He paused, acknowledging a truth he'd avoided speaking aloud. The goblins theorized that the killing curse left a piece of his magic in me. Or possibly something worse. A Horcrux, Luna said softly. There's a piece of his soul in your scar. Everyone went still. You see that? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. I see the wrongness in you. The fragment that doesn't belong, that fights against your natural magic. Luna's eyes were distant, focused on something invisible. It's been there since you were a baby. The goblin's blood magic has contained it, prevented it from influencing you, but it's still there. Waiting. Harry's blood ran cold. He'd suspected, the goblins had hinted at the possibility, but hearing it confirmed was something else entirely. A piece of Voldemort's soul lived inside him. Had lived inside him since he was 15 months old. Can it be removed? Hermione asked, her voice tight with fear she was barely controlling. Not easily. Not safely. Luna's gaze returned to focus, meeting Harry's eyes with something like compassion. The conventional methods would kill him. But there are other ways, older ways. The Hallows were created to master death itself. If the contract is fulfilled, the Hollow Court could remove it, Harry finished. That's one of the reasons they want me to unite the Hallows. Among other reasons. Luna nodded. They're not lying when they say they can help you. They're just not telling you the full price. Harry absorbed this information, filing it away alongside everything else he'd learned about his impossible situation. He was connected to Voldemort. He carried a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. And the only entities who could remove it were ancient powers who wanted to use him as a bridge between worlds. Perfect. Just perfect. Focus on what we can control, he said finally, pushing aside the larger implications. Quirrell. The stone. The immediate threat. We'll deal with the rest after we survive the next few weeks. His friends nodded, accepting his leadership, trusting his judgment even in the face of revelations that should have sent them running. Harry had never been more grateful, or more terrified, of what he might lose. The break came on a Tuesday. Harry was walking back from dinner when his scar erupted with pain so intense that he staggered against a wall. Through the agony, he caught flashes of emotion that weren't his: triumph, anticipation, hungry desire. Quirrell was moving. Harry forced himself upright, ignoring the throbbing in his skull. He reached through the communication ring, sending a burst of information to his allies. Third floor. Now. Quirrell's making his move. He ran. The corridors blurred past as Harry pushed his body to its limits. Students scattered from his path, their confused shouts fading behind him. He took stairs 3 at a time, vaulted railings, cut through passages that most people didn't know existed. The third-floor corridor was empty when he arrived. The door to Fluffy's chamber stood open, the 3-headed dog asleep on the floor with an enchanted harp playing beside it. Quirrell had already gone through. Harry hesitated for only a moment. He should wait for backup. Hermione and Neville would be coming, Luna would be watching, but every second of delay was a second that Voldemort grew closer to his goal. He dropped through the trapdoor. The fall ended in something soft, devil's snare, he recognized immediately, the tendrils already wrapping around his limbs. Harry didn't panic. He focused his magic, generating intense heat through a goblin technique that didn't require a wand, and the plant recoiled from the burning. He landed on a stone floor, found his footing, and moved. The Chamber of Flying Keys was next, a room full of winged keys and broomsticks, with a door that would only open for the correct key. Harry could see which one was right, slightly battered, one wing bent, but he didn't bother with the intended solution. He drew his wand and his blade simultaneously, blasted the lock with raw magical force, and cut through the weakened door with goblin steel. The chess room stopped him for 3 seconds while he evaluated the giant pieces. Then he ignored them entirely, while running along the edge of the board where the enchantment was weakest, and slipped through the far door before the pieces could respond. A troll, already dead, Quirrell's work, and a wall of purple flames. Potions challenge. 7 bottles, one that would let him pass safely. Harry didn't have time to solve the puzzle. He wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak, hoping that Death's own artifact would protect him from enchanted fire, and stepped through. The flames parted around him like water around a stone. The final chamber opened before him. It was smaller than he'd expected, a circular room with the mirror of Eriste at its center. And before the mirror, locked in frustrated communion with his own reflection, stood Professor Quirrell. No stutter now. No nervous mannerisms. The mask had been discarded, revealing the cold intelligence that had always lurked beneath. "I know you're there, Potter." Quirrell's voice echoed through the chamber. The cloak conceals you from sight, but I can feel your scar. The connection works both ways. Harry let the cloak fall, revealing himself 10 feet from his enemy. His wand was in one hand, his blade in the other, every muscle ready for combat. The stone isn't in the mirror, Harry said. Dumbledore enchanted it so only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. You can see yourself with it, but you can't take it. Clever of the old man. But not clever enough. Quirrell turned from the mirror, and Harry got his first clear look at the face that had been hidden beneath pretense all year. It was gaunt, stretched, as if something inside was pushing against the skin. I've spent months studying this puzzle. The solution is simple: find someone who can retrieve the stone for me. And you think I'll help you? Not willingly. Quirrell smiled, and it was the smile of something that had forgotten how humans shaped their faces. But there are ways to compel cooperation. Master, he is here. The voice that answered came from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls, from the air, from the turban that Quirrell was now unwrapping with deliberate slowness. Let me speak to him. Quirrell completed the unwrapping and turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was barely human. Chalk-white skin stretched over a skull-like structure, with red eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. A lipless mouth curved in something that might have been a smile. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. We meet at last. Harry's scar was on fire, but he forced himself to think through the pain. The thing before him was diminished, a parasite clinging to a failing host, but it was still the darkest wizard of the age. Even weakened, Voldemort was dangerous beyond measure. I know what you are, Harry said, his voice steady despite the agony in his forehead. A fragment. A remnant. You're not even fully alive. I am more than you can imagine. Voldemort's voice carried power that pressed against Harry's mind. I have conquered death itself. I have split my soul and scattered the pieces where no enemy can find them. I will rise again, Potter, if not through the stone, then through other means. And when I do, you'll try to kill me. Again. Harry shifted his stance, preparing for combat. How did that work out last time? Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You survived through your mother's sacrifice, a protection I did not anticipate. But protections fade. Love is not infinite. And you. The lipless mouth twisted. You carry a piece of me within you. Don't you feel it? The connection between us? You could be great, Harry Potter. Join me, and I will teach you magics that Dumbledore could never imagine. I was raised by goblins. Harry's smile was sharp and cold. They taught me something your kind never learned: loyalty isn't negotiable. You murdered my parents. Nothing you offer could make me forget that. Then you will die. Voldemort's voice rose. Quirrell. Kill him. Take the stone from his body if you must. Quirrell lunged forward, wand blazing with killing curses. Harry moved. 9 years of training compressed into seconds of violent action. He deflected the first curse with his blade. Goblin steel could block most magic if the angle was right, and returned fire with a blood curse that should have shattered Quirrell's bones. The curse hit but didn't kill. Voldemort's presence was sustaining his host, preventing the body from failing even as dark magic tore through it. Harry adjusted. Lethal force wasn't the answer. Quirrell was already dying. The question was whether he could be disabled before Voldemort could complete his objective. Blade and wand worked in perfect coordination. Harry closed the distance, slipping past curse after curse, driving Quirrell back toward the mirror. The professor was skilled, genuinely skilled, without the pretense of incompetence, but he was fighting 2 battles, one against Harry's assault, and one against a body that was literally falling apart around him. Harry got close enough to strike. His blade arced toward Quirrell's arm, aiming to disarm rather than kill, and Quirrell grabbed him barehanded. The reaction was instantaneous. Quirrell screamed as his hand began to blister, the skin turning black and flaking away. Harry felt something surge through the connection between them, not just pain, but recognition. The piece of Voldemort in his scar and the piece in Quirrell's head were interacting, and the interaction was destroying Quirrell's body. "What is this magic?" Voldemort shrieked. Harry understood with sudden clarity. The protection his mother had given him, enhanced by 9 years of goblin blood magic, was antithetical to Voldemort's fragmented soul. Physical contact between them was lethal, not to Harry, but to whatever vessel Voldemort was wearing. He pressed his advantage. Harry dropped his weapons and grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The professor screamed and thrashed, but Harry held on, feeling the corrupted flesh crumble under his palms. The blood magic in his veins roared in triumph, recognizing an enemy and burning it from existence. "No." Voldemort's voice rose to a wail. "Not again. Not like this." Quirrell collapsed, his body disintegrating, dark magic fleeing from his dying host. Something black and shadowy erupted from the remains, Voldemort's spirit form, forced out, seeking escape. It passed through Harry on its way out. The world went white. Pain beyond anything Harry had ever experienced flooded his consciousness. His scar tore open, blood streaming down his face, and beneath the pain he felt something else, the Horcrux fragment writhing, awakened by its master's presence, fighting against the blood magic that had kept it dormant for a decade. "You are mine," Voldemort's voice screamed inside his head. "You will always be mine." Harry fell to his knees, hands clutching his skull. The internal battle raged, blood magic against soul fragment, goblin training against Dark Lord's corruption. He could feel himself being pulled apart, two forces fighting for control of his body. "Remember who you are," another voice said. "Not Voldemort. Something older. Something patient. Remember what you were forged to become." The Hollow Court. They were watching. They were always watching. And in this moment, as Harry teetered on the edge of losing himself, they offered a choice. "Accept our power. Let us help you drive out the invader. The price is the same as always: complete the contract, unite the Hallows, serve as the bridge." Harry's vision swam with darkness. He could feel the Horcrux winning, could feel his own identity starting to fragment under the assault. "Not yet," he thought at the watching shadows. "Not like this. On my terms or not at all." Something that might have been approval radiated from the Hollow Court's presence. "So be it, little heir. We will wait." They withdrew their offer, but not their observation. And in their absence, Harry found something he hadn't expected: his own strength, unaugmented by ancient powers, forged through years of training and suffering and survival. He was Harry Potter. He was Hadrian Peverell Gringotts. He was a warrior of the Goblin Nation and an heir to powers that predated wizardry. He would not be conquered by a fragment of a broken monster. "Get out," he screamed at the Horcrux. The blood magic responded. Years of goblin conditioning, of blood wards and protective enchantments and ritual cleansing, all surged against the invader. The Horcrux fragment wasn't destroyed, it was too deeply embedded for that, but it was forced back into dormancy, locked behind walls of blood and will and sheer stubborn refusal to be controlled. Harry collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping, bleeding, alive. The chamber fell silent around him. Consciousness returned in fragments. White ceiling. Soft bed. The smell of potions and healing magic. The hospital wing, Harry recognized it before he opened his eyes. "Harry." Hermione's voice, tight with worry. "Don't try to move." Neville, calm but concerned. "He's waking up. I told you he would." Luna, serene as always. Harry opened his eyes and found his friends gathered around his bed. Beyond them, partially obscured by curtains, he could make out other figures: Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, and the distinctive silhouette of Albus Dumbledore. "How long?" His voice came out as a croak. 3 days. Hermione's eyes were red-rimmed. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We found you in the mirror chamber, covered in blood, barely breathing. Dumbledore said you fought Voldemort's spirit directly and survived. Quirrell. Dead. The body was. Neville swallowed. There wasn't much left. Harry processed this information slowly. 3 days unconscious. Quirrell destroyed. Voldemort's spirit fled. The stone. The stone is secure. Dumbledore's voice came from behind the curtain, which he now pushed aside to enter the bedside area. You reached it before Tom could claim it, and your confrontation ended any immediate threat. Flamel has agreed that the stone should be destroyed. He and his wife have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. Dumbledore's expression was complicated, respect warring with concern. You exceeded every expectation I held, Harry. And raised new questions I had not anticipated. The blood magic. Harry managed to sit up despite his protesting body. You saw what happened when I touched Quirrell. I arrived in time to witness the final moments. The protections your mother gave you, enhanced by goblin bloodcraft. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. You've become something new. Neither purely wizard nor purely goblin trained, but a synthesis of both traditions. I'm not certain anyone fully understands what you're capable of. Including me. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. But I'm learning. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Rest now. There will be time for conversations later. The school year is nearly over, and you have earned every accolade that can be given. He withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his friends. The whole school knows, Hermione said quietly. Not everything, Dumbledore kept the details vague, but everyone knows you confronted you-know-who and survived again. You're more famous than ever. Wonderful. Harry's voice was flat with exhaustion. Exactly what I wanted. There's more. Luna's tone held a warning. The shadows have been very active since you woke. They're pleased with you. They feel you've proven something. That I can survive without their help. Harry closed his eyes. That's what they wanted to see. Whether I'd take their offer in a moment of weakness or find my own strength. And now they know you're capable of refusing them. Which makes me more valuable as a willing participant. Harry laughed bitterly. Everything is a test with these ancient powers. Everything is a step in their long game. Then we'll play a long game too. Neville's voice was firm. You taught us that survival is about preparation. So we prepare. For whatever comes next. Harry opened his eyes to look at his friend, this boy who had arrived at Hogwarts believing himself worthless, now speaking of cosmic confrontations with steady resolve. In the span of a single year, Neville had transformed. They all had. When I was lying there, Harry said slowly, after Voldemort's spirit passed through me, I could feel the Horcrux waking up. The piece of his soul that's been dormant since I was a baby. It tried to take over. Hermione went pale. And I pushed it back. The blood magic held, but barely. Harry touched his scar, feeling the faint pulse of wrongness that lurked beneath. It's still there. I couldn't destroy it, I could only contain it. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with it permanently. The Hallows, Luna said. They're still waiting. Yes. Harry stared at the ceiling, thinking about contracts and ancient beings and pieces of souls scattered across the world. The stone was always the least important part of this year. The real challenges are still coming. We'll face them together, Hermione said firmly. You don't have to, we want to. Neville's interruption was gentle but unyielding. You saved Luna's life. You trained me when no one else believed I was worth training. You showed Hermione that her mind could be used for more than just passing tests. He reached out, gripping Harry's shoulder. You're our friend. Where you go, we go. Harry felt that strange warmth again, the emotion he'd slowly learned to recognize as belonging. These humans, with their impractical loyalty and their willingness to face dangers they couldn't fully comprehend. They were his. Not assets, not allies, not tactical advantages. His friends. His family. His people. "All right," he said softly. "Together, then. Whatever comes next." Outside the hospital wing windows, summer approached with the promise of long days and new challenges. In the depths of Gringotts, goblins prepared for a returning warrior. In the shadows between worlds, ancient watchers noted progress toward an inevitable conclusion. And in a manor house somewhere in Britain, Lucius Malfoy held a slim black diary and wondered what secrets it might contain. The first year was ending. The real war was about to begin. The end-of-year feast was a blur of celebration and noise. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, accepting congratulations he didn't want and attention he hadn't sought. The House Cup had gone to Gryffindor, last-minute points awarded for services to the school, but the victory felt hollow. He'd fought to survive, not to win house points. Still, his friends seemed happy. Hermione glowed with pride at being part of something significant. Neville sat straighter than he had all year, no longer flinching from attention. Luna had joined them at the Gryffindor table despite being a Ravenclaw, her dreamy smile suggesting she saw things in the celebration that others missed. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the noise. "A word, if you please." Harry followed her to a quiet corner of the hall, away from listening ears. "The headmaster has informed me of your plans for the summer," McGonagall said. "Returning to Gringotts, I believe. The exile has been lifted. The director expects me for debriefing." "I see." McGonagall's expression was difficult to read. "I want you to know that whatever happens, you have a place at Hogwarts. Not because of prophecy or politics, but because you've proven yourself to be exactly the kind of student this school should value. Even with the goblin training. The combat capabilities. Perhaps especially because of those things." McGonagall's voice softened unexpectedly. "The world is changing, Mr. Potter. The threats we face are not the same as they were in my youth. We need people who can protect others, who are willing to fight for what matters." She paused. "You saved Luna Lovegood's life without hesitation. You protected the stone when easier paths were available. That's not the behavior of a weapon, that's the behavior of a hero." Harry didn't know how to respond. The goblins had taught him to dismiss such labels as wizard sentimentality. But hearing them from McGonagall, who had never shown him anything but stern fairness. "Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. Just come back next year ready to learn." McGonagall's severity returned, but her eyes held warmth. "And try not to fight any more trolls over the summer. My nerves can't take the strain." Harry almost smiled. "I'll do my best." The Hogwarts Express carried him away from the castle the next morning. Harry sat with his friends in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past. The world looked different than it had in September, or perhaps he was the one who had changed. "Summer plans?" Hermione asked. "Besides the goblin business? Training. Preparation. Research into the Horcrux situation." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "The war isn't over, it's barely begun. This year was just the opening moves. My grandmother wants me home for some kind of formal event," Neville said with a grimace. "Longbottom family obligations. But I'll keep practicing everything you taught me." "I'll be with my father," Luna added. "He's investigating something in Sweden. But I'll write, the postal raxperts are very reliable in Scandinavia. And I'll be researching." Hermione's expression held familiar determination. "The restricted section materials I copied, there's so much we don't understand about the soul magic involved. If we're going to help Harry with the Horcrux problem, we need to know more." Harry looked at each of them in turn, the brilliant researcher, the emerging warrior, the strange seer. His friends. His family. A year ago, he would never have believed he could find such people outside the Goblin nation. A year ago, he would have dismissed such connections as weakness. Now he understood something the Goblins had never taught him: strength could come from unity. Power could grow through sharing. Survival wasn't always about standing alone. "I'll write," he promised. "Through the communication ring if necessary. Whatever happens this summer, you'll know. You'd better." Hermione's voice held warning and affection in equal measure. "No more facing Dark Lords alone. That's a rule now." "Goblin rule?" Neville asked with a grin. "Friend rule." Harry's smile was small but genuine. "The most important kind." The train carried them toward London, toward summer, toward futures none of them could fully predict. In the compartment, four first-years who had become something more sat together, bound by experiences that had forged them into a unit. Behind them, the towers of Hogwarts faded into the distance. Ahead of them, darkness gathered and ancient powers watched. But they faced it together. And together, Harry was beginning to believe, they might actually win. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of the Crown. The Goblin cart plunged through darkness at speeds that would have terrified Harry a year ago. Now he leaned into the curves, feeling the familiar rush of air against his face, the comforting rumble of wheels on ancient tracks. The depths of Gringotts welcomed him like a returning soldier, which, in many ways, he was. Griphook sat beside him, saying nothing. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with understanding that didn't require words. They'd trained together for 6 years, bled together, nearly died together. Some bonds transcended species. The cart slowed as they approached the council chambers, navigating through security wards that Harry felt brush against his blood magic like curious fingers. The protections recognized him, catalogued him, and let him pass. Whatever had changed during his exile, his fundamental access remained intact. "The director is waiting," Griphook said as they disembarked. "He wanted to see you alone first, before the formal proceedings." "Any advice?" Griphook's laugh was sharp and brief. "Don't die. Beyond that, you know the protocols as well as I do." Harry walked through corridors he'd memorized as a child, past guards who nodded in recognition, through doors that opened at his approach. The director's private chambers lay at the heart of Gringotts, not the deepest point, but the most heavily protected. Only blood family and sworn warriors could enter without invitation. Harry was both. Ragnarok the Seventh sat behind a desk carved from a single piece of obsidian, his ancient eyes reflecting the magical flames that lit the room. He looked exactly as Harry remembered, weathered, sharp, dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with physical strength. "Sit," Ragnarok said. "Not a request." Harry sat. "You've grown." Ragnarok's voice carried assessment rather than sentiment. "Not just physically. Something has changed in your bearing, your presence. The surface world has affected you. Is that a problem?" "It's an observation." Ragnarok leaned back, studying Harry with the intensity of a gem-cutter evaluating a rough stone. "Tell me about the confrontation with the Dark Lord." Harry told him. Everything: the descent through the protections, the fight with Quirrell, the moment when Voldemort's spirit passed through him and the Horcrux awakened. He held nothing back. Goblins didn't lie to their directors. When he finished, Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. "The soul fragment," he finally said. "We suspected its presence when you first arrived. The blood tests showed contamination, something that didn't belong, woven into your magical signature. We hoped that our training would contain it. Apparently, we were partially successful." "Partially. If we'd been fully successful, you would have destroyed the fragment rather than merely suppressing it." Ragnarok's claws tapped against the obsidian desk. "This complicates matters." "How so?" "You are a recognized warrior of the nation, the first human to hold that status in recorded history. But you also carry a piece of our ancient enemy's soul. Some clans will argue that you're compromised. That the fragment could be activated, controlled, used against us. The Rotfang argument. Different faces, same fears. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. Kragnar's death ended the immediate rebellion, but the underlying tensions remain. You are unprecedented, Harry. Some goblins will never accept you, regardless of what you achieve. Harry absorbed this information without surprise. He'd always known his position was precarious, accepted by some, tolerated by others, resented by many. The exile had been a symptom, not the disease. What do you recommend? Prove yourself useful in ways that can't be dismissed. Ragnar stood, moving to a wall-mounted display that held artifacts Harry didn't recognize. The human world is destabilizing. The Dark Lord's return, even in fragment form, has set forces in motion that threaten goblin interests. We need intelligence. We need influence. We need someone who can move between worlds. You want me to be a spy. I want you to be what you've always been, our greatest investment. Ragnar selected something from the display, a small crystal vial filled with dark liquid. The formal council will offer you a choice. Accept a position in the nation's external operations, or return to the surface as an independent agent with looser ties. Which do you prefer? I prefer that you survive and thrive. The path that best serves that goal is the path you should take. Ragnar handed him the vial. This is a gift. Blood of the first director, preserved for 3,000 years. It will strengthen your blood magic considerably, and bind you more closely to the nation's protective wards. Harry looked at the vial, understanding the significance. This wasn't just a gift, it was an adoption ritual. Drinking the blood would make him, in goblin terms, a true member of Ragnar's line. Not just a ward or a trainee, but something closer to a son. Why now? Because the Hollow Court is watching you, and I want them to know that harming you means war with the entire goblin nation. Ragnar's voice was soft but carried absolute certainty. Because Voldemort will return eventually, and when he does, he'll target everyone connected to you. Because you've proven that you're worthy of this honor, and I won't let political cowardice prevent me from acknowledging it. Harry uncorked the vial. The blood inside smelled of copper and ancient magic, of power that had accumulated over millennia. He drank. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Fire raced through his veins, rewriting something fundamental in his magical signature. He felt connections forming, to Gringotts itself, to the wards that protected the nation, to a lineage that stretched back to the founding of goblin civilization. When it faded, Harry was breathing hard, his hands shaking, his blood magic humming with new power. "Welcome to the family," Ragnar said. There was warmth in his voice, subtle, controlled, but unmistakably present. "Now let's go face the council and see who else wants to challenge your place among us." The council chamber was full when they entered. 12 clan leaders, their advisors, their honor guards, over 50 goblins packed into a space designed for formal ceremony. Harry felt their attention like physical weight, hundreds of eyes evaluating him as he walked beside the director. "The council recognizes Hadrian Potter Peveril," Ragnar announced, his voice carrying to every corner. "Blooded son of the nation, proven warrior, heir to ancient lines. He stands before us to formalize his status following the resolution of the Rotfang conflict." Harry took his position in the center of the chamber, exactly where defendants and supplicants traditionally stood. He was neither, his status was ambiguous, which was precisely the problem they'd gathered to resolve. "Before we proceed with formal matters," called Grimjaw of the Ironforge clan, "I would hear the human's account of his confrontation with the surface wizard called Voldemort. The reports we've received are remarkable." Harry had expected this. Goblins valued direct testimony, the ability to look into a speaker's eyes and judge truth from deception. He told the story again, this time with more detail, combat techniques, magical exchanges, the moment-by-moment flow of the battle. The council listened in silence, their expressions ranging from skeptical to impressed. "You killed the host through physical contact alone," Grimjaw said when Harry finished. "The blood magic burned him from within. The protective enchantments my mother created, enhanced by goblin training. The combination was lethal to anything carrying Voldemort's essence. Including yourself, presumably. The soul fragment you carry, is contained. Suppressed. It cannot control me. So you claim." This from Silverclaw of the Deep Delvers, his voice sharp with skepticism. "But how can we know? The fragment is part of the Dark Lord, a creature who murdered hundreds of our kin during his rise to power. You ask us to trust that this contamination poses no threat. I ask you to trust the evidence." Harry kept his voice level despite the anger building beneath his control. 9 years of training. 9 years of loyalty. 9 years of proving that I am what I claim to be, a warrior of the nation, regardless of what contaminants my blood carries. The contamination is not in your blood. It is in your soul. Silverclaw's eyes glittered with something that looked like triumph. And souls cannot be trained. They can only be controlled or destroyed. Murmurs ran through the chamber. Harry could feel the momentum shifting, Silverclaw's argument resonating with goblins who had always been uncomfortable with a human in their ranks. "If I may." The voice came from the back of the chamber, and Harry turned to see Bloodfang stepping forward. The scarred battlemage moved with the deliberate grace of someone who had survived more conflicts than most goblins could imagine. "The council recognizes Bloodfang of the Lost Clan," Ragnarok said. "I trained this human in blood magic." Bloodfang's voice carried the weight of her centuries. "I know his soul as well as anyone alive. The contamination Silverclaw speaks of, I have seen it. I have mapped its boundaries. I have watched it sleep behind walls of blood and will." She turned to face the council fully, her ruined face commanding attention through sheer presence. "The fragment is not a threat. It is a chain, a connection to the Dark Lord that Potter can exploit as easily as it can exploit him. With proper development, this contamination could become our greatest weapon against the enemy who inflicted it." "You propose to use the human as a tool against Voldemort?" Silverclaw's skepticism was evident. "To rely on his connection to a creature that has sworn to destroy everything we've built? I propose to acknowledge reality." Bloodfang's voice sharpened. "Voldemort will return. This is not speculation, it is certainty. When he does, he will come for the boy regardless of our decisions today. The question is whether we face that confrontation with Potter as our ally or our enemy." The chamber fell silent. Harry watched the clan leaders process Bloodfang's argument, saw calculations running behind dozens of eyes. "There is another consideration," Ragnarok said, stepping forward to claim the room's attention. "The human has already distinguished himself in ways that benefit the nation. His confrontation with the Dark Lord's fragment disrupted plans that would have restored our greatest enemy to power. His actions at the wizard school have enhanced goblin prestige among surface populations. And his connection to the Peveril line," another voice added, Hooktalin, the inheritance specialist who had overseen Harry's blood claim. "The Hallows represent power that has been dormant for centuries. If Potter can claim them, the nation's influence would extend into realms we haven't accessed since the Sundering. If he can claim them without completing the Hollow Court's contract," Silverclaw countered. "We all know the stories. The price of Peveril power may be too high for any of us to pay. That is Potter's choice to make." Ragnarok's voice cut through the growing argument. "Not ours. Our choice is simpler: do we acknowledge him as one of our own, or do we cast him out and lose everything he represents?" The vote was called. Harry stood in silence as clan leaders consulted with their advisors, as allegiances were weighed and futures calculated. When the results were announced, it was 7-5 in his favor. Not a landslide. Not a universal acceptance. But enough. "The council has spoken," Ragnarok announced. "Hadrian Potter Peveril is recognized as a full member of the Goblin Nation, with all rights and responsibilities that status entails. He is furthermore appointed to the Office of External Intelligence, with authority to operate independently in the surface world while maintaining liaison with the Directors' Council. Harry inclined his head in the formal gesture of acceptance. Around him, some goblins nodded approval while others glowered with barely concealed hostility. He had won. But the margin was narrow, and he knew that one significant failure could reverse everything he'd achieved. The weight of his position pressed down on his shoulders. He bore it without flinching. That was what goblins did. The summer passed in a blur of training and preparation. Harry divided his time between Gringotts and the properties he'd inherited through the Peveril claim. The Potter family home in Godric's Hollow was still ruins. He visited once, stood amid the wreckage, and left without speaking. The memories there were too raw, too complicated. But the Peveril estate was different. It existed in a pocket dimension accessible only to those carrying the bloodline, hidden from the world since the last Peveril heir had died 3 centuries ago. Harry found it through instructions in the journal, following a series of blood rituals that opened a door in an ancient stone circle. The estate was vast, a manor house surrounded by grounds that seemed to stretch forever, maintained by magic that didn't require living attendants. Inside, Harry found libraries filled with knowledge that predated Hogwarts, training rooms equipped with artifacts he could barely comprehend, and personal quarters that had been waiting for an heir to claim them. He spent hours in the library, reading accounts of his ancestors' lives. The 3 brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, had been more complex than the children's tale suggested. They'd been researchers, experimenters, men who pushed against the boundaries of what magic could achieve. They'd also been desperate. The journal entries from before their famous deal with death painted a picture of a world in crisis. Dark creatures running unchecked. Magical plagues devastating populations. Wars between wizard factions that made Voldemort's campaign look like a minor skirmish. The brothers had sought power to survive, to protect their families, to impose order on chaos. The Hollow Court had offered them exactly that, in exchange for future service that had seemed, at the time, a small price to pay. "We thought we were clever," Ignotus had written, near the end of his life. "We thought we could take what was offered and avoid the consequences. We were fools. The court's patience is measured in centuries. They always collect what they're owed." Harry read these words and felt their weight. His ancestors had made a deal with ancient powers and spent centuries running from the bill. Now he carried that debt, whether he wanted it or not. But he also carried something his ancestors hadn't possessed: goblin training, blood magic, and allies who understood the nature of the threat. He wrote to his friends regularly, maintaining connections that had become essential to his stability. Hermione sent lengthy letters full of research findings. She'd been investigating Horcrux lore through every source she could access, building a comprehensive understanding of the soul magic involved. Neville wrote shorter messages, but each one carried evidence of his continued growth: combat techniques mastered, confidence developed, the awkward boy gradually transforming into a warrior. Luna's letters were unique. They arrived at unpredictable intervals, filled with observations that ranged from the mundane to the prophetic. She wrote about Swedish forests and creatures no one else could see, about patterns in the clouds that spelled out names Harry recognized, about dreams where shadows spoke in languages older than sound. She also wrote about Ginny Weasley. "The youngest Weasley has been touched by something dark," Luna's midsummer letter reported. "I met her in Diagon Alley. Father was buying supplies, and the wrongness clings to her like old cobwebs. She carries a secret she doesn't even know she's keeping. You should watch her when school returns." Harry filed this information away, adding it to the growing list of concerns that demanded his attention. The Weasleys were tangentially connected to his circle through Ronald, whose hostility had never developed into anything more significant than sullen resentment. But Ginny was younger, more vulnerable, and apparently harboring something that had caught Luna's unusual senses. Another problem. Another thread in the increasingly complex web of his life. August brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was practicing blade forms in the Peveril training room when the estate's wards chimed with an alert: someone was attempting to access the dimensional pocket. Not through the blood ritual, they didn't have the right lineage, but through raw magical force. The wards held easily, but the attempt itself was concerning. Very few people should have known the pocket existed, let alone where to find its entrance. Harry finished his form, sheathed his blade, and activated the estate's scrying system. The image that formed showed an old man in a grey cloak, standing before the stone circle with his wand raised, probing the dimensional barrier with delicate magical touches. Dumbledore. Harry watched for several minutes as the headmaster explored the pocket's defenses. The old wizard was careful, methodical, clearly more interested in understanding the magic than in actually breaking through. But his presence here raised immediate questions. How had Dumbledore found this place? What did he want? Harry considered his options. He could ignore the intrusion, let Dumbledore exhaust himself against wards that had repelled attackers for centuries. He could contact Gringotts and request intervention. Or he could do what goblins rarely did but Harry was increasingly comfortable with: face the problem directly. He opened the pocket's exit portal and stepped through. Dumbledore looked up as Harry appeared, his expression shifting from surprise to something more guarded. "Ah. Harry. I had hoped to speak with you, but I wasn't certain this approach would be well received. You're trying to break into my ancestral home. Well received isn't the phrase I'd use." "A fair point." Dumbledore lowered his wand, making a show of non-aggression. "I apologize for the intrusion. When my attempts to reach you through conventional channels failed, I grew concerned." "Concerned about what?" "About you, my boy. About the path you're walking." Dumbledore's twinkle was absent, replaced by something more serious. "The Peveril legacy is dangerous. The powers your ancestors accessed, the beings they bargained with, they are not forces to be trifled with." "I'm aware." Harry didn't move from his position at the portal's edge, maintaining distance between them. "The Hollow Court has made their interest known. They're patient, persistent, and apparently inevitable. But that's my problem to solve, not yours. With respect, Harry, it concerns all of us. The contract your ancestors signed, if it's fulfilled, could have consequences that extend far beyond your personal situation." Harry studied the old wizard, trying to read the currents beneath his words. Dumbledore was worried, that much was clear. But worried about what? About Harry's safety? About the Hollow Court's plans? About losing control of a piece he'd been trying to position for 11 years? "What do you actually want?" Harry asked. "Not the philosophical concerns or the protective reasoning, what do you want from me?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "I want to help you. I know you have little reason to trust me. I know my actions regarding your placement after your parents' death were misguided. But I have knowledge and resources that could prove useful as you navigate what's coming. Knowledge about the Hallows. Among other things." Dumbledore's voice dropped. "I sought them once, in my youth. Sought them with an intensity that nearly destroyed me and everyone I cared about. I learned lessons from that pursuit, lessons I would share, if you're willing to listen." This was unexpected. Harry had known, from various sources, that Dumbledore had a complicated history with powerful artifacts. But the old wizard rarely spoke of his past, preferring to maintain the persona of benevolent overseer rather than admitting to darker chapters. "Why would you help me? I've made it clear I won't be controlled. I won't follow your plans, accept your guidance, or defer to your judgment." "I know." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "And perhaps that's why I can help you now. You won't be led astray by my mistakes because you won't follow my lead at all. You'll evaluate what I offer and take only what serves your purposes." He paused. "That's not the relationship I hoped we might have. But it's better than watching you face these challenges alone." Harry considered the offer. His instincts, goblin-trained, survival-focused, screamed warnings about accepting anything from Dumbledore. The old wizard was a master manipulator, capable of making his own agenda appear as benevolent assistance. But he was also the most knowledgeable wizard alive. His understanding of ancient magic, dark artifacts, and the powers that lurked at the edges of reality was unmatched. If Harry was going to navigate the Peveril inheritance without falling into the Hollow Court's trap, he needed every resource available. "I won't enter into any agreements," Harry said carefully. "No oaths, no promises, no obligations. You share information freely or not at all. Acceptable. And you tell me the truth, all of it, including the parts that make you look bad. I'll know if you're lying." Dumbledore's expression flickered. "The blood magic training. You can detect deception. Among other things." Harry gestured toward the portal. "Come inside. We'll talk. But understand this, if I sense manipulation, if I catch you trying to position me for your own purposes, this conversation ends permanently." "Understood." Dumbledore stepped toward the portal, pausing at its edge. "For what it's worth, Harry, I truly am sorry. For the choices I made when you were young. For the years you spent believing you'd been abandoned. For all of it." Harry said nothing. He stepped through the portal, and after a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore followed. They sat in the Peveril Library, surrounded by knowledge that few living beings had ever accessed. Dumbledore's eyes moved across the shelves with something approaching hunger. "This collection is remarkable. Texts I thought lost centuries ago, preserved here in perfect condition." "Focus." Harry's voice was sharp. "You came here to share information. Start sharing." Dumbledore pulled his attention back with visible effort. "Very well. The Hallows. You've claimed the cloak, I assume it's here somewhere." Harry didn't confirm or deny. The other two remain at large. The Elder Wand, also known as the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, has passed through many hands over the centuries. Its history is written in blood. Every owner has been murdered by the next, a chain of violence that stretches back to Antioch Peveril himself. "Where is it now?" "With me." Dumbledore's voice was matter-of-fact. "I won it from Gellert Grindelwald in 1945, when I defeated him at the height of his power." Harry processed this revelation. The most powerful wand in existence, in the hands of the most powerful wizard in Britain. It explained certain things about Dumbledore's legendary reputation. "You've had a Hallow for almost 50 years. Why haven't the Hollow Court come for you?" "Because the wand alone is insufficient. The contract requires all 3 Hallows, united by blood of the Peveril line." Dumbledore's expression was grim. "I am not a Peveril descendant. The wand serves me, but I cannot trigger the contract's completion. Only you can do that. So you've been holding a piece of the puzzle, knowing that eventually someone would come along who could complete it. I've been protecting a piece of the puzzle from those who would complete it for the wrong reasons." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, you must understand, the Hollow Court's interest in your family is not benevolent. They want to use the completed Hallows as a bridge between their realm and ours. If they succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic. They've told me as much. They want to exist here. To be more than shadows and whispers. They want to feed." Dumbledore's voice was sharp. "The court are not merely ancient beings, they are predators of a kind that hasn't existed in our world since before recorded history. They consume life, magic, consciousness itself. The existence they seek would come at the cost of everything we value." Harry thought about the shadow that had visited his bed, the voice that had spoken in the room of requirement. The entities had seemed almost reasonable, almost benign. But predators often wore pleasant masks. "Then I won't complete the contract." Problem solved. "It's not that simple." Dumbledore shook his head. "The contract has mechanisms, compulsions built into the Peveril bloodline that grow stronger with each generation. Your ancestors avoided triggering them by never gathering all 3 hallows in one place. But you've already claimed the cloak. The compulsion to seek the others will only intensify. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. He'd noticed it, the growing interest in the other hallows, the way his thoughts kept circling back to their locations and histories. He'd assumed it was natural curiosity. The stone, he said. You know where it is? I have suspicions. The resurrection stone was mounted in a ring for centuries, passed down through the Gaunt family, descendants of Cadmus Peveril through his daughter. The family declined into poverty and madness, but they held on to their heirloom. Dumbledore paused. Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, was descended from the Gaunts through his mother. When he learned of the connection, he tracked down the ring. Voldemort has the resurrection stone. Had. He transformed the ring into a Horcrux before I believe he fully understood what the stone truly was. The last known location was the Gaunt family shack, where Tom murdered his Muggle father and grandparents. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. The ring is almost certainly still there, protected by traps that Voldemort created. But approaching it would be extraordinarily dangerous. And the wand? You said you'd share everything. Does that include giving it to me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The wand's allegiance is complex. It cannot simply be handed over, it must be won. If I gave it to you freely, it would never truly serve you. He paused. But there are other considerations. The Elder Wand has driven many of its owners to madness and murder. Its power is seductive, corrupting. I've spent decades resisting its influence, and I'm not certain I've entirely succeeded. You're afraid of what I might become if I wielded it. I'm afraid of what anyone might become. The wand enhances everything: skill, power, ambition. In the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. But I'm also aware that the choice may not be mine to make. If the Hollow Court's contract continues to advance, you may need the wand's power to resist them. Harry absorbed all of this, fitting it into his understanding of the situation. The Hallows were scattered but locatable. The contract was progressing whether he wanted it to or not. And Dumbledore, for all his manipulation, might actually be trying to help, in his own complicated, controlling way. What do you recommend? Harry asked. Not orders or plans, recommendations. What would you do in my position? I would learn everything possible about the contract before taking any action. Somewhere in this library, there must be records of the original bargain, the specific terms, the exact nature of what was promised. Understanding those details might reveal vulnerabilities, loopholes, alternatives. And if there are no loopholes? Then I would prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Dumbledore stood, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. I've taken enough of your time. But Harry, if you find something in these records, something that changes the picture, I hope you'll contact me. Whatever our differences, I believe we share the same goal, ensuring that the Hollow Court's plans never come to fruition. Harry walked him to the portal without making any promises. But as Dumbledore stepped through and disappeared into the mundane world, Harry found himself considering the old wizard's words more seriously than he'd expected. The original bargain. The specific terms. If the Peveril brothers had been clever men, and everything Harry had read suggested they were, they might have built escape clauses into the contract. He returned to the library and began to search. 3 weeks later, Harry found what he was looking for. It was buried in the oldest section of the collection, written in a dialect of magical Latin so archaic that even blood memory struggled to translate it. But the document was unmistakably what he'd been seeking, the original contract between the Peveril brothers and the entities they'd later called the Hollow Court. The terms were complex, layered with magical binding language that made Harry's head ache. But the essential elements were clear: in exchange for 3 artifacts of power over death, the wand to slay, the stone to summon, the cloak to hide, the bearers and their descendants accept the following obligation: when the 3 are gathered by one of the blood, that air shall serve as bridge between realms, opening the way for those who granted the gifts to enter the world of the living. The bridge, once opened, shall remain until the debts of 3 brothers are paid in full, measured in years of service equal to the years of life the artifacts provide. Harry read the clause 3 times, making sure he understood. The Hallows extended life, directly or indirectly. The cloak protected its bearer from death. The stone could summon those who had died. The wand made its wielder nearly invincible in combat. Each use of these powers accumulated debt that would be paid through servitude to the court. His ancestors had used the Hallows for centuries. The accumulated debt must be enormous. But there was something else in the contract, a clause that the brothers had apparently insisted upon: the bridge may be closed by the heir if the following conditions are met. The heir must face the representatives of the granting powers in contest of 3 challenges: mind, magic, and mortality. Victory in all 3 challenges negates the contract entirely, releasing the bloodline from all obligation. Failure in any challenge forfeits the heir's soul to the granting powers, along with all accumulated debt. Harry stared at these words for a long time. There was a way out. The brothers had negotiated an escape clause, a chance for a future heir to break the contract entirely. But the price of attempting it was absolute. Win completely or lose everything. He thought about what he knew of the Hollow Court. Ancient beings, patient and powerful, who had been planning this for centuries. They wouldn't offer a challenge they expected to lose. Whatever trials they designed would be crafted to exploit every weakness, counter every strength. But they'd accepted the clause. They'd agreed to the possibility of defeat. Which meant that, somewhere, there was a path to victory. Harry copied the relevant sections of the contract into his personal journal, then spent the remaining weeks of summer studying everything he could find about the nature of the Hollow Court and the challenges they might design. By the time September arrived, he had a plan. Not a complete one, too many variables remained unknown, but a framework for approaching the inevitable confrontation. He would gather the Hallows, not to complete the contract but to trigger the challenge clause. He would face the court's trials on his own terms, armed with knowledge and allies and powers they didn't expect. And he would win. Or he would lose everything. Either way, the waiting was over. The game was entering its final phase. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. Harry sat in his usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past, but his mind was far away, in Gringotts vaults and Peveril libraries, in conversations with ancient watchers and complicated mentors. The world had grown larger over the summer, and the concerns of school seemed almost quaint by comparison. "You're brooding," Hermione observed. She'd arrived with Neville, both of them looking older than they had in June. The changes were subtle but unmistakable: harder edges, more confident bearing, the marks of a summer spent preparing for conflicts most children couldn't imagine. "I found the original contract." Harry passed her the journal where he transcribed the relevant passages. "There's a way to break it. But it's not simple." Hermione read quickly, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern to careful calculation. "Mind, magic, and mortality. That's vague. They could interpret those categories however they want. Which is why we need to prepare for anything." Harry took the journal back as Neville leaned in to read over his shoulder. "The Hollow Court has been planning for centuries. They'll design challenges meant to exploit every weakness I have. Then we help you eliminate weaknesses." Neville's voice was firm. "That's what we've been doing all summer, right? Getting stronger, smarter, more capable. We keep doing that. The challenges are mine to face. The contract specifies the heir, that's me, not us. The challenges, maybe. But the preparation?" Hermione's expression was stubborn. "You don't have to do that alone. You've said it yourself, the goblins taught you that strength can come from unity. Let us help you get ready." Harry wanted to argue. The goblin part of him insisted on self-reliance, on keeping burdens where they belonged, on shoulders strong enough to bear them alone. But the human part, the part that had grown over the past year, recognized the wisdom in his friend's offer. "All right," he said. "But we also have other problems to address. Luna's letter mentioned Ginny Weasley, some kind of dark influence she's carrying. That needs investigation. And there's the whole situation with Voldemort's Horcruxes," Neville added. "If he's out there recovering, building strength, we need to track his progress." "And whatever happened to Lucius Malfoy over the summer," Hermione said. "There were rumors that he's been hosting important Death Eaters at his manor. If the old networks are reactivating." The list of concerns grew longer as they talked, each problem connecting to others in a web of threats that seemed to expand without limit. By the time the train began its final approach to Hogwarts, Harry was feeling the weight of his position more heavily than ever. So many enemies. So many dangers. So many ways for everything to go catastrophically wrong. But also, allies who would stand beside him. Knowledge that gave him advantages. Power that was still growing, still developing. The Hollow Court thought they knew what they were dealing with. Voldemort thought he understood the nature of the boy who'd defeated him twice. Dumbledore thought he could predict Harry's actions, guide his development, shape his choices. They were all wrong. Harry wasn't the pawn they expected. He wasn't the weapon the goblins had created or the hero the wizarding world wanted. He was something new, a synthesis of traditions, a bridge between worlds, a wild card that no one's calculations had fully accounted for. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Harry gathered his things and stepped onto the platform, Hermione and Neville flanking him like honor guards. Second year was beginning. The real challenges were just starting. But for the first time, Harry felt ready to face them. The feast was subdued compared to Harry's memories of the previous year. He noticed it immediately, the way students clustered in tight groups, the worried glances toward the staff table, the whispered conversations that stopped when anyone new approached. Something had happened while Harry was focused on Peveril archives and goblin politics. Something that had shaken the school's usual confidence. "What's going on?" he asked Luna, who had somehow appeared beside him despite being sorted into Ravenclaw. "People are scared." Luna's voice was dreamy but her eyes were sharp. "There have been attacks over the summer. Muggle-born families, mostly. The dark mark over houses in the morning. No deaths yet, but the message is clear. Voldemort's supporters are mobilizing. They're testing boundaries. Seeing what they can get away with." Luna tilted her head, studying something invisible above the head table. "The teachers know more than they're saying. Especially the new one." Harry followed her gaze to an unfamiliar figure seated beside McGonagall, a man with wavy golden hair and a smile that seemed designed to charm rather than communicate. His robes were elaborate, his posture performative, his entire presence radiating a self-satisfaction that set Harry's teeth on edge. "Gilderoy Lockhart," Hermione supplied, appearing on Harry's other side. "He's the new defense against the dark arts professor. He's written dozens of books about defeating dark creatures, vampires, werewolves, banshees. Very famous in certain circles. And you believe his stories?" Hermione hesitated. "The books are very detailed. Perhaps too detailed. And some of the accounts don't quite match up with other sources I've checked." She frowned. "But he must have done something to earn his reputation." Harry studied Lockhart with blood senses extended, reading the magical signature that surrounded every wizard. What he found was underwhelming. Moderate power at best, with odd gaps in his aura that suggested tampering or modification. The man's surface confidence covered something hollow beneath. "He's hiding something," Harry said quietly. "Or something's been hidden from him. Either way, he's not what he appears." "Few people are," Luna observed. "The Raxperts around him are very confused. They keep trying to tell stories that contradict each other." The feast began with Dumbledore's usual speech, welcome to new students, warnings about forbidden areas, introduction of staff. When Lockhart's name was mentioned, the man stood and bowed elaborately, soaking in applause that was more polite than enthusiastic. Harry noted that Snape's expression could have curdled milk. After the feast, as students filed toward their dormitories, Harry caught a glimpse of red hair and anxious eyes. Ginny Weasley walked alone despite her older brothers being nearby, her arms wrapped around herself, her gaze darting to shadows that seemed to follow her movement. Luna was right. Something was very wrong with the youngest Weasley. Harry resolved to investigate, but carefully. If dark magic was involved, clumsy intervention could make things worse. He needed information first, understanding of what they were dealing with. The second year was off to an ominous start. But ominous was familiar territory by now. Harry climbed to Gryffindor Tower, his mind already planning the investigations and preparations that would dominate the coming months. The Hollow Court was waiting. Voldemort was gathering strength. A new threat was lurking somewhere in the school. And somewhere in Britain, the Resurrection Stone sat in a ruined shack, protected by a Dark Lord's defenses, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to claim it. Harry smiled grimly as he settled into his bed. Let them wait. He was just getting started. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Stone and Fire. October crept into Hogwarts with fog and whispers. Harry had spent the first weeks of term establishing patterns, attending classes, maintaining his mask of competent mediocrity, observing the subtle shifts in the castle's atmosphere. Something was building beneath the surface, a pressure that made his blood magic tingle with warning whenever he walked certain corridors. Ginny Weasley remained his primary concern. He watched her without appearing to watch, cataloguing the changes that accumulated day by day. She grew paler, more withdrawn, spending hours scribbling in a small black diary that she clutched like a lifeline. Her brothers noticed something was wrong, the twins made awkward jokes, Percy offered stiff advice, Ron complained about her moods, but none of them understood the magnitude of what they were seeing. Luna did. The darkness is growing stronger, she reported during one of their Room of Requirement sessions. It feeds on her emotions, her memories, her magic. She's disappearing into it, piece by piece. Can you identify the source? The diary. Luna's voice was certain despite its dreamy quality. It's not just a book, it's a container. Something lives inside it. Something that's been waiting for exactly the right victim. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had told him. Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, splitting his soul to achieve immortality. The diary Luna described sounded exactly like what a soul fragment might do when given access to a vulnerable mind. We need to get that diary away from her, Hermione said. She'd been researching possession and dark artifacts obsessively since learning about the situation. Every day she keeps it, the connection grows stronger. If we take it by force, we risk triggering whatever defenses it has, Harry countered. And we don't know how deeply it's already embedded in her psyche. Sudden separation could cause permanent damage. So what do we do? Watch her waste away. We learn more. We understand exactly what we're dealing with. Harry's voice was firm despite the frustration building in his chest. Then we act with precision instead of desperation. The investigation proceeded on multiple fronts. Hermione dove into historical records, searching for any mention of Tom Riddle or artifacts associated with his early years. Neville worked to befriend the Weasley brothers, gathering information about Ginny's behavior before and after acquiring the diary. Luna watched, as she always did, seeing patterns that others missed. And Harry prepared for what he increasingly suspected was coming, a direct confrontation with a piece of Voldemort's soul. The first attack came on Halloween. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a surge of dark magic so powerful that his scar erupted with pain. He staggered against a wall, blood senses screaming warnings, and forced himself to focus through the agony. Something ancient had awakened. Something hungry. He followed the magical signature through corridors that seemed to twist and stretch, guided by instincts that had nothing to do with conscious thought. Other students rushed past him, heading away from whatever had happened, their faces pale with fear. Harry moved toward the source. The scene he found would have terrified anyone without his training. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung frozen from a torch bracket, not dead, Harry's blood senses confirmed, but petrified in a way that suggested magic far beyond normal curses. Water spread across the floor from an overflowed bathroom. And on the wall, painted in what looked disturbingly like blood, words blazed with residual dark magic: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Students gathered at the corridor's edges, whispering and pointing. Teachers pushed through the crowd, their expressions ranging from shock to carefully controlled fear. Dumbledore arrived last, his eyes sweeping the scene with an intensity that revealed nothing of his thoughts. "Everyone will return to their dormitories immediately," McGonagall announced. "Prefects, escort your houses. No exceptions." The crowd began to disperse, but Harry lingered, blood magic extended to read every trace of what had happened here. The dark signature was familiar, not identical to Voldemort's presence in Quirrell, but related. A fragment of the same source, filtered through something else. The diary. This was connected to Ginny's diary. Dumbledore's gaze found him across the corridor. The old wizard's expression was unreadable, but something passed between them, an acknowledgement that they both understood more than they could say publicly. Harry nodded once and left with the other students. But his investigation had entered a new phase. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry spent the following days researching everything he could find about the legend. Hermione had already compiled preliminary information, but the deeper sources required access that normal students didn't possess. Fortunately, Harry was no longer a normal student. The Peverell Library contained records dating back to Hogwarts' founding, including personal correspondence between the founders themselves. Harry accessed these through the dimensional pocket, spending nights reading letters that hadn't been seen in centuries. The truth was more complex than the children's stories suggested. Salazar Slytherin had indeed built a hidden chamber beneath the school. But his motivations weren't simply prejudice against Muggleborns, they were fear. Fear of a prophecy that spoke of the school's eventual destruction, brought about by those who couldn't understand the danger magic represented. "The snake will wake when the blood grows thin," one letter read, written in Slytherin's distinctive script. "It will cleanse what threatens the foundations. This is not cruelty, it is preservation. The future of magic depends on it." A basilisk. That's what lived in the chamber, a king of serpents, capable of killing with a gaze and petrifying with an indirect one. Ancient, powerful, and loyal to whoever carried Slytherin's blood. Or whoever could convince it they did. Harry thought about the diary, about the fragment of Voldemort that Luna sensed growing stronger each day. Tom Riddle had been Slytherin's heir through his mother's line. A piece of his soul, given enough power and a suitable host, could potentially command the basilisk. But it would need more power to actually open the chamber. It would need to consume more of Ginny's life force, her magic, her very identity. Unless something interrupted the process. Harry began planning. The attacks accelerated. Colin Creevey was next, a first-year Gryffindor found petrified near the kitchens, his camera melted from the magical backlash. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick together, caught in a corridor that should have been safe. The ghost's petrification was particularly disturbing, whatever could affect an already dead spirit was operating on levels that most magic couldn't touch. Fear spread through the school like poison. Students traveled in groups, avoided empty corridors, watched each other with suspicion that sometimes erupted into accusations. The Muggleborn population grew increasingly terrified, many writing to parents begging for withdrawal. And through it all, Ginny Weasley grew thinner, paler, more lost in whatever consumed her from within. "We're out of time," Harry told his allies during an emergency session. "The diary has almost finished its work. If we don't act soon, we'll be dealing with a fully manifested piece of Voldemort, one with access to a 1,000-year-old killing machine." "What's the plan?" Neville asked. His wand was already in his hand, unconscious readiness that spoke to how thoroughly Harry's training had taken root. We separate Ginny from the diary, then destroy the Horcrux before it can complete its possession. The basilisk is secondary. If we cut off its commander, it becomes a much more manageable problem. And if the diary fights back? Hermione's voice was tight. It's had months to establish itself in her mind. Removing it could be like ripping out part of her soul. That's why we're not going to rip. Harry pulled out a vial of dark liquid, one of several he'd acquired from Gringotts restricted stores during his summer visit. Goblin extraction protocols for dark possession. It's designed to dissolve foreign magical influences gradually, giving the host's own magic time to fill the gaps. You've been planning this for months, Luna observed. Since your first letter about Ginny. The specific application changed as we learned more, but the core approach was always the same. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. This is going to be dangerous. The diary will resist, and if Riddle senses what we're doing, he'll accelerate his timeline. We might end up facing the chamber scenario earlier than anyone expects. Then we face it, Neville said simply. Hermione nodded, her fear visible but controlled. Together. Luna smiled her mysterious smile. The shadows approve. They say this is a necessary step, though they won't say toward what. Harry chose not to examine that statement too closely. The Hollow Court's approval made him uncomfortable, but he couldn't let their interest paralyze him. Some actions were right regardless of who benefited. Tonight, he decided. After curfew. Ginny usually writes in her diary in the common room after everyone's asleep. We'll intercept her there. The Gryffindor common room was dark when Harry descended the dormitory stairs. He moved in silence, every sense extended, the extraction potion warm against his chest where it rested in a protected pocket. Behind him, Neville waited at the staircase junction, ready to intervene if things went wrong. Hermione was positioned outside the portrait hole, maintaining ward detection spells that would alert them to any approaching threats. Luna had insisted on something different. She'd stationed herself in the second-floor bathroom, the one that had been flooded on Halloween night, claiming that her sight worked better from there. Harry hadn't argued. Luna's instincts had proven reliable too many times to dismiss. Ginny sat in an armchair by the dying fire, the diary open on her lap, her quill moving in patterns that didn't match any conscious writing. Her eyes were glazed, focused on something internal, her lips moving in silent conversation with whatever lived inside the book. Harry approached slowly, keeping his magical presence contained. The diary wouldn't sense him if he didn't use active magic, that was the theory, anyway. He was 3 feet away when Ginny's head snapped up. Her eyes were wrong. Not her own, something darker looked out through them, something that recognized Harry with immediate hatred. You. The voice that emerged from Ginny's throat wasn't hers. It was older, colder, carrying harmonics that made Harry's scar burn. The one who keeps interfering with things beyond his understanding. Tom Riddle, I presume. Harry didn't stop moving. 2 feet now. Close enough to act. Or should I say, the memory of Tom Riddle. The fragment that couldn't quite become real. I am more than a memory. The thing wearing Ginny's face smiled, and the expression was terrible. I am the future. The Dark Lord that will rise again, greater than before. This foolish girl has given me everything I need, her magic, her emotions, her pathetic little secrets. Soon I'll have enough strength to emerge from this prison entirely. No. Harry's hand closed around the potion vial. You won't. He moved. The extraction potion required physical contact with the possessed subject and simultaneous exposure to the parasitic influence. Harry lunged forward, forcing the vial against Ginny's lips while his other hand grabbed the diary. The reaction was immediate and violent. Dark magic exploded outward from the book, a defensive response that should have sent Harry flying across the room. But goblin blood magic was designed to counter exactly this kind of attack. He felt the energy splash against his enhanced defenses and disperse harmlessly. Ginny screamed as the potion took effect. The liquid flowed down her throat, and Harry could feel it working, dissolving the connections between her mind and the parasitic soul fragment, creating space for her own magic to reassert itself. You cannot stop this. Riddle's voice grew desperate, losing coherence as its anchor weakened. I am inevitable. I will return, through her or through another, but I will return. Then I'll stop you again. Harry maintained his grip on both Ginny and the diary, channeling every ounce of blood magic training into the extraction process. As many times as it takes. The diary screamed. Not a metaphorical sound, an actual scream, as if the book itself was alive and dying. Black ink erupted from its pages, spattering across the floor, and within the liquid Harry could see something writhing. A face, almost. An echo of the handsome boy Tom Riddle had been before he became a monster. This isn't over, the fragment managed. The chamber is already opening. My servant has received the final instructions. Even without me, the cleansing will begin, the connection severed. Ginny collapsed in Harry's arms, unconscious but breathing steadily. The diary fell to the floor, its pages blank, its binding cracked and smoking. Whatever had lived within it was gone, not destroyed, Harry sensed, but driven out. Forced to find another anchor or dissipate entirely. Harry. Neville rushed down the stairs, wand drawn. I felt the magic surge. Are you? I'm fine. Ginny needs medical attention, but she'll recover. Harry lifted the unconscious girl carefully. But we have a bigger problem. Riddle gave final instructions before I cut him off. Someone else is going to open the chamber. Who? Before Harry could answer, a sound echoed through the castle, distant but unmistakable. Stone grinding against stone. Ancient mechanisms awakening after centuries of dormancy. The Chamber of Secrets was opening. Harry ran. The diary's residual magic pointed toward the source like a compass needle, drawing him through corridors and down staircases, past startled portraits and abandoned classrooms. Neville followed close behind, Hermione joining them as they passed her position outside the common room. Luna's already there. Hermione shouted. She sent a message, something about seeing the path before it opened. Of course Luna was already there. Of course she'd seen this coming and positioned herself accordingly. Harry didn't know whether to be grateful or frustrated. They found the second-floor bathroom transformed. The sinks had shifted, revealing a massive opening in the floor, a tunnel that descended into darkness so absolute it seemed to drink the light. Luna stood at the edge, her pale hair catching the moonlight from the windows, her expression serene despite the chaos around her. The snake is waking, she said as they approached. I can hear it in the pipes. Someone called to it in the old tongue. Who? Harry demanded. Who opened the chamber? A boy. A Slytherin prefect. Luna's eyes were distant, focused on visions invisible to others. He thinks he's serving a great cause. He doesn't understand what he's really doing. Harry processed this information rapidly. A Slytherin prefect with access to Parseltongue, or at least knowledge of the opening phrase. Someone who'd been manipulated by the diary before Ginny, or someone working from different instructions entirely. It didn't matter right now. The chamber was open, the basilisk was waking, and students throughout the castle were in mortal danger. Hermione, get Ginny to the hospital wing, then find McGonagall. Tell her what's happening. Harry was already moving toward the tunnel entrance. Neville, with me. Harry, a basilisk kills with its gaze. Direct eye contact is instantly fatal. Reflected or indirect exposure causes petrification. Harry drew his blade, feeling its familiar weight settle into his hand. The goblins trained me to fight in total darkness. Neville's been training with me for months. We have a better chance than anyone else in this castle. And me? Luna asked. You see things others miss. That might be the difference between life and death down there. Harry met her strange eyes. Are you willing to take that risk? Luna smiled. The shadows have been preparing me for this moment. I wouldn't miss it for anything. 3 second years descended into the Chamber of Secrets. Above them, Hermione ran to raise the alarm, Ginny's unconscious form floating beside her under a mobilization charm. The war was entering its critical phase. The tunnel was worse than Harry expected. It wound downward in a spiral, the walls slick with moisture and ancient grime. Bones crunched beneath their feet, rats, mostly, but occasionally something larger. The darkness was complete, but Harry navigated by blood sense, reading the magical currents that flowed through the stone like underground rivers. The snake has been here, Luna whispered. Her voice carried strangely in the confined space. Many times, over many centuries. I can feel its presence like an echo. Stay focused on the path ahead, Harry replied. If we encounter the basilisk before we're ready, close your eyes immediately. Fight blind if you have to. You fought blind before. Neville's voice was steady despite the fear Harry could sense beneath it. The goblins considered it essential training. Not all enemies are visible. Harry paused, his senses detecting something ahead. There's a door. Massive, ancient, covered in snake motifs. They emerged from the tunnel into a larger space, a circular chamber with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into darkness. The door Harry had sensed dominated the far wall, its surface carved with intertwined serpents whose eyes seemed to glow with faint phosphorescence. Standing before the door was a boy Harry recognized. 6th year, Slytherin prefect, member of one of the old pureblood families. His name was Theodore Nott, and his expression as he turned to face them was wild with fervent certainty. You're too late, Nott announced. The chamber is opening. The heir's work will be completed. At last. Riddle manipulated you, Harry said, keeping his voice level. The diary, you had it before Ginny, didn't you? It fed you lies about Slytherin's legacy, about your duty to the pureblood cause. They weren't lies. Nott's wand came up, trembling but steady enough to cast. The Dark Lord showed me the truth. Mudbloods are destroying our world. This cleansing is necessary, prophesied. Slytherin himself decreed it. Slytherin was afraid of a prophecy he didn't understand. He built a weapon based on fear, not wisdom. Harry took a step forward, hands visible and non-threatening. Whatever Riddle told you, it was designed to serve his purposes, not yours, not Slytherin's, not the wizarding world's. You don't know anything. You're not even pure blood, you were raised by creatures, by goblins. Nott's voice rose to a shriek. The Dark Lord will return, and when he does, those who serve him will be rewarded. I will be rewarded. The Dark Lord is a soul fragment hiding in artifacts because he's too broken to maintain a body, Harry said flatly. He doesn't reward servants, he uses them and discards them. Ask any Death Eater who survived the last war. Ask them about Voldemort's gratitude. Nott flinched at the name, but his resolve didn't waver. You're lying. You're all lying, trying to protect the mudbloods and the traitors. His wand leveled at Harry's chest. The chamber opens tonight. The basilisk will cleanse the school. And no one, not you, not Dumbledore, not anyone, can stop it. He turned and hissed something at the door. Parseltongue. The bastard had actually learned enough Parseltongue to trigger the mechanism. The snake-carved door began to swing open. Harry moved. His blade was in his hand before Nott finished turning back, the flat striking the boy's wrist with precise force that sent his wand flying. A follow-up blow to the temple dropped Nott like a puppet with cut strings, unconscious but alive. Go! Harry shouted to his companions. Through the door, we have to reach the basilisk before it enters the pipes. They plunged through the opening into the true chamber of secrets. The space beyond defied expectations. Harry had imagined something cave-like, primitive, reflecting Slytherin's 1,000-year absence. Instead, he found a cathedral of stone, vaulted ceiling supported by pillars carved as coiling serpents, a walkway extending over dark water that reflected nothing, and at the far end, a massive statue of a bearded man whose mouth gaped open like a doorway into darkness. Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in stone that still pulsed with ancient enchantments. "The snake sleeps in the statue," Luna whispered. Her eyes were wide, tracking something visible only to her. "It's waking now. I can see its dreams turning into awareness. Eyes down, both of you. From this point forward, we don't look above waist height." Harry's voice was calm despite the adrenaline flooding his system. "Neville, you have the mirrors." Neville produced 2 small hand mirrors from his robes, part of the equipment they'd prepared during their months of training. "Ready. Use them to check angles. Never look directly at anything above your head." Harry began moving along the walkway, blade in one hand, wand in the other. "Luna, keep describing what you see. Your sight might work differently than normal vision." "The snake is beautiful," Luna said, her voice dreamy despite the circumstances. "So old. So lonely. It's been waiting in the dark for so long, listening to voices through the pipes, wishing someone would come and talk to it." "Don't sympathize with the giant murder serpent," Neville muttered. "I'm not sympathizing. I'm observing." Luna's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Understanding your enemy is the first step to defeating them." They reached the end of the walkway as the statue's mouth began to open wider. Stone ground against stone, ancient mechanisms groaning to life after centuries of dormancy. And from within the darkness, something moved. Harry felt it before he saw it, a presence so massive, so saturated with lethal magic, that his blood senses nearly overloaded trying to process it. The basilisk was emerging, called by a voice it had been bred to obey. "Eyes closed, now!" Harry shouted. He heard the creature slide free of its lair, scales rasping against stone, a body so vast it seemed to fill the chamber. A hiss echoed through the space, carrying meanings that tickled at the edge of Harry's understanding. And then, impossibly, words. "Who wakes me? Where is my master?" Harry's eyes snapped open in shock, not at the basilisk directly, but at the realization flooding through him. The Parseltongue. He could understand it. Had always been able to understand it, ever since the zoo incident that he'd half forgotten. The Horcrux. Whatever piece of Voldemort's soul lived in his scar, it had given him the serpent tongue. "The master is gone," Harry said, and the words emerged as hisses. "He was never real, just a memory, a fragment, a lie." The massive head swung toward him, and Harry dropped his gaze just in time to avoid the killing eyes. "You speak the tongue," the basilisk said, and there was wonder in its ancient voice. "You carry the old blood. But you are not my master." "No. I'm not." Harry kept his eyes fixed on the creature's body, visible in his peripheral vision as endless coils of dark-scaled muscle. "Your master has been dead for centuries. What remains is a corruption, a parasite using his name to pursue its own ends. The voice in the walls told me to hunt. To kill those who threaten the school's foundations." The basilisk's tone was uncertain, confused, an animal that had lived alone in darkness for 1,000 years, trying to understand a world that had moved on without it. "Is that not my purpose? Your purpose was protection, not murder. Slytherin built this chamber as a last resort, a defense against threats he couldn't specify." Harry took a careful step forward. But the threats he feared never materialized. The world changed. Magic survived. And you were left here, waiting for a war that never came. The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Harry could hear its breathing, vast bellows working, ancient lungs processing air that hadn't been stirred in decades. "Then what am I now?" the creature finally asked. "If my purpose is complete, why do I continue?" "That's not for me to answer." Harry felt something shift in the conversation, the danger receding, replaced by something more complicated. "But I don't think you have to kill to have meaning. You're the last of your kind, the only basilisk created by one of the founders themselves. That makes you irreplaceable. Valuable in ways that have nothing to do with violence. The voice in the walls wanted death, the basilisk said. It tasted wrong, like my master, but broken. Incomplete. The voice was a fragment of a dark wizard who destroyed himself trying to cheat death. It's been manipulating everyone, you, the students, everyone connected to this chamber. Harry raised his head slightly, risking a glimpse of the creature's body through the mirrors Neville held. You don't have to serve it. You don't have to serve anyone. You can choose. Choose. The word emerged as a long, thoughtful hiss. I have never chosen anything. I was created to obey. Then maybe it's time to learn. The silence stretched. Harry could feel Luna's strange attention focused on the exchange, Neville's barely controlled terror, the weight of 1,000 years of history pressing down on this moment. I am tired, the basilisk finally said. Tired of the dark. Tired of waiting. Tired of killing things I do not hate. Then rest. Harry lowered his blade, making himself as non-threatening as possible. Go back to sleep, and this time, sleep as long as you want. No one will wake you unless you wish it. And if I never wish it? Then you'll dream in peace until the end of time. The great head dipped in something that might have been a nod. The massive body began to retract, scales sliding across stone, coils withdrawing into the darkness of the statue's mouth. You are strange, little speaker, the basilisk said as it departed. You could have fought me. You could have died bravely, and songs would have been sung about your courage. Instead, you chose to understand. Fighting is easy. Understanding is hard. Harry watched the last of the creature disappear into its lair. But understanding is how you actually solve problems. Perhaps. I will think on this during my dreaming. A final hiss, fading into silence. If you ever wish to speak again, little one, you know where to find me. The chamber fell quiet. You just talked a basilisk out of killing us. Neville's voice was faint. 1,000-year-old serpent that was bred to murder people, and you talked it into taking a nap. The goblins would be horrified. Harry sheathed his blade, suddenly aware of how tired he was. They believe in decisive action, not negotiation with potential threats. But it worked. Hermione's voice came from behind them. She descended into the chamber at some point during the conversation, moving with the silent skill Harry had been teaching her. I came to warn you that teachers were mobilizing. I didn't expect to find you having a philosophical discussion with a giant snake. Life is full of surprises. Harry turned to face his friends, all of them gathered in this ancient space, alive against all reasonable odds. Is Ginny, she'll recover. Madame Pomfrey confirmed that the possession didn't cause permanent damage. Hermione's expression was complicated. Dumbledore wants to see you. He's waiting at the entrance to the tunnel. Of course he is. Harry sighed. He always seems to arrive just after the interesting parts are finished. They made their way back through the chamber, past the still unconscious Theodore Nott, through the tunnel that suddenly seemed less oppressive now that the danger had passed. The bathroom was crowded with teachers when they emerged, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, even Snape lurking in the shadows with his characteristic scowl. Dumbledore stood apart, his expression unreadable. Mr. Potter. The headmaster's voice was carefully neutral. I understand you've been busy this evening. A student was being possessed by a Horcrux. I removed it. The Chamber of Secrets opened, and I convinced its guardian to stand down. Harry met the old wizard's eyes without flinching. Would you prefer I had waited for adult supervision? I would prefer that students didn't face mortal danger on a regular basis. Dumbledore's tone softened slightly. But given the circumstances, your actions were exemplary. Unconventional, but exemplary. The boy not needs medical attention. He was manipulated by the same Horcrux that targeted Ginny Weasley, earlier in the year, I suspect. The Possession was less complete because he wasn't as vulnerable, but the damage is still significant. We will see to Mr. Knott. Dumbledore's gaze moved past Harry to the tunnel entrance. The chamber itself, is it secure? The basilisk won't attack anyone else. We reached an understanding. McGonagall made a strangled sound. An understanding. With a basilisk. I speak Parseltongue. The ability came from my connection to Voldemort. Harry shrugged at the gasps that followed his use of the name. The serpent was lonely and confused. It had been waiting for orders from a master who died 1,000 years ago. I explained the situation, and it chose to return to sleep. You gave it a choice, Dumbledore said quietly. Most would have simply tried to kill it. Killing it would have been nearly impossible. Its hide is resistant to most magic, and its eyes are lethal even to the attacker. But more importantly, it didn't deserve to die. It was a tool created for a war that never happened. Destroying it would have been. Harry searched for the right word. Wasteful. Snape stepped forward, his black eyes glittering with something that might have been reluctant respect. The diary that possessed Miss Weasley. What happened to it? Destroyed. The Horcrux fled when I performed the extraction, and the book itself was reduced to ash. Harry met the potion's master's gaze. But there are others. Voldemort didn't stop at one. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Teachers exchanged worried glances, their faces pale in the magical light. You're certain? Dumbledore asked. The diary spoke before I severed its connection. It confirmed multiple soul fragments. Harry's voice was flat, matter-of-fact, conveying information rather than emotion. The Dark Lord can't be permanently killed until they're all destroyed. Then we have work to do. Dumbledore's expression hardened into something that reminded Harry of Ragnarok preparing for war. Mr. Potter, I believe you, and I need to have a more detailed conversation. Tomorrow, after you've rested. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. He walked away from the assembled teachers, his friends falling into step beside him. Behind them, conversations erupted, planning, speculating, worrying about a threat that had suddenly become much more concrete. But Harry's mind was already elsewhere. He'd learned something tonight, something important about the nature of his power and how it could be used. Violence was a tool, but it wasn't the only tool. Understanding, communication, even compassion could achieve results that force alone couldn't manage. The goblins had taught him to be a weapon. Hogwarts was teaching him to be something more. He wasn't sure yet what that something was. But he was beginning to think it might be more valuable than any blade. The following weeks brought recovery and revelation. Ginny Weasley woke 3 days after her possession ended, disoriented but intact. The extraction process had worked exactly as Harry hoped. The Horcrux's influence dissolved gradually, giving her own magic time to fill the gaps left behind. She remembered fragments of her possession, enough to understand what had happened, not enough to be consumed by guilt. Theodore Knott was less fortunate. His exposure to Riddle's influence had been briefer but more intense. He'd accepted the diary's teachings willingly, embracing the ideology that justified his prejudices. Removing the magical contamination couldn't undo the choices he'd made with full knowledge. He was withdrawn from Hogwarts by his father, destination unknown. Harry suspected he'd surface again eventually, in a context far less favorable than a school setting. The petrified students were revived using Mandrake Restorative, returning to consciousness with no memory of their time as statues. The school's atmosphere gradually lightened as fear receded and normal life resumed. But for Harry and his allies, normal life had acquired a new dimension. The Horcrux hunt has to begin soon, Harry announced during one of their planning sessions. The diary was just one fragment. There are others out there, and as long as they exist, Voldemort can never truly be destroyed. We know of one other location, Hermione said, consulting notes she'd compiled from Harry's accounts. The Gaunt Shack, where Voldemort created a Horcrux from the Resurrection Stone. But you said it's protected by lethal traps. It is. And the stone itself complicates matters. Harry thought about the Peveril contract, about the compulsion to gather the Hallows that was growing stronger with each passing month. If I claim it, I'll have 2 of the 3 Hallows. The pressure to find the wand will become significant. The wand is with Dumbledore, Neville pointed out. He told you that himself. Which means claiming it would require either defeating him in combat or convincing him to surrender it willingly. Harry shook his head. Neither option is practical right now. So we focus on the Horcruxes we can reach without triggering the Hallow situation, Luna said. Her tone was pragmatic despite its dreamy quality. The diary is destroyed. The ring is too dangerous. What others exist? That's what Dumbledore wants to discuss. He's been researching Voldemort's history, trying to identify objects that might have been transformed into soul containers. Harry's expression was grim. It's going to be a long conversation. Dumbledore's office was quiet when Harry arrived the next evening. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The events of the past weeks had taken their toll, not physically, perhaps, but in the weight that settled behind his eyes. "Thank you for coming, Harry." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "I believe we have much to discuss." "The Horcruxes." Harry sat without preamble. "You've been investigating." "For years, actually. Since before you were born." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old regrets. "I suspected Tom Riddle had fragmented his soul even before his first fall. The signs were present to anyone who knew how to read them, his obsession with immortality, his collection of significant artifacts, his complete lack of remorse for any action." "How many?" "Based on my research, I believe he intended to create 6, a magically significant number. 7 pieces of soul in total, counting the main fragment that inhabits his current form." Dumbledore paused. "But there may be an additional fragment that he never intended to create." "The one in my scar?" "Yes." Dumbledore's expression was pained. "When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, a piece of his already unstable soul split off and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. You. The Goblins suspected as much. They designed my training specifically to contain and suppress it." Harry touched his forehead, feeling the faint pulse of wrongness that lived beneath the skin. "But containing isn't destroying. Eventually, I'll have to deal with it directly. That's partly why I've been researching alternative approaches." Dumbledore leaned forward. "The conventional method for destroying a Horcrux requires damage so severe that repair is impossible: basilisk venom, fiendfire, certain goblin-forged weapons. None of those options are applicable to a living human host. But you've found something else." "Possibly. The Peveril Library you've been accessing. It contains records of magic that predates the modern wizarding world. Magic that operates on principles we barely understand." Dumbledore's eyes were intense. "I believe the Hallows themselves might offer a solution. Not the solution the Hollow Court wants, but something else. Something that could separate the fragment from your soul without destroying either." "The challenge clause." Harry saw where Dumbledore was heading. "If I defeat the Hollow Court in their 3 challenges, the contract is voided entirely. That includes any claims they have on my soul, which might extend to foreign fragments attached to it." "Exactly." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "It's theoretical, of course. We can't know for certain until the moment arrives. But it's a possibility worth pursuing. Which means gathering the Hallows regardless of the risk." Harry's voice was carefully neutral. "Which means the wand." Silence fell between them. Dumbledore's expression was complicated, reluctance warring with recognition of necessity. "I've held the Elder Wand for nearly 50 years, he finally said. In that time, I've witnessed its corruption firsthand. The whispers it sends, the confidence it breeds, the subtle ways it pushes its wielder toward conflict and domination." He paused. "I've resisted because I know my own weaknesses. I'm not certain anyone else could. The goblins trained me to resist magical manipulation. My blood magic creates barriers against external influence. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. And I have something you didn't have when you claimed the wand. I know what I'm dealing with. I know the tricks it uses, the temptations it offers. I can prepare defenses specifically designed to counter them. Perhaps. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. But there's another consideration. The wand's allegiance shifts through defeat. Even if I gave it to you willingly, it would never truly be yours unless you won it in combat. Then we'll have combat. Harry's voice was steady. Not to the death, just to the point where the wand recognizes transfer of power. A formal duel, witnessed, with rules that prevent serious injury. You believe you can defeat me? I believe I can defeat you in a contest where both participants are trying not to cause permanent harm. Harry allowed a hint of dark humor into his voice. You're the most powerful wizard alive, but you're also holding back constantly. You've spent decades limiting yourself, controlling yourself, making sure you never become what you fear. I don't have that limitation. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. You may be right. Albus Dumbledore at full power would be a different matter, but Albus Dumbledore at full power is something I've sworn never to be again. He stood, moving to look out the window at the darkening grounds. When would you propose this duel take place? Summer. After term ends, when there's no risk of students being caught in any accidental effects. Harry rose as well. That gives us time to prepare, to establish protocols, to ensure the transfer happens cleanly. And the other Hallows? The stone? That's a problem for another day. One step at a time. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, Headmaster, I appreciate your honesty tonight. I know this isn't easy for you. None of it is easy, Harry. But that's never been a good reason to avoid doing what's necessary. Dumbledore's voice was tired but resolute. We'll discuss the details in the coming weeks. For now, rest. You've earned it. Harry left the office with his mind churning through implications and possibilities. The conversation had been more productive than he'd expected. Dumbledore was actually cooperating, actually sharing information rather than hoarding it for manipulation. Something had changed in the old wizard. Perhaps it was Harry's demonstrated capabilities. Perhaps it was the recognition that the threats they faced required genuine alliance rather than careful management. Perhaps it was simply age and weariness, finally catching up to a man who had carried too many burdens for too long. Whatever the cause, Harry would take advantage of the opportunity. The Hallows, the Horcruxes, the Hollow Court, all of it was converging toward a confrontation that would determine the shape of the magical world for generations. He intended to win. The end of term arrived with little fanfare. The Chamber of Secrets incident had left the school subdued, students and staff alike processing the implications of what had happened. The revelation that Voldemort had created Horcruxes, that his return was not just possible but inevitable unless active steps were taken, cast a shadow over even the final feast celebrations. Harry sat with his friends, watching the House Cup ceremony with detached interest. Gryffindor won again, last-minute points for services to the school, but the victory felt hollow. Larger concerns pressed against the edges of every conversation. Summer's going to be busy, Hermione said, her voice carrying planning and determination. Research, preparation, training. We need to be ready for whatever comes next. The duel, Neville added quietly. You're really going to fight Dumbledore? It's the only way to claim the wand's allegiance. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. We've agreed on protocols, non-lethal force, multiple witnesses, clear conditions for victory. It won't be a battle, it'll be a contest. A contest against the most powerful wizard alive, Luna observed. The Shadows find that very interesting. They would. Harry stood as the feast concluded, students rising to return to their dormitories for the last time this year. Whatever happens, whatever the court's interest means, we're not doing this for them. We're doing it for ourselves, for the world we want to protect. That's what matters. His friends nodded, understanding implicit in the gesture. They'd been through too much together to need elaborate explanations. The Hogwarts Express carried them home the next morning, through countryside that seemed brighter than it had in months. Harry watched the landscape flow past, his mind elsewhere, in Gringotts vaults and Peveril estates, in the chamber beneath Hogwarts where an ancient serpent dreamed, in the shadows between worlds where patient watchers noted his every step. Second year was ending. The challenges ahead were clearer than ever. But so was his resolve. The boy who lived was becoming something new, something the magical world had never seen before. Neither purely wizard nor purely goblin, neither pawn nor master, but a bridge between worlds who intended to forge his own destiny. The Hollow Court was waiting. Voldemort was gathering strength. The Hallows lay scattered across Britain, pulling at his blood with ancient compulsion. Let them wait. Let them gather. Let them pull. Harry Potter Peveril was ready to meet them all.